Hey guys, Bjergsen here from Team Solo Mid. Our sponsor, GEICO, sent over some packages today and it got weird really fast.
I got a delivery here for a Tim somebody.
Yeah, that's your beer boss.
I need a signature.
Sure.
Now, that guy over there, he sure did have a lot of questions about you guys. Real curious kind of fellow.
I think he's just a neighbor. He lives next door. See what we got. Hey guys, we got packages. It's GEICO swag. Oh, check this out.
Oh, hey.
I'm the neighbor. I didn't know what these guys were up to in there, but I needed to find out. As a member of the Homeowners Association, it was my duty.
Hey, I saw you moved in, so I just whipped up this plate of treats for you guys. You guys get a lot of packages. Where are you from, anyway? You look kind of Scandinavian, maybe, or I don't know, Puerto Rican. Dessert dog? Have one. Go ahead. Yeah, delicious. Enjoy that.
I've seen Russell around the neighborhood, but he's never walked the same dog twice.
Oh, I'm Russell, your neighbor. This guy's seen me before. Yeah, you looked at me just like that last time. It's so consistent.
I've seen him in the neighborhood before. He had a yard sale. All he sold was autographed pictures of himself.
Anyway, I'm part of the Homeowners Association, so it's kind of my job to make sure everyone's cool.
We don't even have a homeowners association.
All right, well, I'm just gonna, ooh, what's that room? You guys are so easy to talk to. I knew it! Oh, it's like a space station in here. You guys are incredible. What is this, all this high-tech gizmo, interconnected computers, and you guys are hackers! You're so busted. You're there right in my neighborhood. Who are you guys hacking?
We're not hackers, we're gamers.
You mean like professionally? Like you guys get paid to play? That's so much better! Oh my God!
They're not hackers. They are professional gamers. Don't know what that is? Well, look it up, noob, because it's the future. I'm in on it. TSM's in on it. The whole world's in on it. They're superstars, just chilling, playing video games, and getting freaking paid, and they live next door to me.
Oh, you guys are into some fun stuff. Oh! This guy looks like my dad. Hi, who's watching us. This mouse has got like 17 buttons on it. This keyboard lights up. Look at this chair. That's like crushed velvet. Oh, this is so comfortable. Oh, I'm an evil villain.
Yes, can I help you?
Love this chair.
Maybe if we gave him a chair, he would just stay home.
Does anyone else know? I'm the first one to find out. Teach me. Guys, I'd be really good. I'm a hard worker. Look at me. I'm an ox. I could just... No pressure. We'll just take our time and we'll just get to know each other. It's cool. I'm just gonna, I'll put these here for you guys in case you want one later. And just, can I clean this plate? Do you guys have a dishwasher I could use?
Oh, it doesn't work.
I got this. Oh yeah. My friend's mom has this one. It's pretty simple, really.
Just gotta get in the back there. There's a little thing up in the top. Come to wrestle. It's so tiny. Why do they make these things so small? So weird. Come on, just put it. Reach up. Ah! No! Ah! It's so hot! Why do you make it so hot?
You guys messed something up in there, so I'm just gonna have to go get my tools. But I'll come back after and fix it.
Hey Russell, catch.
Thanks. Thanks, guys.
I'm in. I'm pretty much part of the team, not a player, per se. Not really a coach, actually, but kind of a mentor. That's what I am, mentor. Yeah. Russell, we need to fix the dishwasher. It's done. Russell, they're killing us out here. What do we do? That guy's gone. Got that other guy. Totally worth it.
That was weird.
That was weird.
I think it was pretty funny.
Just you.
I think just you.
Let's go back to practice.
It's been a weird day.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day number 2 of the 2016 One Nation of Gamers Hearthstone Circuit. My name is TJ. I'm joined by That's Admirable. We're live here from PAX Prime once again for Saturday here, day number 2. Admirable, are you as pumped as I am for some Hearthstone action today?
Yes, indeed I am. After yesterday's decks, we saw some crazy stuff coming in, and today I would expect it to be even more surprises. The players today, I think, are more willing to take risks than what we saw yesterday. A couple of risks were taken, but not too terribly many. But today, I think it's going to be a little bit of fireworks. TJ, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. Something about PAX. It's just something in the air. I don't know if it's the smell or what, but there's just a lot of passionate gamers in the house, a lot of people that are passionate about Hearthstone, and so I'm excited to get into it. But, of course, if you guys are at PAX and want to stop by, we are at the 4th floor here, right outside the main entrance, so right up the escalators. Look out for the GEICO gaming booth. Yeah, we're right here. You'll see the big screen with me and Admiral right on it. Maybe some Hearthstone happening, so stop by, say hello, and watch some Hearthstone. But, of course, this is day number 2. We will be broadcasting Group B today. We have 2 more days even after this, Sunday and Monday. And this is the culmination of the entire 2016 circuit. Admiral, we've been doing this since May, and this is the culmination of all of it.
Yeah, and these guys have put in so much work to get to this point. It has been a long road for some of these guys, a little bit shorter for some of the others, but a lot of strong performance in this one. Basically, these are the just most consistent performing players throughout the entire One Nation of Gamers circuit. The fact that it was so long and they had so much time meant that you were getting basically the strongest field possible for this event. So it's an incredibly strong field. And yesterday we saw some very close matches. We also saw some blowouts too. With the edge anywhere at this point, these guys fighting for seeding, it's still a long road if they want to win this championship and take their massive share of that $25,000 prize pool.
Yeah, a lot on the line for these players. The group stage is where it sets the stage for the entire tournament. So, like I said before, we're here at the GEICO gaming booth, and we do want to give a big shout out to GEICO for hopping on board and being the title sponsor for the entire 2016 circuit. GEICO Gaming is sort of GEICO's extension, their brand extension into the esports world. And it's so cool to see them sponsor teams like Team Solo Mid and Panda Global Gaming and partnering and sponsoring One Nation of Gamers in all of their opens and all of these esports, whether it be Overwatch, whether it be Hearthstone, everything in between. So big shout out to them. Make sure you guys show them your support. Hop on Twitter. Follow GEICO Gaming, at GEICO Gaming. You can also use the hashtag GEICO Gaming and tweet at us. Let us know what you think of the tournament and show your support for them. You can stop by the GEICO Gaming booth as well. They're doing giveaways throughout the day. There's free play games so you guys can come stop by and play, and, of course, watch some great Hearthstone. And we also like to give a big shout-out to CyberPower PC as well. We're still doing the CyberPower PC giveaway on the website, geico.onog.gg. So if you guys want to enter in to win a CyberPower gaming rig, head on over to the website and do that. Also, Video Game Voters Network. They hopped on a little bit late in the season, but helping out esports athletes get P1 visas and encouraging young people to get out there and vote, young gamers to get out there and vote, so make sure you do that. And, of course, our Asus Republic of Gamers laptops here that we're able to do everything on. We're spectating the players. We got all of our notes here, everything in this laptop. Nice gaming machine, so big shout out to them as well. Because they let us do everything here. I mean, they've let us cast this entire circuit. They've let us watch great Hearthstone for 6 months now.
Yeah, and Hearthstone's a game I love, and so what I always want to see is bigger and better tournament circuits. As far as open tournament series were concerned, this was the best one I think that was out there. There was a massive prize pool that took place. Again, the system to get to this grand final was rewarding players for consistent finishes. Championships are nice, but the players who are actually performing the best are the ones that you constantly see making that top 10% of the field, and that's most of the players you see here today. Without all the sponsors helping out on this one, we wouldn't have this great series.
Yeah, definitely. So make sure, like we said, get on Twitter, show your support at GEICO Gaming, hashtag GEICO Gaming as well. But let's start talking about the matches today. We got Group B today, so why don't we go ahead and take a look at the players that will be competing in Group B. First match of the day, of course, is going to be Shoop versus Dakota. Shoop qualified through a feature win, and Dakota, of course, qualified for his victory at the PAX East Open. So Dakota got some experience at PAX. Is that going to give him an edge, Admirable?
It definitely could, but I would, speaking from a perspective of experience, I think he's definitely one of the least experienced players of this bunch. He had a 10-8 record overall in terms of games, 56.6% win rate. And when you kind of compare it to the rest of the players that are out there, like Shoop, for instance, his overall game record was 79-41, which brings him at 65.8% win rate. Shoop has kind of been known for crushing the ONOG circuit. He did a fantastic job in 2015. He's here at the grand final in 2016. Dakota's got an uphill battle in front of him if he wants to take down the first match, but this is Hearthstone. At the end of the day, who built the best lineup and the player who performs the best is the one who comes out with the edge.
Yeah, and of course that second match of the day, Chalky versus Dart. That one's going to be really interesting because these guys have a little bit of history on this very event. So it's going to be cool to see. Dart actually defeated Chalky early on in the circuit, but Dart was the player who won the most recent feature tournament just like a week ago, not very long ago. And Chalky's a player that got here by getting the most GEICO points, so a player that's very consistent across all of his ONOG endeavors, so to speak.
Yeah, this is kind of a similar story too. If you actually compare the stats from these two over the ONOG circuit, Dart actually has the lowest win rate of all the players, but is still sitting at 55.8% with a 29-23 record. Chalky is 89-54 at a 62.2% win rate, which is a lot of games to be playing, and that was enough to put him in the #1 points earner spot. You have to play a lot, you have to perform a lot, and so given the history between these two, given the practice that you've seen coming from them, Chalky's been having a fantastic 2016 year. Dart, of course, he's a full-time medical student. He can't invest as much time into Hearthstone, I think, as he'd like to be a big competitor. So in this one, he's in a similar spot with the Dakota versus Shoot match. I think it's an uphill battle for him.
Yeah, Dart doesn't have as much time to spend, but he still consistently finishes pretty high. He's got a couple top 100 legend finishes. He's qualified for prelims, I believe, once early on in the year. So he's been around the tournament scene for a while, having a couple placements. It's all the way back to the beginning of Hearthstone in 2014, if you look at that. So definitely a player to look out for, and I don't think one that Chalky's going to underestimate. But Chalky has been sort of a nod to consistency across the entire Hearthstone career. But let's talk about the first matchup of the day. That's the one that we're going to be getting into in just a few moments. It's Shoop versus Dakota. And this is One Nation of Gamers. And Shoop owns One Nation of Gamers. If this was really One Nation of Gamers, Shoop would be the president, the prime minister, the secretary of state, the treasurer. That's Shoop. Shoop owns this event. Even if you go back to 2015, Shoop has consistently placed high in the opens. He's consistently, I'm pretty sure Shoop has, if you calculate the GEICO points from the beginning of time, Shoop has the most.
I would definitely say that's the case. I mean, he's just been so good when it comes to this circuit. Shoop is a full-time worker, a very hard, diligent performer who puts a lot of faith in the numbers. And it's not a surprise to see that over the long haul, Shoop is putting up a very strong performance as a result of that. Again, very data-driven and just a great analytical mind. So when you give him enough time, he's going to be at the top.
He's a smart guy, yeah. You can see him be a part of the Reaper Report, I believe. He writes articles. He used to write articles for Vicious Syndicate. He does a lot of articles on like data analysis for Hearthstone. So definitely a smart guy. Taking a look at their decks here. A little bit different stuff than what we saw yesterday. But again, we're sort of getting different strategies from what we've seen in the past. Maybe it's because best of 7, but Paladin for Shoop. Mage for Shoop as well, and his Mage gets banned away. Dakota has Mage as well, but no Paladin, and his Warrior gets banned away. Looking at the deck list, I don't even know what types of strategies these players can even go for, and they don't know either. I'm interested to see why Dakota went ahead and banned out the Mage.
That is something that is really interesting to me. It may just be because of the unfamiliarity with it. Maybe his deck lists are built in a way where the traditional tempo mage decks might be a little bit weak. Maybe he's sparing Shoop from a freeze mage perspective. Shoop is a hard player to nail because the thing about it is he loves to play control strategies. And people who love to play control typically branch into that combo style of play as well. They love to just put together big damage at the end of the game in a way that you don't have a strong way to stop it. But the other thing about it is that Shoop will just follow the numbers. If a deck is very strong because it's incredibly aggressive, he'll play that. And that's a hard opponent to tackle because if you haven't seen a card from their lineup, it could be anything at that point. So I think this ban is probably targeted towards Dakota not really being familiar as much with Tempo Mage. Maybe his lineup's just a little bit weak to it, but it could go either way. I mean, Dakota's got Warlock and Shoop has Warlock, and that's a class that we didn't see very much of yesterday.
Yeah, and the Warrior ban was also something we didn't see come out very much yesterday. Not sure if that's going to be what the tournament's going to be like moving forward, but only time will tell. But, Admirable, I believe it's time to jump in to game number 1 of our first match of the day. Shoop versus Dakota. Dakota's going to throw it to Shaman. Shoop is going to choose Warlock as his first deck, and it's Zoo.
Yeah, Zoo is in an interesting spot right now with the recent release of Malkazar Zemp. You're seeing some very heavy discard versions come out. I'm thinking, 6-0 was tweeting about having some massive win streaks with Silverware Golem, with Darkshire Librarian, a lot of one-cost cards with the literal top end being 2 Defender of Argus in the 4 slot and then 2 Doom Guards in the 5 slot. He had no other cards that cost higher than 3. So I'm curious if Shoop has had enough time to test that version and feel where it's at, or if he's playing a more traditional style of Zoo.
We'll see. We do see a Soulfire come into hand, so maybe an indication that this is more of a discard Warlock, but Soulfire is a card that, 1-ofs or even 2-of sometimes has been experimented in standard Zoo for some time now, so definitely going to have to see. But this matchup, a lot of it comes down to early board control, and those early discard mechanics from the new types of Warlocks could give you an edge. Soulfire matches up really well against Totem Golem, and if you can use Malkazar Zemp, or if you could use like Silverware Golem, maybe even Fist of Jaraxxus, which I saw in ladder this morning, a guy playing it. If you can minimize the impact that the discard has on you to kill early Totem Golems and things like that, you can be in a great spot as a Zoo in this match.
Yeah, the attempt a lot of times with the discard is to turn the liability instead into a benefit. And it's something that can lower the consistency of your build, but the power swing could potentially be worth it. With that Forbidden Ritual draw, it looks to me like Shoop is playing a more traditional style of it. I don't think that the heavy discard versions really favor this card because it's hard to just fit into the curve. You don't really have time to cast it because Silverware Golem at the 3-drop slot is still an okay 3-drop. I mean, a 3-mana 3/3 is something that Zoo's just totally fine with playing. So in this spot, with Dakota using that Rockbiter weapon, it's speaking to how important the board control actually is. Dakota knows if he loses it, there's a good chance he loses the game.
Sometimes you'll see in this matchup Shaman's Rockbiter or Lightning Bolt 1/1s, or 2/1s in that case, because they realize that keeping control of the board is the most important thing in this matchup at all costs. Even if you're just protecting like an Argent Squire, if you're just protecting an Abusive Sergeant, that could be the difference between a win and a loss. You need to get to those Doomhammer turns. You need to get to those turns where you're getting those board swings, and you have to do that at all costs.
Right, and this is sort of a big example why. Dakota's rolling straight into Flame Wreath Faceless, and Shoop has nothing on board right now. So with the trades coming from Abusive Sergeant and the Argent Squire here, this Flame Wreath Faceless is likely to be completely uncontested. The way that Warlock usually deals with those big minions is power overwhelming something and run it over. It's hard enough to power overwhelming and run over a Flame Wreath Faceless. It's almost impossible if you have very few minions on the board.
Maybe the discard mechanic will change things, but right now, even the Soulfire doesn't look like it's going to match up nicely as long as Dakota's going to find some reasonable trades on the board, which he does have. The one thing about the Flamer Faces is that it delays Doomhammer, and Doomhammer is important in this matchup, but I am very surprised. I'd be very surprised if he played Totem Golem over Flaming Faces here.
Yeah, Totem Golem over Flaming Faces here would just be a mistake. I mean, he's delaying Doomhammer either way. The Flaming Faceless is almost certain to go unchecked the following turn. And Doomhammer is important when you're kind of even with the board or when you're a little bit behind, because it helps you play that cleanup work. It turns that damage you would normally push against control decks into value so that you can get that repetitive damage. This spot where he's going with the Totem Golem, he's playing so weak to the board when he's already far ahead, and this is the kind of time that Shoop needs in order to get back into this game. He's already way behind on board. Now suddenly Forbidden Ritual's looking like a great cast in this spot and can potentially unlock that Soulfire for tempo on the Totem Golem and maybe get back into this game.
It is pretty fortunate for Dakota that he gets a Taunt Totem because that protects his Argent Squire. Also, the Healing Totem has sort of an added benefit, but this has given him time. This has given Shoop time, and he has a option between Power Overwhelming and Soulfire here. Most likely, I doubt Light Warden's going to be an option. With Forbidden Ritual and a Possessed Villager on the board, I can imagine this is going to be a Power Overwhelming, especially since Soulfire doesn't really synergize with itself.
Light
Warden.
This has some real merit here, and the reason is because Dakota has a Healing Totem out right now. So now, here's what's happening. Dakota has to kill that Light Warden, or it's going to go.
Oh, yeah. That's a great point.
Every single time that happens, Shoop can attack that Taunt Totem or just any totem he wants, And every single turn, that Light Warden can get bigger and bigger. And not only this, but it means that he gets to use now this Voidwalker to try to isolate the Flamewreath Faceless. And this is one of the big reasons that Dakota should have played this Flamewreath Faceless last turn. It was out of range of Soulfire. He'd be getting value from it immediately. He'd be dropping Totem Golem this turn. He didn't need totems right now. He doesn't have a Flame Tug. He's got no way to buff them in hand. It looks like Doomhammer is basically his win condition in terms of value. This playing the Totem Golem has now led to this spot where Shoop can get some pretty significant value off a card that is normally worthless.
The thing about a 4-mana 7/7 is that it's strongest when you're playing it on turn 4 and just not going for the lines where he needs. And now, like you said, going to be able to isolate the Flamewreath Faceless with Voidwalker. Defender of Argus picked up, which is fantastic, not only against Flamewreath Faceless, but also against Doomhammer, which we can see in Dakota's hand. And Doomhammer can't even be used this turn because he overloaded himself, so his only real option is going to be Lava Burst unless he picks up something really crucial.
I have to say I'm very surprised that Shoop isn't choosing to buff up or try to buff up that Light Warden a little bit more. Maybe at 3-2 he just feels totally comfortable. Sure. It being enough threat to attack like a Feral Spirit, for instance, or run over like say a Tusker Totemic. Maybe just wants to get the damage push, restrict the ability for Flame Dakota to make a big difference. But either way, Shoop has kind of gotten into the lead now, and it's a problem for Dakota.
Whew.
That's a hot draw.
Doomguard picked up, but Doomguard, Forbidden Ritual don't really have too much synergy with each other.
This turn is so strong. Defender of Argus on the Dark Peddler and the Light Warden. You get to trade over the Feral Spirits, leave 2 1 health taunts around, play that Forbidden Ritual for 2, and then roll straight into the Doomguard. He's going to forego the Forbidden Ritual this turn in favor of Life Tap, just wants to have more options, but it picks him up with Power Overwhelming, so he even gets rewarded for that. At this point, it's just going to be very difficult for Dakota to get back in unless he draws Lightning Storm or Maelstrom Portal right here.
Yeah, and he's going to get a Tonal Trog off the top, which is not what he wants. He's going to be able to play Doomhammer, but the thing is, he's going to take so much damage, and that Flamewreath Faceless is still not connecting. It's going to go into a Voidwalker again, and now it's going to be able to pick up by a Power Overwhelming. That Flamewreath Faceless really did not do much for Dakota. This is slightly awkward.
Yep, and now that Shoop didn't see Maelstrom Portal, Lightning Storm, he's very confident that Dakota doesn't have it in hand. And despite that, he's going to go for the Doomguard anyway. This is the damage push from Shoop. He says, let's end this game right away. Honestly, I think I would have preferred to see Forbidden Ritual there, but he could also be in a better percentage, potentially playing around Lightning Storm or Maelstrom Portal. That, I don't know if it's superior or not, but I think that influences the Doomguard here a bit.
So Dakota now realizes that he's going to have to play board control game, and he's going to be able to clear off the whole board and leave this 4-3 Tunnel Trog behind. He's going to take a little bit of damage, but
a little bit.
Well,
half his life.
He's pretty safe at 6, knowing that double Soulfires are gone, and that 1 Doomguard is gone, and that Shoop has an empty board.
Yeah, he's got to get the pressure rolling at some point, though. The fact that Shoop has a few turns here to draw 2 cards means that Dakota needs to pick up some really big heat off the back of this, or otherwise he's going to end up falling out of this game.
Thing from
below is a great draw to do that. I mean, that's probably the best draw in the deck at the moment.
It's got to be. He's going to totem up here. Healing Totem is
a strong one as well. That'll help protect against Mortal Coils off Dark Peddler, or if they're in the build for that matter, if he manages to draw a Knife Juggler and another minion.
All right, well, 9 damage on the board for Dakota, with 4 damage remaining from the Doomhammer. If Shoop taps, he goes in lethal range. Unless he can... Well, he'll be able to kill the thing from below as long as this is him.
Well, it's not the strongest is the problem. The Doomhammer has done a ton of work here. And honestly, I think Shoop's big misstep in this game was casting that Doomguard prior to...
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the Doomguard prior to Forbidden Ritual. Had he not done that, he would have had a lot of extra minions on board. So was it worth to play around Lightning Storm, Maelstrom Portal? Was it worth the immediate damage? It's looking like in hindsight it wasn't.
I feel like he played into Lightning Storm and Maelstrom Portal for multiple turns before that. Maybe not Maelstrom Portal specifically. I mean, Dakota was holding on cards, but you can't play in that manner, I think. I don't know. I feel like both players made some questionable plays throughout the series, but it looks like Aggro Shaman's going to be the more forgiving deck in this situation.
Defender of Argus is a pretty strong pickup here. With Argent Squire, he will live another turn. So still some cards can win here. I'm thinking, was there a second Soulfire in the build? Maybe. Oh my. Well,
That's it.
That should do it.
Yeah. Well, Dakota's going to take game number 1 with Aggro Shaman against Zoo. Usually a Zoo favored matchup, but it's getting a lot closer recently, especially with cards like Lightning Storm and Maelstrom Portal making their way into these lists. So the match is probably floating around 50-50 right now. Dakota is going to get the better Shoop in this one.
Yeah, one of the reasons that I'm going to keep. I don't want to keep hammering this turn, but it's such a critical one with the Doomguard versus the Forbidden Ritual. The turn prior, he got the news there was not a Maelstrom Portal in hand. He had 2 1-health taunts on the board that had 3 and 4 power. That is a lot of power that a Maelstrom Portal can kill and get tempo onto the board. When you don't see a Maelstrom Portal there, you got to play like your opponent doesn't have it. That is immediately one of your win conditions, is to get 5 extra minions on board with 1 card. That's what Zoo wants to do, is have cheap minions out that they can buff and get value.
Especially with Power Overwhelming in hand as well. I mean,
Gormak's in the build. So the Forbidden Ritual would have also unlocked the potential for a Gormak draw.
A little bit questionable, but we're going to have to move on to the next
I'm sorry.
game here.
That Gormak was in Dakota's build. Apologies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is going to be a Zoo versus Zoo mirror. Dakota's the one running the Gormak, but still, questionable lines of play. And now we're going to move into Zoo versus Zoo mirror. This is sort of, I want to say it's a must-win for Shoop. Losing a reasonable matchup and then going into a mirror matchup and losing that as well is not how you want to start off a Conquest series, especially. We saw some comebacks yesterday, or we saw one comeback yesterday, but usually once a player got ahead yesterday, they ran away with it. We saw even 4-0s yesterday in some of the matches.
Yeah, this is an important one because Shoop has the attacker's advantage in this matchup. Typically in the Zoo matchup, whoever's dictating the trades is the one who's winning the game. With Shoop being the player to play first, it means that he's going to be having opportunities to find favorable trades. And if he can't find a way to do that, that means that Dakota's going to be able to take initiative. And when the player going second ends up taking initiative, it's usually a result of your hand being fairly poor. So I'm in total agreement with you. I think this is a must-win for Shoop. I think this Warlock deck could be potentially weak versus the Mage and the Druid from Dakota. And if he doesn't find a win here, it means he has to find a win with that versus one of those 2 classes. And it's a scary proposition. Mage has changed a lot in the last couple of weeks. The Druid decks I don't think are very weak to Zoo anymore, to be perfectly honest. It's gonna be tough. It's a tough spot.
Yeah, well, Dakota's just going to go ahead and play Forbidden Ritual for 2 and value trade into Possessed Villager. I feel like it's a necessary trade, but at the same time, just trading into the Dark Peddler might even be a little bit better, because you sort of just give your opponent that immediate value from the Possessed Villager to take out the minion with more power.
Right.
With the 1/1. I'm not sure if I agree with that.
Here's one of the interesting things about it is that Shoop happens to have a range where he has an option other than just Imp Gang Boss. Usually Imp Gang Boss is just the strongest minion you could play early on in this matchup. Now suddenly he can trade the extra token into a 1/1. He gets to value trade over here. He gets to protect the 2/1 with Voidwalker. He gets to heal up the 2/2 with Voodoo Doctor to threaten that 1/1 that's on the board and roll into Imp King Boss and Power Overwhelming next turn. This was fantastic from Shoop to recognize that deviating from the super standard Imp King Boss here resulted in a better board state.
The Zoo Mirror is one of the only matchups where you can sort of deviate from the strongest line of play for the Zoo. A lot of times, Imp King Boss on 3 is just better, unless your opponent has something that's going to trade into it directly. But this matchup, it's all about making like weird value trades onto the board. And in that situation, Shoop makes the much better line. He picks up Possessed Villager, but can imagine a Power Overwhelming is just going to be played here to try and run over this Imp Gang Boss and develop his own Imp Gang Boss. He's going to have a huge board lead.
Yeah, this should be the snowballing spot for Shoop. Not only that, but he has Doomguard to roll into next turn. That Possessed Villager and whatever card he draws almost certainly won't be as strong as the trade potential from Doomguard next turn. And effectively taking care of an Imp Gang Boss is a difficult thing to do. And he happens to have an option to do that and also get development. That is the kind of turn that is crushing to this matchup.
Can feel a little bit weird to Power Overwhelming a 2/1 to run over an Imp Gang Boss, but you're effectively getting a free trade onto the 1/1 as well with your Voidwalker, because it's just 1 damage. You're still keeping it healthy. It's still a taunt. So a 1/2 Voidwalker is not much different than a 1/1 Voidwalker in most scenarios. And the Imp Gang Boss, I mean, it's just so hard to deal with a board like the ones from Shoop at the moment. from hand, from a Zoo Warlock's perspective.
Right. This is the one that's hardest recovery from, and this is the attacker's advantage. The first player to find this is massively favored.
Yep. Oh, McIntyre's Imp drawn, so might be able to get value from that with Doomguard, but at the moment, he just sort of has to play as much stuff onto the board as possible and try and make a comeback.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard road. Again, Shoop's trades are just set up so well, and wow, even Defender of Argus drawn. So if he could find something even better to do because of Defender of Argus, the positioning here might be a little bit awkward with the Dark Peddler. Ideally, he would have liked to buff the Game Boss and the Dark Peddler here. He could use the Voidwalker to trade over the 2-1. So is a little bit... Oh, this is great. He can still do that. He can just move
trade
them
off
together.
his Voidwalker, yeah. Trade off his Voidwalker, get them together, then Defender of Argus.
So his positioning actually was superior, because I just literally didn't see that he could trade that off.
Zoo positioning is something hard. I don't know if that's great positioning. I think usually it's better to put the taunts of Voidwalkers on the outside, but at the same time, you also want Imp Gang bosses on the outside because you want to trade inwards with Imp Gang boss in the case of Direwolf Alpha, because your Imp Gang boss, your Imp's always going to spawn to the right, and you don't want to isolate a powerful target that you'd like to buff with Direwolf Alpha on the far left. So you have to sort of make a balancing act with Zoo positioning. It's actually pretty tough.
It's really confusing, but one of the general rules that you can apply to a situation like this is you want your minions to go from largest to smallest, left to right. Anything that spawns extra minions is where things get tricky. Sometimes you want them all on the right side, sometimes you want them far left side, sometimes you want them on opposite ends. But when you have similar sized minions next to each other and it scales downwards from left to right, it gives you the most options for Direwolf Alpha and Defender of Argus. And that's really where the importance of that positioning comes in.
Yeah, imagine it gets tricky with things that spawn stuff like Death Rattles or Imp Gang bosses. Also gets tricky with Divine Shields. So if you have Artist Squires in your build, a lot of times you want those on the outside because if you trade it to Divine Shield, it doesn't die, so you don't get that inward effect that you're talking about. But
It's a tough thing to balance.
It's a tough thing to balance, yeah, and it gets very convoluted at times. But something that's not convoluted right now is the fact that Shoop has a massive lead in this game.
Yeah, I don't really see Dakota coming back from this one. I mean, maybe if he picked up a Soulfire here, he could start buying some time, but outside of Soulfire in this spot, I think he's just dead.
Well, he's got Malkazir's Imp, but he doesn't have any mana to tap or...
Yeah, these are just not good options. That's the best one, but it's just not good enough.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see if Shoop's going to continue to try to... Well, I mean, that's lights out. that's the best draw on the deck.
Wow, that's just exact lethal with that Doomguard. And so Shoop's going to tie up the series 1-1, taking the Zoo here.
Okay.
Sometimes they do. They're either both in your opening hand or you top deck them both exactly when you need them.
Or in my case, you draw them on turn 3 and 4. You're looking for anything to fill out your curve. But yeah, fantastically played from Shoop. Took a very good use of that attacker's advantage. And like you said, I think this was a must-win game for him. So now the series is tied up. And we're back to anyone's match.
Yeah, so basically down to like a best of 5 with the one Zoo Warlock and one Aggro Shaman eliminated. I was actually surprised yesterday we didn't see as much Zoo and Aggro Shaman as normal. There was one player that didn't even have Shaman. There was 2 players that had Reno Warlock in Group A. And one player that I think didn't even have Warlock. Really bizarre deck choices. A lot of pro players are under the opinion that Zoo is sort of on its way out. Its win rates are falling. There's a lot of decks that are becoming much stronger against it. The deck has had the same type of strategy for so long that players are learning how to play against it better.
I'll tell you what, Malkazar's Imp gives it a very different angle of attack. You know, you and I have talked about this a lot recently, where I think Zoo needed an overhaul. I feel like players are playing with too standard of a list for a very long time, and I think the options they picked up with Silverware Golem and with Malkazar's Imp really changed that. But yeah, kind of talking about the way the lineups have been built. In an 8-player tournament like this, where you know all your opponents very well, you can kind of go to that next level and try to find lineups that are going to be particularly strong versus your opponents on average. So in a tournament that's smaller, you'll typically see different deck lists than, say, a 128-person tournament.
Yeah, it's very true. You can sort of cater your lineup to specific players, to specific play styles. So Zoo Warlock here for Dakota once again. Shoop has a Dragon Warrior, and we see Fierce Monkeys in there. So probably going to see the Curator version.
I believe it was Chalky yesterday who said, if you are not playing Curator right now, you're just dumb. We're talking about Dragon Warrior.
Direct quote. That was a direct quote from Chalky. And, you know, I tend to agree with him.
I totally agree with him. I think Curator is way overstated. I don't know why it has taunt. And when you can draw 3 cards off of a 7-mana 4/6, you're doing what they nerfed Druid from doing. Druid used to have a 7-mana 5/5 that drew 2 cards. Now there's a neutral card. Granted, its draws are more restricted, but sometimes it's just better to know what you're drawing.
Especially with Warrior, who has access to probably one of the strongest class beasts in the game in Fierce Monkey. It sort of fits their style. You're weeding out cheap cards from your deck with Sir Finley if you haven't drawn it, with Fierce Monkey, which are 3 drops, and a Dragon from your deck. So you're getting closer to your 8 drops. You're getting closer to those big bombs that you need. So such a fantastic card.
Personally, a big fan of Pit Snake from Rogue. 1 mana 2/1, whenever it damages a minion, that minion dies.
Pit Snakes, it's a card.
Pit Snake's actually pretty good versus Shaman, I figured out. If you just play turn 1 Pit Snake, it's really hard for them to play a Tunnel Trogger or a Totem Golem.
Yeah, so you're saying Rogue should play Curator? Just to get Pit Snakes?
You can get Azure Drakes too.
There you go.
You could probably throw a Cold Light Oracle in there. I mean, Rogue's one of the best Cold Light Oracle decks.
Throwing a Bluegill Warrior. 2 damage for 2 mana.
Activate those Cold Bloods.
Exactly.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. I like this. Yeah, Shoop going to go with the Fire Blast here. He could have gone with Life Tap, but in the Dragon Warrior matchup, you often don't find yourself having time to Life Tap unless you're playing against a slower deck. When you're playing against a faster deck, you need to keep pace with them, and so the Fire Blast can potentially buy him value later in the game that he'd be missing, and he's not going to be trading life to do it. And Dakota going to go for the Forbidden Ritual here, and honestly, I do think this is the right call, but it's getting massively punished. This is a matchup where you cannot try to play around stuff. You have to throw caution to the wind and hope the cards pan out your way, and Ravaging Ghoul is just massively powerful here.
Yeah, you watch a player play Forbidden Ritual into an inevitable Ravaging Ghoul, and you say, why would they do that? Warriors always have Ravaging Ghoul. Well, no. And the earlier you play it in the game, the less likely they are to have that card. So there is merit to maybe trying to bait a Ravaging Ghoul out on a lesser board and then play Forbidden Ritual. But the way Dakota's hand was playing out, that was his only real option, and you can't fault him for that. It's just unfortunate for him that Shoop did manage to have the Ravaging Ghoul to answer.
Yep, Shoop actually going to choose to use his life total as a resource here to take out the Gormok, and pushing that damage is important right now because not only is he starting to cut into Dakota's life total for life tap, but he's also got Grom in hand. So anytime that he gets to 10 mana and Dakota's at 10, he wins the game. So this is really important for Shoop to be pushing damage here instead of trying to just strictly focus on the most efficient way to clear.
So no dragon still for Shoop, and this is actually starting to become problematic because he's having to make, that was an efficient play, but for his future turns, if he doesn't draw a dragon, he's going to have very inefficient turns, and
that's why that Fire Blast is so important. It lets him continue to chip away at these 1/1s turn after turn so he can keep the board under control. If he had Life Tap here, I don't think he'd be in this game. I really don't.
I will agree with you there. On those turns where he needed that extra 1 damage to be able to get through, he wouldn't have been able to, and not a dragon, another Blackwing Corruptor. And now he's going to have to play just like a Blackwing Corruptor and then
it's at least like a Moody Bay Bodyguard right now. I mean,
sure.
I think that Dakota sometimes attacks this, at least. It's a 5/4. You're at 13. You have to really consider, now you're going to 11. You have to really consider the burst potential from Shoop in a spot like this. Is he building board tension because he has nothing else to do? Is he building board tension and does he have Korkron Elite in hand? If he's got Korkron Elite and you don't take care of the board, you are dead.
This is a tough situation. Also, if you don't make the trade and Shoop's the one who wants to trade, you give him a trade into the Direwolf Alpha and then sort of a free trade into the Flame Imp. And judging by Dakota's hand, he really doesn't have much reload. So he could try and like value trade up with the Power Overwhelming. But I don't know if pushing damage is the right strategy. He might also be thinking that, well, the Warrior gave up his armor up to get the ping. All this damage is going to stick. Maybe I can go for a strategy where I just try and burn him out. But against Dragon Warrior, that's almost impossible because they are probably going to win a race.
Similar to the risk we saw Dakota take early on, I think this is another spot to take a risk. And this is a bit of a different one where he's I mean, I guess it doesn't make any difference on trades, but I would have liked to see Dakota push for damage here and say, Shoop, you have to have the damage in your hand right now, or I can threaten lethal with Leroy Jenkins, with Doom Guard, whatever it's going to be. And in this spot now that he's chosen to trade, he has no reach left, and Grom has hit the board for value. Dakota can't win this game anymore.
He can try and draw a taunt to stay alive for one more turn, but he's going to tap into Sea Giant, which is not the card he wants to see, and Shoop takes the win. Goes up 2-1 in the series. Dakota Zoo really struggling. He's got a lot of situational cards in there. Malkazir's Imp does not synergize that well with Sea Giant and Gormok the Impaler.
Yes and no. The thing that I think it was a big problem in this one was more sort of a victim of how strong Dragon Warrior is. Fire Blast, I think, is one of the stronger hero powers you can actually get versus the aggressive Warlock builds, and Shoop had enough gas to offset. And not only that, but the risk that Dakota went for got punished. If you don't see Ravaging Ghoul on the turn that Shoop needed it in the Forbidden Ritual, it's a totally different game. So I think Dakota played this one early on anyway, about as best as he could, and just got punished.
Fair enough. Time to move into game number 4 here. Shoop with a Paladin deck. Now there's a Rallying Blade. Hard to tell what it is now. We haven't really seen anything that's too indicative of any particular style. Probably N'Zoth.
So did we see anything for the mulligan? Was it just Ivory Knight and generic Paladin cards, or?
I believe so.
Okay, so the Rallying Blade, I think, is the interesting spot here, where the N'Zoth builds, I feel like, are outside of Rallying Blade right now. But I feel like Murloc Paladin could be in a decent spot to play Rallying Blade, where your 3-drops end up getting kind of clogged because of the Murloc war leaders. You don't necessarily want to play them early on. So Rallying Blade fits that bill a little bit. I do agree that it's between N'Zoth Paladin and Murloc Paladin. But I feel like Murloc Paladin is what it is. I don't know. It's just something in my bones telling me.
I feel like there is room in N'Zoth. We saw yesterday players were playing Harvest Golem. And I even said on the broadcast, I was like, I'd rather have a Rallying Blade. I think there's a few Death Rattle minions, you know, the slot where you play 2 Infestatorians, 1 Infestatorian, the 3-drop where a lot of players play Harvest Golem. I don't know, it's hard to tell. We'll have to see.
Hammer of Wrath. To me, that says Murloc Paladin through and through.
To me, that says, what is Shoop doing? That's what it says to me.
That card was found in the earliest versions of Murloc Paladin. You just used it to dig through your deck. And against the control matchups, it gave you a little bit of chip damage. If you think about the way Murloc Paladin is right now, one of the things it struggles with is getting in enough chip damage to actually finish with anything can happen. I think it's anything Paladin.
Or waiting for that card. Acolyte of Pain, again, could fit in both. There was probably something on the mulligans that was like a Murloc, and we just missed it.
That's N'Zoth. Gosh dang it, I'm wrong. Now I just feel dumb. I wanted to be right so bad. I've like actually never wanted to be right more in my life, except for right now. That includes all of the investments in portfolios I've made in the past. I would much rather have been right now than that.
I'm so sorry.
Me too.
My condolences.
A great turn here for Shoop, though, with Wild Pyromancer can actually full clear this board and be in fantastic shape afterwards. Dakota went for the Reliquary Seeker. It was kind of just the best one that was available, but it doesn't look like he's getting anywhere close to activating that this game. Not only that, but he also gets the Solemn Vigil after this is over as well. So, does have to use the Forbidden Ritual here. I'm sorry, the Forbidden Healing outside of where he would want to, I think. But to me, this spells... Wow, he's actually just going to wait. I'm very surprised by that. He heals for 9 instead of going for the full clear.
He wants to bait out more stuff. He wants to get an equality going. He doesn't want to use his Wild Pyromancer with just the coins, as he doesn't have another activator for the equality, and both equalities in his hand.
So we're going for equality, Wild Pyromancer, coin, forbidden. I don't.
Acolyte.
I mean, equality.
Double Solemn Vigil, though.
The Stellum Solemn Vigil will definitely spell Wild Pyromancer now, so he actually does get a little bit rewarded. But if he doesn't use equality, that Gormok's sticking to the board.
He doesn't. Okay, yeah. Equality just deals 2 damage. I mean, I guess that's okay. This lets him use both Solemn Vigils for free and allows him to play the Acolyte of Pain for 3 or play another 3-drop, potentially.
I'm curious if Acolyte of Pain just to draw 1 card is better there or to build board tension. I mean, he's getting a lot of stuff here.
I think I'd rather have the board tension, to be honest.
I think I rather would too. I guess he's playing N'Zoth and not Murloc, so what is the immediate draw actually worth? And you're going to get 1 draw off of it anyway. This way, it's just delayed. Yeah, this is way better. I'm getting fancy play syndrome now. I'm tilted by the call on the Murloc Paladin.
Welcome to my world, man. I'm the king of fancy plays that end up shooting yourself in the foot.
Another great turn here with Alor Peacekeeper, and True Silver Champion will ensure 2 draws off the Acolyte now and take care of a significant threat.
And still healthy. He's going to be at 21 health after this, with double Ivory Knight in hand, and a quality Consecrate if the board gets out of control.
And an Alor Peacekeeper for a potential Sea Giant or anything like that. He actually didn't see Sea Giant in the first games, but we could see it in Dakota's hand. I don't know if he's not going to be able to win this game. Shoop has just got a massive amount of defense available.
If at any point, a lot of times against Zoo, if you have a board clear plus a Solemn Vigil, a lot of times the game just ends right there. It's so hard to get back onto the board and make up for the card advantage that the Paladin just received. And a Blood Mage Thalnos. This is super interesting.
The Blood Mage is really interesting.
The Death Rattle.
I'm curious. It is a Death Rattle. I'm curious if that's in there just for like power cycling purposes. You know, a lot of times you find loot hoarders and some of the N'Zoth Paladin builds just for that specific purpose. But with Blood Mage, you could maybe get some consecration value off it. Say you're playing against Dragon Warrior, and they happen to have a couple of 3 health minions out with Alex Shaw's champions later in the game. I kind of like the Blood Mage instead of loot hoarder.
Some players were teching in Azure Drakes at certain points in certain metas because of the extra 3 damage, especially during patron metas. If the meta is lending towards a lot of 3 health minions, and that's the case, but Doomguard drawn.
That's actually, the patron one is an interesting one to spot because there are a couple players in this group I think that are capable of patron. And so having something outside of a quality that can handle that is potentially a necessity. But the Doomguard draw here does put a little bit of gas in the tank. I don't think it's enough, though. Again, Shoop he's kind of got everything, and now he's going to put his faith in the light, and this is a long road for Dakota at this point.
He needs
not
flame I was going to say almost perfect draws to get through this, and Abusive Sergeant helps, but he still can't even kill it. He just has to like chip into Tyrion and then ignore it.
And even if he kills it, Shoop has N'Zoth in hand. He'd have to kill 2 Tyrions this game. And have ways to push, and the Light Lord joins us.
Just hit him in the face.
I don't know how to say Ragnaros, the Light Lord, in Spanish.
Senor del Lido. I completely butchered that one.
You're embracing your inner culture.
I apologize. Sincerely apologize for that one.
TJ has been fired from the broadcast and will be issuing a public apology shortly.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yep, that's gonna do it. There's no way to.
Brutal.
What a hand from Shoop. And this all was a catalyst from the Doomsayer. The Doomsayer early on and forcing so many resources from Dakota was so much time bought for Shoop. It kind of goes to show you, even if Doomsayer gets killed, sometimes that's just good for you.
It absorbs damage, it buys you a little bit of time to get to those stronger turns, forces your opponent to play a little bit differently. Exactly. So Shoop's going to go up to a 3-1 lead now. Just one more game left, and he takes the series, moves on to the winner's match in the
Shaman's
group.
the deck he has.
I feel like I've seen Shoop play Shaman a good amount of times throughout all of the opens and the features that we saw him in.
Shoop for a long time knows what's up, but that is an Earth Elemental in hand, and that is strange.
So this could be a little bit different than what we've seen.
Oh, fine.
A little bit different than what we've normally seen, but we did see a player, Rosty, at the Hearthstone Championship Tour Americas prelims that played a deck similar to this. It was aggressive Shaman, but without a lot of the spells that you normally find in aggressive Shaman, and with more of the minions that you'd find in like Concede Shaman. But this is not what you want.
I love how you just call it Concede Shaman.
All of his big boys. He's got both of his Earth Elementals and both of his Flame Wreath Faceless.
Yeah. To give you an idea, Concede Shaman was a deck that was built with very, very heavy minions and then used Ancestral Spirit to try to get a duplicate copy of it. When Rosty played this build at America's prelims, he was kind of just playing aggro Shaman with Hexes and Earth Elementals to try to have a bigger advantage in Shaman matchups. Oftentimes it comes down to the last threat, and when your last threat's Earth Elemental, it's very strong in that matchup. Is that the right build to bring to this?
I think it's
so much new stuff available.
feels like it's a little bit too slow to go up against Zoo, who can run over one big threat at a time pretty well normally.
This
Usually
Dark
have to get
Councilman is going to run away with the game. Shoop has no way to... Well, there's the Hex. So, a timely draw, but there's Doomguard, there's Bin Ritual, there's Soulfire. I don't see where Shoop is going to have time to get to a stable board position.
Yeah, this one's not looking good. Not looking good. We'll see, though. If Shoop's managed to draw into an AoE spell, he might have a chance to come back if he can make a swing turn with AoE combined with one of those big threats.
Wow, Dakota chooses to not add the Direwolf Alpha to board, so this is like the test turn for Dakota. If he doesn't have AoE here, I think you're going to see Dakota load up the board position. And when you see the Earth Elemental and not an AoE, you have to feel so much better about holding this Direwolf Alpha and very comfortable extending into the board.
Just go for it at this point. Maybe Dakota is a little bit apprehensive. We talked about sort of his inexperience in larger tournaments. He did win the PAX East One Nation of Gamers Open, which is how he qualified to get to the grand finals here at PAX. But other than that, not much tournament experience for Dakota. So we'll see if he's going to be able to keep calm under pressure and go for plays that are a little bit risky and not play around things that are impossible to play around.
Which is kind of what we've seen so far. I mean, I feel like he's been taking risks in the right spot, but some of his approaches have been, I feel, a little bit weaker than the stances he could have taken so far. But again, I feel like this turn, even though it looks kind of grim, you know, when you see the Earth Elemental hit, I feel like he's got this one in the bag.
Yeah, I don't really see. He's making good trades too. I feel like I don't really see a way.
That coin getting pitched away is wonderful for Dakota.
That's the best.
And now
I was actually
loaded for 4, so kind of relegated on plays here for Shoop.
I was actually in a game yesterday, or it might have been the day before. It was the first day that Malkazir Zim came out, and I was in a situation where I had the coin, 2 silverware golems, and a Soulfire. So my Soulfire had a chance to discard coin or silverware golem, and I was thinking, I really hope my coin doesn't get discarded. The first time in my Hearthstone career that I was playing Zoo and Soulfire, and I didn't want my coin to get discarded. It was crazy. Changing the meta.
Could have just coined.
I could have just coined. But then I wouldn't have had coin.
But then you get to get a 3/3 on board. Coining out a 3/3.
But I could have, if I'd gone for the 1 and 3, I could have gotten the 3. I could have gotten the 3/3, and then next turn coined out another 3/3.
It's the unnecessary payoff.
I went for the risky play. It didn't pay off.
Well, at 1 life, Shoop is pretty much done like dinner. So we're going to game 5. Or I'm sorry, game 6.
6, yeah. Could go to a game number 7. Dakota, we haven't really seen many more of his decks, though. I don't really know what his decks are. His Warrior Span, he still has Mage and Druid left remaining,
Totem Golems tried so hard, but...
He was, yeah.
He shouldn't have played that. He wasted all of his luck.
He was probably hoping for the opposite. He was hoping, I'm just going to get a Searing Totem right now on this Totemic. I'm going to save it up.
Best luck.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's literally how luck works, right?
Something like that. I'm no expert.
Telling me.
I'm, as some would say, never lucky.
Yep. So game number 6 coming up. Shoop still trying to find a way with Shaman, but it being a much slower build, I fear for him with the Earth Elementals. And that is a Faceless Summoner in Dakota's hand right now. That is a card I have not seen played in Mage in months.
I have tested that card a few times in the new Tempo Mage builds. I have not liked it. I feel like Fireland's Portal is sort of Faceless Summoner, but better. Faceless Summoner is a lot of power packed into one card, but a lot of times this Tempo Mage, what you want to do is be dealing damage or removing your opponent's board and developing. And Faceless Summoner, I just feel like isn't quite powerful enough to warrant a slot in the deck, in a deck that actually does have a pretty tight list nowadays.
Right. So the way I look at it is Battling Book fetches Shatter, which is it's probably one of the worst Mage cards you can get, unless you're a Water Elemental, I guess. With Faceless Summoner, the thing you have to think about is you can pay 1 extra mana, to get a similar sized body from the Faceless Summoner, but deal 5 damage instead of get a random 3-drop. That's a weird decision to make if he's only got one or the other. And if he's got both, that's also very interesting, because then suddenly it's a very heavy mage build.
Which a lot we've seen mage builds go towards the slower side of the spectrum recently, but it's more so with spells. It's playing Kabbalist Tome, giving yourself more options. Faceless Summoner is just good to play on an empty board, but I feel like that's not generally the game plan. We'll have to see how it works, though, because it is an interesting card. It's a card that can have big swings, especially if you get a powerful 3-drop like King Mukla.
How about that Shatter? It's looking pretty good here.
How about that Shatter?
This is actually a pretty strong turn here for Dakota. It's Sorcerer's Apprentice, try to protect it with a Mirror Image here. Get a hero power onto the Tesco Totemic to threaten a second one next turn to clear it up. It's a Shadow of the Earth Elemental.
You can see Shoop's eyebrows just slightly raise up a little bit.
How about that Babbling Book?
Got the job done.
Yep.
Don't let anybody tell you that Shatter's not the right card you want from Babbling Book.
If he doesn't kill that Sorcerer's Apprentice, Kabbalist Tome into Fire Blast is a great turn for Dakota. And I suspect he's going to. Shoop likes to keep the board as clean as possible.
Arcane Missiles ends up being a pretty good draw, though. Well, I don't know. He's got the Mirror Image up, so I don't even know if Arcane Missiles is really worth using here.
You are playing Firelands Portal if you have Kabbalist Tome.
I suppose.
I like the play here. If Shoop doesn't have Doomhammer, I think this Mirror Image could buy you some pretty strong tempo the next coming turns. But running into Doomhammer here, this is probably going to be just strongest play out of the board for Dakota, which is just Firelands Portal to Shoop's face.
Might have to, unless he picks up a valuable minion. Ooh.
That and effigy looks interesting. I think Firelands Portal is just the most efficient, though. Roll into the turn with Flame Wreath.
I enjoy raiding.
Ooh. That is a priority kill right now. That needs to be dealt with.
That is... there's not really a great way to deal with it. He has to attack into it twice, or use the Argent Horse Rider.
I'm thinking Shapeshift Maelstrom Portal could be okay here as well, but I think that Shoop's going to play for the mana efficiency here. But Shapeshift opened up the Maelstrom Portal for this possibility, but taking 8 to deal with that I think would have just been a disaster.
Especially against Tempo Mage. You just know that they're holding on to burn a lot of the time.
That's a very strong draw as well. Really strong turns here for Dakota. I think I'd like to see the Azure Drake and Effigy, personally. So he's going to try to save the Azure Drake to couple with Arcane Blast here instead.
Shoop having to fight back from an empty board. This Flamewaker's got a big target on its head.
Yep. The Flamewaker is obviously also a priority kill in this spot. And looks like it's Maelstrom Portal and Shapeshift.
Ooh.
Wow! Both players getting some significant random minions from their effects. Injured Cavaldier is about the best one you can get.
Let's see what this is.
Stable Master will die to the second swing of this Doomhammer.
But it's 4 damage again to the face. Shoop is at 12. Luckily for him, Dakota just doesn't have burn spells in the hand, but he does have Yogg.
Yeah, this is
I don't know.
A game. I mean, without the burn spells available, with the 2 Think from Belows in Shoop's hand, I think this game is a Yogg one for sure.
The Flame Tongue Totem will take 4 power off the board, and the Injured Cavaldier will also take 4 power off the board.
I'm not sure what's actually better here.
The Injured Cavaldier has more. Oh, this takes 5 power off the board, but it's easier to kill in the future.
That's what I was looking at. I'm wondering if Water Elemental's ever slightly better here than the Azure Drake because of that. But I think he wanted to see the option immediately and try to pick up something else to help handle the board. Like, if he drew Frostbolt there instead of Sorcerer's Apprentice, it's a much better turn.
All right, so this is most likely going to be a Yogg turn coming up for Dakota. Shoop probably just going to go ahead and clear this as efficiently as possible.
It's a push here for Shoop, it looks like. Yep, after seeing the Arcane Blast and Cult Sorcerer instead of a Frostbolt, I think he feels confident there's not another burn spell in in Dakota's hand at the moment.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and leave up the Azure Drake. Not too worried about it.
And that's no help right now. I mean, it looks like
Gotta be
Yogg. I think I'm curious if you trade in the Azure Drake first.
I think you do all the time.
Well, it doesn't look like it's dead.
Effigy, fourth lightning. That's actually really good. Hits some great targets. Mark and Major. That's on the Azure Drake.
Oh
for
no!
health. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! That's terrible.
Oh no!
The inner fire.
Oh, yeah!
What? No way! And a misdirection. Flare doesn't really matter too much. And it draws a Frostbolt. That's a sick Yogg.
That extra health on that
is
thing
sick.
below is so bad for Dakota right now, but the Yogg was so good that I don't think Shoop's going to win this game. There was no real negative impact from this Yogg Saron. It was purely value, and Shoop's going to scoop it up. We're seeing game number 7 and our first match of day 2.
Started off with a Game 7 yesterday, getting a Game 7 today. Shoop is a data-driven player, as we mentioned, but all the data in the world isn't going to prepare you for that.
I am questioning the Earth Elementals. I don't know about this choice. It feels weak to me. I think some of his hands have been very clogged, which is unfortunate. I mean, you obviously don't want to draw all your top end in your opening hand, but now, when you have Doomhammers and Earth Elementals, it's a heavy build that you have. So this is it. It boils down to this, and maybe Shoop has played this build to be confident versus Druid. Having Flaming Faceless and Earth Elemental can be very strong in this matchup, as well as Hex.
Only time will tell. We'll have to see, but it's all going to come down to this. Shoop with the Shaman, Dakota with the token Druid, not the Malagos versions as we saw yesterday. Violet Teacher usually indicates a different style, but that is a sick opening hand.
That can't be better. Whoa! Dakota, no! Cast the Violet Teacher! Oh my gosh! Dakota, no! This was it. Snap Violet Teacher. The only card that handles this is Lightning Bolt, and outside of that, it requires 2 buffs for him to kill the Violet Teacher. And if the Violet Teacher doesn't die, you Power of the Wild, kill the Tunnel Trog. The game snowballs.
We talked about the risks that Dakota needs to take in order to do that, and now that Violet Teacher is going to have so many more chances to get answered. The higher mana you let the Shoop go. He wouldn't have been able to Hex. You saw Hexes in his build. Maybe he's going for a turn where he gets Violet Teacher and then...
That's clearly the play, but you've seen Lightning Storm. You know that Maelstrom Portal's there. You know he's got Earth Elementals. This is a turn to push on Shoop and force him and test him and make him have an answer. Job's done.
And now he's going to be in, I think, quite a bit of trouble. I don't know. Second Innervate is picked up, though. And now he's going to go for it. That second Innervate draw really sort of saved him, though, because without that, I don't know if he'd really have much of a shot in this game.
I am ready to learn.
And even then, I don't know. I still feel like Shoop has got a decent board to be able to handle this.
I am ready to learn.
Oh, nope, just kidding. He doesn't.
I am ready to learn.
That's... Okay.
I mean, it's definitely a huge board position, but either way, I don't think this was as strong as the other way around. I mean, he's given Shoop time to answer this. Granted, Shoop would have had an answer to it, but it's the risk versus reward that you're trying to create. Swipe is so good. That is the best draw in the deck right now. Without that swipe, I think Shoop actually still would have been able to stabilize this. They're not fantastic trades for Dakota. He's rolling into Thing from Below or Doomhammer. Suddenly, the swipe gives him the initiative.
Wow, that is brutal for Shoop. The past 2 draws for Dakota have been exceptional. And he's going to have Feral Spirits, which is going to keep him in the game at least for a bit. And Wild Growth, not the best, though. So he's going to go ahead and go with Azure Drake here. Second Wild Growth. Wow.
Those are... if you get as good of a draw as he had last turn, and it's returned by the 2 Wild Growths, suddenly the game is a little bit even.
Now no way to deal with this Flame Wreath Faceless, so... And Ancient of War still a turn away.
And there's
Shoop
Hex
might still have a
already in
chance.
hand. There's Hex already in hand as well. This is a problem for Dakota. I think he's got a value trade here. I don't think he can afford to actually make the straight-up trade. My question here is, when are we using this Feral Rage, and how are we using it? I mean, I guess it's post Ancient of War to try to clear something up.
If he passes on 4 mana, I don't even know.
It's going to tell Shoop a lot if he passes on 4 mana. The Feral Rage here is really interesting, but it can also be used to clear out a thing from below. You're just going to choose armor. That is not the way to beat this deck from Shoop. This is a value deck from Shoop, more so than it is a pure aggression.
He's not going to try and burn you down. He doesn't have Lava Burst. He doesn't have a lot of the burn tools that Shamans normally do. He knows that his next play is Ancient of War, which is probably why he went for a play like this. But I don't know.
Giant, it can help, but Shoop's he's got a lot of big draws left. Ardent Squire's definitely not one of them.
But Ardent Squire fills out his curve really nicely. He goes Hex, Flame Tug Totem, and Ardent Squire here. He would have had 1 mana left over. He knows that he's playing Thing from below next turn. And now the Arcane Giant just gets traded into.
Shoop honestly may have a bit of a read here on the hand.
Just gets ignored.
Well, the thing about it, yeah, I mean, the damage is real here, and I think that Shoop may have a bit of a read here. As weak as the 4 mana excess on turn 6 was from Dakota, I think he's pinning those cards on kind of exactly what they are, Wild Growth Surrender Mates.
So Dakota's going to go for the Desperation play here, not play the Arcane Giant, try and draw into some removal spells, but there's, what, 16 damage here for Shoop? If he draws into any points of direct damage, well, that's direct damage, but that doesn't count.
Yeah, this may be a trade turn from Shoop still. How does your opponent actually get back into this game? Maybe swipe? I don't know. Yeah, just push. He's got a second Doomhammer in hand. It's pretty tough to actually fall out of this one, I guess, with the second Doomhammer.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to put Dakota all the way down to just 2 health. At any point in the game, if he draws a direct damage spell, like the second Lightning Bolt is in his deck, he just wins. And that's if his whole board gets removed, and for some reason, he can't connect for 2 damage. So, Mulch is... Oh, if he had played a Wild Growth early on in that game instead of the Feral Rage for armor, he would have enough mana here to Mulch and play Ancient of War, which might give him enough power to at least stay alive. Probably not. I think he'd still be dead. But those Wild Growths are pretty dead. That one turn where he Feral Rage for armor, he wasn't developing anything. And he wasn't even getting closer to being able to develop anything. Who knows? But he's going to go ahead and concede, and that means Shoop is going to take the series 4-3. And he's going to move on to the winner's match of Group B.
Well, there's something to note about that Shaman deck is that while it may be weaker versus some of its other matchups, it is incredibly strong versus Druid. Yes. If it wasn't Flame Wreath Faceless, it would have been Earth Elemental. The Hexes being able to completely wipe out the largest threat potential for Dakota. It's a really rough matchup, and we actually saw Rosti. That kind of happened. He took much more conservative routes with the Hexes than I think Shoop even had an opportunity to this game. But Rosti, in every single situation, looked like he had a pretty massive advantage when he was playing versus Druid. Ended up dropping the game very closely on the back of some poor draws, but it's that performance instead was shown here, and the strength of that deck versus Druid with Shoop.
Yeah, so Shoop's going to move on. Dakota, still a decent performance, though. It was a very close series, all the way down to game number 7. So he's going to have to go down and fight through the lower bracket of Group B, but still definitely a chance. He'll play against the loser of the Dart versus Chalky match, which is coming up next. So a pretty strong Group B, and that match will be coming up in a moment. But in the meantime, we do like to give a big shout out to GEICO for being the title sponsor for the 2016 ONOG circuit. We're here at the GEICO Gaming booth at PAX Prime. If you're in the area, make sure you guys stop by. We're on the 4th floor right outside of the main entrance, doing giveaways throughout the day. I just saw someone walk out in a giant gecko suit, so you can meet the GEICO Gecko as well. You can play some of the free play games that they have going on here, as well as I think they have you could take your picture and put it in a Hearthstone card, which is really cool. So really glad to have GEICO Gaming on board. You can show your support for putting on this circuit, for putting on all the open tournaments that they have throughout the year by tweeting at them with the hashtag GEICO Gaming or following them on Twitter at GEICO Gaming. It's been a pleasure being able to cast this event that they brought on for us.
Yeah, it's so awesome. I mean, Hearthstone, of course, is the game I love, and without them, we wouldn't have this wonderful series with some great players to put on a show for us this weekend.
Indeed. But we are going to have to take a quick break before we jump into the next game. It's Chalky versus Dart. Don't go anywhere, guys. More ONOG Grand Finals right after this.
Russell.
I think he means well.
I do think he's kind of hilarious. I also think he's a little bit nuts. So
I knew right away that he would make me laugh.
it's good to have him around the house though, because he's fun to mess with. He's been asleep out there for hours.
Shh, here he comes.
Oh, you guys got an ice pack? I think I got too much sun on my face.
Oh, hey, Hunter. This thing works great, man. Look at it. It just, like, comes right off.
Russell is very in tune with his emotions.
Yeah, Russell is crying a lot. Thanks, Russell.
Hi, Kevin.
We explained the gaming thing, but he still seems really confused.
Russell's ready for battle. Let's scrim, which is short for scrimmage. Why are no one wearing costumes?
Russell, we don't dress up. We practice on the computers.
I'll be at the mall then.
The whole team watched his stream the other night. It was pretty weird.
My fingers are too like sausages. It's your fault. Oh. Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
What's the deal with the mustard?
Oh, your words don't hurt me, man. Rubber and glue. Water up a duck's nose. I am a fierce warrior. How'd you get my real name? How'd you know my real name? How'd you get my real name? What do you mean you can see me? Don't dox me, bro!
He's got some strange behaviors.
You guys are probably gonna notice some sweet smells coming from the kitchen. I got grandma's brownies in the oven, so. You guys don't have any music or speakers in it? What? How do you do this without a soundtrack? Camptown races, jump in on the doodads.
Doodah.
Yeah! Oh, brownies, you ready? No, not yet.
Where's my toothbrush? I swear I just saw it in here. Any of you guys see my toothbrush?
Hey, Berg.
Russell seems to make things a little bit uncomfortable.
Hey, I got a little something for you guys. Don't peek. What do you think?
It looks great, Russell. You've actually been a pretty good neighbor over these past few days. So, thank you.
I'm sorry.
I really like the painting he brought over. I think it looks nice in there.
The picture he brought was horrible.
You should see his van.
Hey guys, I just got a text from Russell. He wants us to come outside and see something.
What do you think, fellas? Russell picked up a tea machine. She's lean and mean, and she's all black and green. Why don't you guys just grab some snacks and some change of clothes, just pile in, I'll take you to the next tournament.
It's okay, we already booked our travel, so.
Oh, you like flying?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna see you guys there, man. I'm gonna pick you guys up at the airport, all right?
Yep.
Hey, Andy, catch. Tee us up. Sticks a little sometimes. Don't make me look bad in front of the dudes. Come on. Ha! Tee us up. Ha! All right, guys. I'll see you later. See you, Bird.
Actually kind of enjoyed having him around.
He's also a different kind of guy for sure.
Sometimes he can get a little annoying, but for the most part, it's good for the team.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2016 One Nation of Gamers Grand Finals. My name is TJ, joined once again by That's Admirable, and we're about to jump into the second match of the day today. Well,
I guess I got this, dog. I got this. I can do this. This guy ripped me apart earlier playing another game. I know how to do this.
Who are you?
Russell, man.
You're the
solo mid, bro. Yeah, they were showing our home movies from the house. I can't watch the painting part. It makes me really sad. Double if it's just messing. He loves me, man. He's not really. He doesn't. I'm not awkward. He really likes me.
I can tell. I can tell. Well, we're putting on a Hearthstone show here with some of the best players in North America who are going to be competing.
Cardstone, right? Cardstone. That's the Yo tag.
Yeah, Cardstone. That's exactly what it's called.
I'm learning stuff, man.
Yeah. I guess we're into game number 1 here with Dart versus Chalky. Soon.
Let's dance, baby. Which one's which?
Okay, so, well, we're not quite into the game just yet. They're preparing to play at the moment. So
crafting their spells and getting their stuff ready. That's sharpening their weapons.
That's sort of how it works. It kind of works that way. Yeah, I mean it's definitely a heavy fantasy element. You're playing a character trying to battle someone else.
What happened?
Again, they're preparing for the match, so we're getting the spectator set up. So we have everything right, so we can watch them play and broadcast it and see how they function in a competitive environment. And
do I get to be the one that makes fun of them this time? Because the guy like ripped me apart. I wasn't very good at the game. I was.
I mean, it's a tough game. It really is.
Right? Can you run away in this game? Because I'm really good at when I'm like getting beat. I just run away and come back. Because run away, live to fight another day. Right?
That was the battle cry of the Scottish, I believe, when William Wallace was leading them to freedom.
William Wallace, they'll never take our freedom.
They've taken mine. They've taken mine.
This chair's really comfortable.
Yeah, I like them. I'm glad we have these great Maxnomics to sit in for the weekend.
Okay, maybe not that part. Okay, I'm gonna sit up.
The chairs are comfortable. I'm a little uncomfortable, but
you could get like I have a chiropractor, man. He's awesome. He'll fix you right up.
Is that like the TSM chiropractor, or is that your personal one? Or
it's my own personal dude. He's got it. That's the way I bought the van off of. He is door to door. He got a new van. It's got like a little sofa in it.
It's windows.
No. That's bad. You need a window. You need some sunshine. It's got lights inside. Disco ball. It's pretty cool.
Are they neon lights? Are they real lights?
They're like flashing. Like I guess you could call it a strobe. One of them is a strobe, but he doesn't always put that on. Only if you need like psychotherapy, relaxation technique.
Are you familiar with that?
I do it all the time. It makes me who I am. That's how I become such a stable dude.
All right.
I gotta go. I want to.
Well, do you know anything about the game, Russell?
I know that's green around the screen of those frames.
Russell, I'm afraid you're gonna have to stick to League of Legends with the friends that you've made recently. I wish you the best of luck, Russell.
Fine. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm gonna have a beard like that. When my beard grows up, it's gonna be like your beard.
Yeah, hopefully so. Thank you very much, Russell.
You can have your seat back, man. Jeez.
And thank you, security, as well.
It's all on my corner, and then it's like, thanks, security.
Hello, Admirable. I'm back.
Thank you, TJ, for coming back. Man, I wish I was as cool as Russell.
Me too, man. I wish I was a part of TSM.
Same.
Just tape the name TJ onto the back of a black T-shirt and write TSM on the front in Sharpie. That's what he does.
Manages to find his way in. Game number 1 is getting underway. Chalky's going to be on Shaman, and Dart is going to be on Druid. So Chalky, as many of you might know at this point, is a very aggressive player who loves to put pressure on his opponents. And he always seems to find some sort of tech cards that goes into a build. But Lava Shock is definitely one I'm surprised by.
Yeah, he told us last night, he said, I'm debuting a new card in Shaman. And he made us guess what it was. And I couldn't guess for the life of me. Apparently, Chalky's never played Lava Shock before in a tournament before this one. Surprising, considering he's been playing aggressive Shaman since like before aggressive Shaman became one of the most popular decks on the ladder.
Yeah, I remember when it first started creeping up, Chalky and I practiced this deck a lot, and what we found is that Lava Shock just wasn't buying the value that was needed in that slot. And I remember this heading into prelims in winter that we ended up cutting it and going with a heavy Knife Juggler and Haunted Creeper build instead, and that was buying a fantastic win rate for us over the course of that. And as now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure I've ever seen him play Lava Shock in competitive, so that could be the card he was talking about.
Yeah, I think it is. And another little surprising thing is didn't choose to coin out the Totem Golem, which is usually a strong play, especially if you have a 1-mana follow-up. Instead, he decided to play the Sir Finley on turn 1. It now has a little bit of a tough option on turn 2, whether to just play the Totem Golem and ride that into a coin Tuskar Totemic, or maybe to try something a little bit different. But I can't imagine Totem Golem is not going to come down on 1 or 2. Just doesn't seem right to me.
It doesn't seem right, and that's something that we've seen from Chalky sort of over the last year. Is he's really evolved as a player and shown his full range potential. You know, at DreamHack Austin, he won with an almost full control lineup. It is built, and in this situation, the Finley here was, I think, stronger on board given the Living Roots than the Totem Golem would have been. and it also preserves coin to open up his options. And when you have Lava Shock in your build, to me, options seems to be what you're trying to go for.
Just that one card in the build makes your playstyle slightly different, especially if you have it available in your opening hand. So Totem Golem is going to be the play. Maybe he wanted to try and bait out a Wrath early on, try and get a Wrath to be used on the 1/3 and then go with the Totem Golem. But Chalky has, has done some abnormal playstyle. So Dart is going to go ahead and innervate out this Azure Drake. And
wow, that is... I think I would tend to Moonfire here and trade up. That is, I mean, you're killing a Totem Golem for kind of, 2 cards in tempo at this point. When you have Nourish and Blood Mage in your hand, I think you feel comfortable expending. Curious about that one. Dart's favoring the damage and options later on.
Yeah, the options later on are going to be okay. A lot of players can tend to tunnel on the fact that their deck is a combo deck and really be greedy with the pieces of their combo that are used as the win condition, and Moonfire being one of them. He might feel like Moonfire is going to be how he wins this game, but I feel like early board control is going to be how he wins this game. And being able to kill off a Totem Golem and still manage to keep a strong board presence, using an Innervate to do so is a powerful play.
I think if he's coining, this could be a Lava Burst, but it's always hard to predict with Chalky. I know that he'll build board tension a lot of times, but I think Azure Drake's just a little bit too scary, I think, to leave in this spot. And he does have the Lava Shock for next turn, so if he picks up anything reasonable, it's Lava Shock and then that. Otherwise, he can Lava Shock Life Tap. Maybe doesn't even use the Lava Shock at all. The Abusive Sergeants, I think, are really the weak spot in his hand right now. Against Druid, they tend to just be very underwhelming. It's not like the days of old where Druid always had Druid of the Claw, and so Abusive Sergeant was a pivotal card. It just gets hero-powered a lot now.
He gets hero-powered, hasn't really found a good opportunity to use it to trade up. It's kind of hard to find an opportunity to trade up. But Moonfire is almost certainly going to come out now in combination with the hero power to take out the Totem Golem. Dart's riding into a Nourish next turn.
Curious if Hero Power or Power of the Wild's better here. I mean, when you're riding into Nourish, I think ideally you'd like to have the extra power on board to try to answer a threat.
So trade in with the 1/1 and then play Power of the Wild as a Panther?
I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, I think that's got some
the only option in the hand right now is really Nourish. We've seen Dart play it more straightforward so far this game, though. So it'll be interesting to see where this goes. Very, very contrasting styles, I'd say.
So options here are play Abusive Sergeants or Lava Shock and Life Tap. Do you want to open up the crystals to just be able to get an extra card?
Well, the Abusive Sergeants, I think, are interesting here, but when your opponent has the 1/1s out, it's very difficult to justify. And the options are just kind of poor. And my question on the Lava Shock is, do you even kill the Blood Mage here? At this point, Dart has 2 cards in hand. Nourish or Azure Drake's one of the worst things you could see in Chalky's perspective. So the Abusive Sergeants might be able to get value if Dart is choosing to Nourish for cards. It's going to be Life Tap by itself and save that Lava Shock for another day.
I like this. Like you said, options is the big thing. He knows that his play next turn is most likely going to be Doomhammer, which means that the following turn he'll be able to unlock crystals with Lava Shock to make for a really powerful turn.
2 Raven Idols in hand with an Arcane Giant. This is going to be bad news for Chalky, I think. This game is quickly getting out of control.
Yeah, he needs to build up a very strong board very quickly. And Doomhammer might be on his mind, but even Tuskar Totemic plus Totem Golem to just try and build up a board might have some merit in as well. The thing is a lot of times you want to keep the board clear, especially against Druid, before you try and build up a board of your own. Doomhammer can sort of protect it. Yeah, that's scary.
When your opponent just lost 3 cards, the likelihood of swipe just skyrocketed.
Or the likelihood of just removal spells. Living Roots, second Moonfire, second Wrath. All of those things have to be playing into his mind.
I think it's the best play, but it's not a very strong one. This is the matchup where Doomhammer needs to service his damage, not his board control. Woo! Well, Chalky's going to need a little help here because it's going to get ugly really quick.
Chalky is probably dead. He can Violet Teacher and play both Raven Idols, and if one of these Raven Idols picks up an Innervate, he can Power of the Wild.
I am ready to learn.
And Dart, I think Dart's in a position where he will take risks versus Chalky. I don't think he's going to respect the possibility of Lightning Storm. I think he's going to put Chalky to pressure test after pressure test, knowing that against a player of Chalky's caliber, it's going to be difficult to get an edge otherwise.
It's interesting to note that he's playing Power of the Wild Violet Teacher, but he's also playing the Miracle package.
I mean, Violet Teacher's a strong card.
It's very strong, but a lot of times you don't see that being played. It's mostly, hard removal packed into the deck with Gets and Auctioneers. You play like more 3-drops to sort of make up for the fact that your early game's not going to be as powerful since you're playing Malagos, and they're just going to go ahead and pass on this one. Rockbiter picked up, but Chalky just doesn't have enough burn in his hand to go for a strategy where he's going to try and race Dart, especially since he's already at 19. There's a Violet Teacher on the board. That thing's got to die.
Yeah, the Rockbiter will answer the Violet Teacher at least. It can push 5 damage as well, but using that 5 damage on face when you actually kind of want to clear 1/1s here, is there a chance that Chalky literally uses that Rockbiter to clear a 1/1 and the Violet Teacher? This is tough. He's very far behind right now, and he feels that, obviously. He's got to find a way to get back into this one, and the options are very slim so far. The 2 Abusive Sergeants and Lava Shock, he drew a lot of utility early on, and it's punishing him now.
So if he plays Rockbiter, kills the Violet Teacher, and Lava Shocks the 1/1, he'll have 3 mana left. He can play Tuskar Totemic. So I think Tuskar Totemic's going to come first to evaluate, and we'll see what he gets. Looks like it's going to be a Mana Tide. That's pretty good.
I still think clearing the 1/1 here is superior than the damage push.
His hand says board control game, but it's really tough to throw 5 damage into a 1/1. Let's see. Dart got a lot of removal in his hand. He's going to make a powerful play here with Arcane Giant, most likely. So he can Mark of the Wild, trade into the Mana Tide. Wrath, the Tuskar Totemic. That'll be 2 extra spells. The Arcane Giant will be 3. And he'll have 3 mana left. So he could Living Roots for 1. It'll be 2.
He's got a lot of options, and they're all good.
Yeah.
That's the hard part here. So, I mean, Mark of the Wild, I think, is clearly slated. I'm not sure he's getting a better opportunity. Maybe he wants to couple it onto the Arcane Giant. Get a little bit greedy here.
All right, so this means the Living Roots is going to the Tuskar Totemic.
It's going to be Power of the Wild for a 3/2 and then Arcane Golem, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, so he wants to Mark of the Wild the Arcane Giant. He wants that to be his closing effect.
That's actually a little bit stronger than using Mark of the Wild to trade the last turn because of the Doomhammer.
Yeah, I mean, putting out 6 damage on to Chalky while you have an Arcane Giant on board sets up lethal. But this is like effectively setting up lethal. Chalky just doesn't have the options to come back from this. I think he just loses. And the Mana Tides, I mean, normally you're very happy to see those, but it's just not going to be enough.
Well, this is a really strong turn from Chalky, but the strong turn came very late in the game. He's going to be able to play Tuskar Totemic, Totem Golem, and Thing from below. But is he just dead anyway? It depends how Chalky trades these, and he's actually going to try and isolate the Arcane Giant, which is really smart. He's going to take some damage in doing so. But that is game. Swipe Hero Power and Mark of the Wild will end the game for Dart.
Yeah, just strong setup from Dart, turn after turn, and a couple of weak turns from Chalky bought Dart more than enough time to do it. And Druid, even though I'd say it's not favored in this matchup, it's very powerful, and when you navigate it properly, you will come out ahead sometimes. So Dart going to take game number 1 here, and a pretty, I think you kind of expect Druid to win at some point, but it still feels bad to lose to it on the first try. I mean, you want to get 1 win off this deck. And Chalky has Rogue, he's got Mage, he's got his own Druid. His lineup is supposed to be strong versus Druid, I think, and losing this on game 1 puts him at a bigger disadvantage than I would normally consider a player at when they lose game 1.
Yeah, very true. And, still a lot of Hearthstone left to be played. Best of 7s, we've seen these go any way throughout the weekend. Most of the time, though, the player that gets the lead has been the player that's been closing it out. It seems like the decks are The players' strategies are either lining up really well against their opponent or they're not lining up really well against their opponent. We're not seeing what we saw a month ago where all of the decks were the same. There's so much variety over the course of the weekend, what we've seen so far, that some of these matchups have been pretty one-sided. We've seen 3 best of 7s, but we've seen, 2 4-0s, we've seen a 4-1, we've seen a couple 4-2s. So I don't know. It's tough to come back in a situation like this, but Jockey does have, he's confident in his lineup.
Yeah, that's something you're just going to see basically when new cards are in the mix. Is the lists will get a little bit unrefined. Players are still discovering what the right mixes of cards are. We've talked to a few players this weekend, and some of them have said that after seeing the day one play, that they sort of regret a couple of their choices in hindsight. So that is a big thing to talk about, is the fact that the fourth wing of Karazhan was available 2 days ago. Players had 24 hours, less than 24 hours to test their cards and submit their lists with Wing 4 of Karazhan available. So this is about the freshest of metagame that you can see at a high level right now. And so I'm in total agreement with you. I think that the variety is wide open at the moment. And, as towards the later stages of that, you'll see more refined lists. But until then, it's whoever's preparing best right now is going to be taking it, not whoever understands the matchups the most necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of tough to predict what cards are going to be good. Classically, players have been very poor at predicting good cards from sets. Even if you look at polls and websites that have tracked card ratings pre-release, they've been bad. The highest rated card from Whispers of the Old Gods by the Hearthstone community and by a collection of pro players was Master of Evolution from Whispers of the Old God set.
Yeah, that was not me. My number one card was Flame Wreath Faceless.
So two Shaman 4-drops were released with Whispers of the Old Gods. One being Flame Wreath Faceless and one being Master of Evolution. And Master of Evolution got, on average, on a scale of 5, almost half of a point higher rating than Flame Wreath Faceless. So it's hard for players to predict what cards are going to be good. They think a deck is going to go a certain way, but until you test it, you don't know for sure.
That's the thing about it, is on face value, a lot of cards are much stronger than they are in a vacuum than they are when you actually throw them into a metagame. With Master of Evolution, for instance, it was difficult for Shamans to find a significant trade on the board and then also to get value from Master of Evolution. It was much better to just find significant trades on the board, let those minions die, and play a 7/7 instead.
Turns out raw power on curve is pretty good in Hearthstone.
It has historically been so. You look at Pilot to Shredder, you look at Mysterious Challenger, you look at Dr. Boom. I mean, Trogzor, for all intents and purposes, was a good card. It was so overshadowed by Dr. Boom that Trogzor became literally unplayable.
Trogzor was the highest rated card by pro players and by the general community of Hearthstone in all of GVG.
And I'm part of that. I very much underestimated the power level of Dr. Boom. To me, I saw that and was like, this is a giant big game hunter target. What I didn't really consider is that sometimes the Boombots get to trade into the big game hunter and then also buy you value back on board, which that tempo is a form of card advantage. When you're the one dictating the value from your cards instead of your opponent, you will end up on the favorable side of things.
All right, well, game number 2 here, Dart versus Jockey, and it looks like Dart is going to throw out the Zoo Warlock with double Malkazir Zimp
Well, it's got
and
two Horse
double
Riders.
Argent Horse Riders as well. This is a weird deck already.
Yeah, so Argent Horse Rider crept into a lot of Zoo builds when they just didn't want to run Doom Guards that much, and they wanted Argent Horse Rider as a more consistent way to play a card, and then also a way to unlock power overwhelming when they weren't willing to commit to Leroy Jenkins because it was weak when you're fighting for the board, a thing that Zoo really wants to do. What's interesting to me is that Dart's playing Argent Horse Riders and Malkazar Zimp. So Malkazar Zimp could be in here simply for the strength of a 1/3 demon, but it could also just be in here with a lot of discard and Argent Horse Rider alongside of it.
Very true. Dart picking up some great stuff here on his next couple of draws. Direwolf Alpha's going to allow him to trade into this Cold Sorcerer. Jockey's got a decent hand as well. He's got Arcane Missiles, which is a great way to fight against the early board of Zoo. He also has Flame Waker plus Mirror Image, so he can hide that behind it. This turn, I can imagine, is probably just going to be Arcane Missiles to try and land one shot in the Direwolf Alpha to get a ping off on it.
I'd be very surprised if Shocky chose to go for Sorcerer's Apprentice here, but at the same time, if you Sorcerer's Apprentice and then Mirror Image, and you draw a spell that costs 2 or less, you can drop Flame Waker, Arcane Missiles, and then also that spell. And given the way the board state just panned out, Chalky's very far behind at this point, and it might be a necessary risk, but I don't have a problem with just playing Flame Waker here either. If Flame Waker's not set up to directly trade on board, it's prior to your opponent having access to Defender of Argus or to Dark Iron Dwarf.
Or to Abusive Sergeant or Soulfire. I think it's very risky to play.
I agree with you. It is very risky. But
wow! What?
Oh, okay. Now it's definitely Sorcerer's
Now it's definitely Sorcerer's Apprentice Mirror Image. Yeah.
That was.
Well, I don't know.
No. Yes, it is definitely Sorcerer's Apprentice Mirror Image here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say because then he doesn't have a spell to combo with Flame Waker, so he'd have to draw into a spell next turn to make it reasonable.
I'm shocked.
I actually really like this hold because now he has Flame Waker Mirror Image next turn.
Whoa, Lance Carrier is a really interesting one. That's a card we haven't seen in Zoo builds outside of the Wrathguard versions.
I told you the other day I was playing Lance Carrier in my discard Zoo.
You were playing it. I do remember that.
I like it a lot.
Well, I mean, if we don't Sorcerer's Apprentice Mirror Image and Hero Power this turn, I don't know when it's happening.
Yeah, now that he's drawn a spell to couple with it, and now that the imp game boss is on the board, which makes Flame Waker not that good, I think Flame Waker in this matchup is better to hold until you know that you're going to get a lot of value out of it, or immediate value out of it. Whether you know that it's going to survive a turn and you're going to get a lot of value out of it the next turn, or if you're just going to cash in right away.
I don't even think it's that good here. Look at the board you're staring at. What's this Flame Waker going to do? Give your opponent extra imps?
Yeah.
This looks bad.
You can draw cards.
And this is something else I was looking at too, is we could have gotten the Flame Waker on board going into the Imp Gang boss turn. And then if you draw the right spell, you could just outright win. And so I think he's relegated to this. But
this is really risky.
Chalky needs some good rolls on these, and 2 very fantastic cards picked up, but that's the first bad one. It's decent. So finds a good trade with it, but say goodbye to Flame Waker.
Lance Carrier is going to be able to be picked up here. Lance Carrier into Arch and Horse Rider. This board is so tough to deal with. Lance Carrier, one of the reasons why it's become a little bit popular is because of all the ping and whirlwind effects that have become popular in the current meta.
I would have much preferred to see Life Tap here from Dart. He can get the exact same amount of damage with Abusive Sergeant and start building his card economy again. The way he's going to lose this game is if the board ends up getting checked and he runs out of gas. The damage is, I don't think, a big of a concern with him, especially with the Abusive Sergeant buys him the exact same amount of damage. I think he could have just gotten an extra Life Tap here in this game.
That's actually a good point. You know, that ping cannot be underestimated. Ping can just keep mages in the game against Zoo, especially with all these 1-health minions. All of a sudden, Chalky just plays Mana Worm, Arcane Blast, and Ping here, and the board is almost like an even trade.
You can just Frostbolt too. I mean, just try to keep things under wraps.
Sure, yeah.
I don't think he Frostbolts, but he has an option to, and the Mana Worm fights very strong on a board texture like this.
And then if he draws into Arcane Missiles or something to contest the board a little bit in the future turns, Chalky might be home free.
And the way that we've seen Chalky use resources so far, I wouldn't be surprised if he Frostbolted, but I think he's looking to save that for like a Darkshire Councilman, to finish off a Doom Guard, something in that realm. It's a heavy consideration for it here, though. I like the play. Okay, as painful as that feels, this forces Dart to have something from hand to answer the Mana Worm.
And Dart goes ahead and draws Defender of Argus, which is going to be great. He can use the Abusive Sergeant on the Imp to pick off the Mana Worm, and the Defender of Argus is Lance Carrier and his...
Whoa, what? He could have protected both 1-health minions here. Dart is really underestimating the hero power here. It's playing it's a lot of disrespect to it so far, and this could cost him quite a bit.
The light protects me.
I don't know. I really don't know. Well, Barnes can't really pull anything apart from Mage right here, I don't think. Unless it's Flame Waker, exactly. But even then, he doesn't have any spells to couple with it. So now, next turn, Barnes, I think, is going to be powerful because you have the opportunity to pull Flame Waker, Archmage Tonitis if he has it in the deck.
And Defender Varg is still good here, but now he's got 2 of them, and it looks way worse.
Doesn't pick him a one-drop.
So Malchezaar's is in here for that Demon Fire. When you have 6 one-drop minions, Demon Fire is an incredibly flexible spell.
Oh, we'll see this draw. Really impactful draw. Azure Drake, not the best.
I think we're seeing a Barnes here.
It depends what's in his deck. It depends what he thinks Barnes can pull that's great. Flame Waker. Yogg.
I heard the battle cry, and like I was just like, ah! And I was like, oh, wait. He doesn't get it.
If only Yogg was whenever Yogg is summoned onto a board.
Be great with effigy right now. Either way, the Barnes is still just strong. It's 2 bodies. It's enabling damage. He's using his curve effectively. He rolls into Azure Drake and into Fireball next turn.
I think Chalk is just a little bit too far behind right now. The early board got out of control a little bit too much. And even though Dart has made, I think, a little bit of inefficient plays, I just feel like he's already at 12. He's going to have no board.
It's rough. I mean, he needs a big draw right here. And Fireball's not it.
Azure Drake into Fireball on the 3-4. Feels like such a weak play.
Cult Sorcerer is no help either. But it's the play he's got to make. So Dart with any significant draw here is basically going to close this game.
Wrathguard.
Yeah,
I guess Wrathguard's really good with Demon Fire.
He's just trying to get aggressive. I mean, Wrathguard isn't a bad card. The problem is that Zudex and focus more on board control than damage pushes. It's been fairly unplayable unless you play a list like this one. So Chalky is basically going to need something in the realm of Flame Strike or multiple burn spells to come back from this one.
Maybe Mirror Image to try and buy him some time to get back onto the board. Mana Worm's not what he needs. There's Mirror Image, so Mana Worm, Fireball, Mirror Image can buy him some time. He can isolate only Defender Vargas and the 1/1 onto the board. He might have a chance.
Suddenly the Mana Worm looks like it's very strong. The question here is there any consideration to future draws that would make you want to play Cult Sorcerer instead of Mana Worm? So say he drew. I'm trying to think of something that costs like
anything.
Firelands Portal. If you drew Firelands Portal, he can mix in a hero power with the Mana Worm next turn.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like you'd rather have more damage onto the Mana Worm. But he's going to go... This is also mana efficient, so we're going to go with that. Also, it puts more damage on the face immediately because he gets the extra damage on the Wrathguard with the Fireball. So that's basically an 8 damage burn. And Flame Whip is a terrible draw for Dart.
Yeah, I mean, at this point...
He can't even kill the second Mirror Image. Demon Fire is okay because he can clear off the Azure Drake or the Cult Sorcerer.
It's actually a really good draw because at this point now he gets to Demon Fire actually one of the Mirror Image tokens and then put the Argent Squire into the Azure Drake and keep 3 minions around and cut some of the damage source. I think it's actually Demon Fire onto a Mirror Image token here.
That's better because then he clears off the Mirror Image right away and still gets to kill the Azure Drake.
Well, is that worth a Divine Shield, though?
I think so, because right now you just want to try and push as much damage. Well, I don't know, because then the ping kills it. Then you have one less minion on the board.
It's honestly a pretty tough decision. I think this is better. I mean, you look at the race that's happening right now. Dart could realistically lose. Oh my
goodness!
The hero power is significant here too. Now he gets to play the Mana Worm. He gets to use the Firelands Portal, clear off the Argent Squire, and then clear off the remaining minion.
All right, what 5 health minions give you an immediate point of damage? Leroy Jenkins Doomguard. Is there anything that's buff next to it? Nah, he's going for value.
Oh, you definitely.
Or if he gets a taunt, if he gets Vent Creeper, Crazed Worshipper,
Urubashi Berserker. But he can start hero powering that and buff it up.
I think Chalky's done it. Dart doesn't have a sequence of draws that can get him there, I don't think.
Doomguard into Power Overwhelming.
Wrathguard is terrible.
That is the worst draw in Dart's deck at the moment.
And so Chalky can ping his Gurabashi Berserker next turn to bring it up to 5.
And Beard's no help either. He's got to play him, though. He has to play for his out, which is literally charge damage right now. Second Fire Lance Portal! Back-to-back huge draws for Chalky are going to end game number 2. Playing to the hero power with the Mana Wyrm the turn after was potentially significant in this game. It pulled some of the power overwhelming outs that could have potentially been available for Dart here. Chalky just... honestly, the draws were so powerful towards the end. He's very fortunate to come away with a win in this one, but he navigated it about as perfectly as you possibly could. And Dart in this one, I think that the extra life tap wasn't consequential in this game, but I think he was taking the right stance for the most part, which is push as much damage as he could.
Yeah, but I don't know. There was a couple plays early on that weaving in life taps or, not weaving in life taps would have been stronger plays. You talked about the turn where he actually played the Argent Horse Rider instead of getting an extra card. We talked about the turn after where he could have made a strong play with Defender Vargas to protect his minions from pings.
That was the critical one right there. That, I think, is where the game snowballed.
And he didn't really need that much damage from that point on. It's not about whether or not he could push the 2 extra damage or not. It's about whether or not he keeps his minions alive. Like, it's the hero power from Chalky. Chalky just hero powered every turn. And every turn with the hero power, he took out a minion. And that was it. Dart lost so much steam because he didn't protect his minions well enough. And I don't think he had like disrespect for the bad draws in his own deck, I feel like. And so Chalky's going to take that one. A little bit of a messy game, but he's going to come away with it.
Yeah, I do totally agree with you on that one, too. I think Dart very much did disrespect the hero power from Chalky. We talked about this in the Dragon Warrior versus Zoo matchup, where the Fire Blast is actually one of the best hero powers versus Zoo, because their taunts can't protect their 1 health minions. You're not taking damage to deal with things. It helps you just clean up everything so well versus a deck that focuses on having small minions that you can get value from when you buff them. And the fact that he didn't protect with the Defender Vargas in that one turn cost him a lot in that one. Other than that, I think it was fairly well played. But that turn was the most critical one of the game, I think.
Yeah, and who knows, could have played a part. Small things like that make Hearthstone games. A lot of players tend to look at the draws later on in the game, but sometimes players can find themselves in better positions with very small changes to their decision making. So, back to jump into game number 3 here in just a moment. Decks left remaining for both players. Druid, Rogue, and Shaman left for Chalky. We know that the Shaman is Aggro Shaman with Lava Shock. And Mage, Warlock, Warrior for Dart. We know the Warlock is Zoo. Warrior probably Dragon Warrior, and Mage probably Tempo Mage. Dart is an open tournament grinder, at least when he has the time for it. So he's going to be playing, the perceived best decks, I feel.
You could definitely say that a lot of times, but Dart in the past has historically been very strange with some of his deck choices. I'm recalling tournaments where he played Control Mage with Molten Giants and Echo of Medivh. I'm thinking of times, just for this one, for instance, where he's playing the Wrathguard Zoo, which we saw 6-0 play to a win. I believe it was
Star Ladder.
And his warrior builds have been all over the place at times. I mean, Dart is one of the players I think is most interesting to watch from a deck building perspective, because he's probably the most willing of all the players in this tournament to take risks with that.
Dart is also sort of a player that doesn't really have too much to lose. I mean, he flew in like late last night because, he had shifts at his as a medical intern, at a hospital all week long, and came off a 6-hour shift, flew here. And so I think he's like, you know what, I'm just going to come here. I'm going to build some cool decks, maybe try out some new things, and try and use my deck building skills in a situation where cards have only been out for 24 hours and see if I can pull some wins. And then, maybe that's also a thing that he wanted to do instead of just bringing the best decks, the Fab Four, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of tying into that risk. I mean, he is a player that will throw caution to the wind and put faith in his deck building.
All right, well, jumping into game number 3 here. It's all tied up 1-1. Chalky with the Shaman once again, and Dart with the Warlock.
That Lava Shock. I just don't understand it. Like, it just looks so weird. Maybe Chalky's figured out something that I don't know, but that is a weird-looking card.
Chalky last night was trying to defend like a bunch of different things to me. He was talking about like Lava Shock and Shaman. He was talking about running one
too specific on things because people haven't seen his decks. But
I know. But these are indicative of his decks because I didn't even know at this point. He was talking to me about like specific tech choices, and he was saying, "Have you ever seen the movie Moneyball?
Of course, that's a wonderful movie.
Well, there's the old men that actually draft the players, that draft players based off of feeling, because the things that they've done have worked for so long. And then Brad Pitt and Jonah Hill come in and they say, well, we're going to base it off statistics. Chalky is the Brad Pitt in that scenario, and he made this comparison himself. I'm not calling him that. He called himself that because he's basing it off statistics, while he thinks a lot of pro players base their choices and their deck choices based off feel and what has worked well for them in the past. And Chalky's not about that. He'll make a decision based off of statistics alone.
Yeah, it's a wonderful movie. Those of you interested in the baseball and how it changed, Bill James was the one responsible for making a lot of changes to how people approach baseball. It's a very interesting movie. It's fairly historically accurate. Obviously, Brad Pitt's in it, so there's got to be that wonderful embellishment that he provides. But yeah, that is the way to approach Hearthstone, honestly. At its very core, it is a data-driven game.
If someone were to ever make a movie about how statistics changed Hearthstone, Brad Pitt would play the role of Chalky.
I was thinking the character who played McLovin.
Yeah, maybe that would be a little bit better.
What's that guy's name? John Tortoro, I think, would be fantastic as Chalky.
Danny DeVito.
That's me.
That's you in the movie.
I'm hoping to one day get big enough in terms of working out, so that way the Mountain could play me. That's my 5-year goal.
Okay. Good luck with that one. He's really tall.
You do the camera shots to make him look shorter. All the movie magic they do, they know how to make it work.
All right,
I'm
fair
talking
enough.
Physique, not height.
Fair enough. Shoulders up.
Yeah.
Pecs up. There you go.
Why isn't Admirable ever wearing a shirt in this movie?
Buying or selling.
Well, there's a Hearthstone game going on. Surprise, surprise. And Chalky picked the Mage Ping off of Sir Finley Murgleton. Definitely going to help against Zoo. But at the moment, Dart, again, sort of run away with the board. This has been the story of the day for Chalky. He's had to fight back from a tough board position throughout the whole match so far.
And this time he's actually got a lot of tools to work with, though. Feral Spirits, Argent Horse Rider just picked up. He's got Lava Shock and Rockbiter in hand alongside Coin. There's a lot of things to think about over the next 2 turns and how your game plan actually looks. Step number 1 is diffuse the board situation. Step number 2 is figure out the most efficient way to do it. So this is definitely a tough one. I mean, it's looking like Feral Spirit and Coin the Rockbiter and the Flame Imp is fantastic, but that could potentially be weak to Defender of Argus. Now, that being said, he does have Lava Shock and Hero Power to follow up on that if that happens. So, still some reasonable stuff to think about here.
I was going to say, if he Feral Spirits coins Rockbiter, his plays for next turn aren't that great. But the thing is, the Mage Ping opens up a lot of opportunities for him to use board control. Next turn, he would have been able to coin Argent Horse Rider if he didn't use Lava Shock, if he had just used Feral Spirits. But you have to play to the board, and like you said, Lava Shock Hero Power can open up a lot of opportunities for him. Even Lava Shock Flame Tongue Totem, if Dart were to just play something big here, which is doubtful based off of his deck, is an option. So this still leaves Chalky with some options going into next turn.
Dark Peddler trying to fish for something very significant here. And with a Soulfire already in hand, I mean, normally that Soulfire looks pretty decent, but with one already in hand, I don't think this is the time to take a risk. I mean, even if you choose to go for the double Soulfire here and it succeeds, he's only pushing 3 damage and preserving 5 power or 6 health on board. So I don't think that's a risk that Dart is necessarily looking to take this game. Could take Soulfire and try to go for 1 Soulfire now and 1 later. I think that's okay.
Well, let's see. Soulfire's played and it discards Flame Imp.
Wow, he's actually taking this. Well, this is it. This is the push from Dart.
This is not what I had in mind when I heard about discard Warlock. You're supposed to play cards that give you benefits when you discard them, not Wrathguard and Flame Imp. But I guess those aren't the best cards to have in this matchup. They both sort of damage yourself in a way. But now, I mean, Dart's out of resources, and Chalky's going to be riding into a Doomhammer turn, which means he can just try and stop some of the bleeding right now, use Doomguard to keep control of the board, and then start to develop minions to push damage.
Doomhammer, and you're thinking of Doomguard for Dart. If
Doomhammer, I'm sorry, Doomhammer, yeah.
If Dart draws Doomguard here, he probably runs away with this game.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't draw Doomguard here, he could be in bad shape. I mean, he's got a few other ones that are very good too. I mean, Defender of Argus is strong. Any Imp Gang boss is fine here. Even Wrathguard's totally okay here. Stuff like Flame Imp, though, this is what's going to get caught by the Doomhammer, and these are the draws that Dart doesn't want right now.
Not at all. He's going to push some damage here. That's one thing that he's going to have going for him, but Doomhammer can do so much work against a board like this.
Yeah, Chalky's going to go to a very low life total in this game.
Maybe it's just better to Horse Rider ping.
I don't think it is. Doomhammer is going to... So right now you would pay 5 health to go to 13. You would fall to 10 from the attacks, and then you have Argent Horse Rider and Lightning Bolts to clear up the rest of the board with the Doomhammer next turn. So you're going to fall to like the 7-ish range, but if you don't do that, you could potentially just fall a lot lower and then not get the value from Doomhammer necessary. So I think I'd like to see him use the Doomhammer this turn, but he is going to go for the Argent Horse Rider hero power, so he has something in mind that I don't right now. I'm very surprised by this.
This saves him a lot of health, and this is going to trade into 3 things on the board. Because it trades pretty much automatically into one of those two, unless a Defender of Argus comes out.
That's a good point. I wasn't thinking about the follow-up.
And he can do Doomhammer Lightning Bolt next turn to have like a bigger swing. But if Dart doesn't pick up something that he can play here, a Defender of Argus he can't play, and he's not going to have a board next turn.
Yeah, this is... Now Chalky suddenly might not even have to play Doomhammer if he draws strong enough.
Is that strong enough? Is Totem Golem Lightning Bolt Ping better? It might be. You overload for 2, so you still keep Doomhammer for next turn. You develop something on the board to challenge.
It would be consistent with last turn.
Yeah, again, you're taking less damage overall, and you're prioritizing development over Doomhammer.
What I'm thinking about here is that Dart just life tapped and held a 3-cost card that in his hand that obviously either is a buff that he needs or costs more than 3 mana. So when you think about those things, Power Overwhelming are likely. Defender of Argus is pretty likely. Doomguard is also pretty likely.
If Doomguard's the case, I like Totem Golem better.
Sure, but if any of the other ones are the case, the Doomhammer is definitely better.
Oh, this is so weak. Oh my goodness. That is not good for Dart.
And that thing from below, not castable this turn, but is going to very quickly get online. This is a Lightning Bolt, Totem Golem, hero power turn, and start pushing damage. Roll into Flame Tongue, thing from below.
I like the ping here and the trade onto the Defender of Argus instead.
Either way, it doesn't. So you use the Lightning Bolt for sure.
Yeah, and then you
hero power and a Doomhammer shot for sure. You get to play Totem Golem.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, I thought you meant push for damage all face with the Doomhammer. This is what it looks like.
TJ's just throwing his hands forward in some weird manner that's difficult to describe.
I'll do it again.
Did you see it this time, guys?
What about now?
Oh! That's the worst draw on the deck! Now it's suddenly not the worst draw on the deck!
Now it's okay. Still going to get traded into, though.
I think Relow's going to stop it as well. I mean, he's got multiple ways to shut this off at this point.
Oh, wow. Okay, so thing from below, Abusive Sergeant, and just push.
Could be Flame Tongue Totem as well. I think push is on the menu here, though. At this point, Dart actually, I don't think he has a sequence of draws that kills you if you have thing from below out. Jockey agrees.
Doomguard doesn't kill you, but it does die, and it forces your opponent to trade, and you're just going to win next turn anyway as long as one thing survives onto the board. So Dart needs a
wealth of draws right now.
I was going to say he needs something big, but I don't even know if there's a single draw in his deck that can do it. That's going to allow him to trade into the...
Facing lethal on board afterwards.
Yeah, he's dead. Just to see a concede from Dart here. And Jockey goes up 2-1, once again fighting back from a big early board deficit to find a win.
Yeah, that Argent Horse Rider turn over the Doomhammer was a very critical one. If he had gone for Doomhammer, you were right. He definitely would have taken too much damage by the end of that stage. And so saving the health by not actually attacking into Flame Imp bought him a lot of time. And that was the motion that was being made during the face discussion. But it bought him a lot of extra health and a lot of extra time and left him more comfortable than he had been had he chose to go for the Doomhammer development.
Yeah. And so, I mean, Chalky's been navigating these really well. Is there a weakness in Dart's deck? Is this Zoo deck just not getting the job done? It doesn't. It feels like it doesn't have a lot of the oomph that, or the consistency of draws that the normal Zoo decks have, and like he doesn't have enough discard to sort of make the playstyle that he's going for work. Maybe a Darkshire Librarian would be better to get to replenish his resources a little bit more.
Could still be in there. I mean, we haven't seen the full list yet.
Sure, yeah. We've seen a lot of it though. I think we got down to 8 cards in one of the games. So I don't know, but he's got a lot of minions that interact with an already developed board with Lance, double Lance Carrier, double Defender Vargas, double Abusive Sergeant, double Demon Fire. Is that not consistent enough? It's hard to tell at this point. Because
to me, the Lance Carrier has felt like the weak link.
Yeah, I mean, last game he had to Defender Vargas, a lone Lance Carrier. That's a 1/2. He got brought up to a 2/3. He spent 6 mana to develop 2 2/3s.
That's part of the victim of getting the board chewed apart, too. I mean, Zoo is a synergy-based deck. You need minions on board to get value from your buffs. Dart is clearly heavily relying on a minion in Demon Fire, which I think is very strong, but the Lance Carrier isn't quite doing the same job that Demon Fire is. It doesn't actually buff the minion's health that you're targeting. So unless you're trading up specifically, you fail to get further value out of it. And Lance Carrier has historically been a very weak option for any aggressive deck simply because of the 2 mana slot. Direwolf Alpha has almost always been superior, and we've seen that kind of the case here. Not that Direwolf Alpha would have won him these games, but when you choose to play Lance Carrier, you're kind of by nature also choosing to play a more aggressive build. Thus the Wrath Guards, and that seems to be costing Dart some staying power in these games.
It seems like Zoo has struggled a lot so far in this entire tournament, and I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see the evolution of that over the course. How many players will actually make it into the winner side of the bracket with Zoo as one of their decks? How many people are going to make it to the finals? Chalky though doesn't even have Warlock in his lineup. He's got Rogue and he's got Druid left remaining. Rogue. Probably a standard rogue. I would guess a questing adventurer rogue. The druid was did we see the druid in game 1?
We haven't seen the druid from Chalky yet.
Okay, so it's either token or Malagos most likely. Or token Malagos like Dart ran, it seemed.
Could be Beast. I mean, Menagerie Druid, or Menagerie Warden rather, was released recently, and that's a deck that Chalky would have had time to test in this situation. And we alongside the GNC boys, I played the Beast Druid lineup that we had built for summer preliminaries, and I piloted it to a 5-2 record, which unfortunately is enough to get eliminated for $0. But the deck was totally fine, and in the right situations, you can find a lot of strong wins there. The telling part to me is that Chalky has not brought Warlock, and this has been a case for multiple tournaments in a row at this point. When a player who loves to be as aggressive as Chalky isn't bringing Hunter and he isn't bringing Warlock, that tells me those decks are in a bad spot.
It's true, and he had the same lineup for prelims where he brought a lineup that was weak to Shaman, and he would ban Shaman and not bring Zoo Warlock. So we'll see if it's working out for him. He's up 2-1 in the series as we move in to game number 4. Chalky with the Rogue and Dart with what appears to be a Tempo Mage.
Tempo Mage is sort of such a weird name for it too. Like when I looked at Flo's list from prelims, he actually named it not Tempo.
It's like Value Mage.
Sort of, yeah. It was playing with Acolytes of Pains and Forgotten Torches, and it wanted to just play a answer things 1-for-1 game until you scale it to your later power, which your later power is massive card draw, Firelands Portal, Yogg-Saron. It can play a quick game with the right hand, but that's not the main goal. That's honestly kind of plan B, even though that one often takes precedent when you get the right draw. It's a weird situation.
Tempo Mage used to be so dependent on its early game, but the flexibility that it's got with new cards. If you look at Firelands Portal, if you look at Cult Sorcerer, it's much more consistent now. We saw Phone Tap yesterday beat a Reno Lock on turn 4 with Tempo Mage. They can still pull out those quick wins because they have the resources for it, but they can also win long, grindy games, especially if you have cards tucked in there like Kabbalist Tome. Firelands Portal can 2-for-1 just about any card in the game, in the mid to late game, so they've gotten a lot of tools.
I don't like calling games early, but this is probably a loss for Chalky. This matchup, I think, is already a little bit bad. He mulliganed away a Shadow Strike in his opening hand, which I think is correct in this matchup. The only profitable target is generally Flamewaker. He's going to be facing down Mana Worm here, which he's backstabbing, and then he's going to be facing down Sorcerer Apprentice, Cult Sorcerer, 2 Flamewakers, and he's already drawn 2 copies of Cold Blood.
I have written off players that draw double Cold Blood early in rogue games But if he has a minion that sticks and he draws a conceal, he can just win the game in 2 turns. That can happen.
Well, he's going to have to figure something out here because he's either taking 9 to handle his Soul Shard with hero power, or he's using an Eviscerate right now. And if he chooses to use an Eviscerate, that tells Dart a lot about Chalky's hand. I honestly think taking 9 might be a necessity here, and rolling into Tomb Pillager preparation to Eviscerate the next turn.
I think I'm taking 9. But Chalky has different plans. He's going to go ahead and Eviscerate.
He doesn't like taking 9 damage from a single card. That I can tell you.
I don't either. But sometimes you have to. Chalky doesn't think that's a necessity. Draws Fan of Knives, which is interesting, which is good because it's cycle. He also has the prep to go along with it.
The problem with not taking 9 damage is this exact situation right here. Suddenly, with that Eviscerate, Dart knows that he's basically free to play a Flamewaker here. When the Flamewaker hits the board and it's faced by 2 Pillager, it's just oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
This is a runaway game for Dart at this point. Arcane Missiles is effectively +4 damage in this spot.
7 damage for 0 mana.
And Chalky is in a world of hurt. Without perfect draws, I don't think Chalky can win.
And I don't even know what would be perfect draws. I guess second fan is a start.
Backstab into Fan of Knives into draw second fan would have been pretty perfect. But Fan of Knives into Fan of Knives may be able to buy him a little bit of time. If he picks an SI7 agent here as well, Fan of Knives into prep Fan SI7 agent can give him some time as well. But that's about it. I mean, he literally needs a perfect draw right here.
And he realizes this. If he knows that he needs a perfect draw right now, he's going to prep the fan in case he draws something big with the Fan of Knives that he needs to play. But he draws Southsea Deckhand actually will allow him to not clear, but take a lot of this damage off the board.
It's pretty reasonable, honestly. And Shadow Strike picked up to deal with the next threat. So he can begin the damage mitigation. But I think this is going to be a situation where Dart actually finds a Frostbolt onto face to try to protect this Flamewaker and buy a little extra damage.
Yeah. Frostbolt probably going to be the most damage this is going to be, but Dart does draw dead. I mean, Archmage Antonitis is not doing anything in the hand right now.
I think not Frostbolting here is a colossal error if Dart doesn't Frostbolt, and I think he recognizes that as well. This is buying him not only 5 damage right now, but 2 extra damage next turn. This is in a similar spot to the Arcane Missiles. It's just a lot of extra damage.
Wow, that is a atrocious hand.
It's a handful of nothing.
Chalky has been very vocal in the recent past, about how much he thinks Rogue sucks. If anybody who's seen the famous Chalky spreadsheet,
that slides out. Now
I think the Deadly Poison draw last turn meant lights out. I don't know.
Well, it was really bad, but this is just, there's not a recovery here. Well, there's no chance he can load that up big enough. So Chalky going to drop this game. Dart, you can see the blistering potential from Tempo Mage. But this is one of the matchups where Tempo Mage, I think, or just we keep calling it Tempo Mage just because it's easy to understand what it is. The Tempo Mage can use its plan B, so to speak, to win the game. And matchups that don't very efficiently answer every threat you're playing, you buy a lot of damage from them, so you can kill them early on.
Yeah, so we're basically down to a best of 3 now with their 4 remaining decks, as we've tied the series up 2-2. Chalky Rogue and Druid remaining, Dart with Warrior and that Zoo Warlock remaining for himself. So, 4 unique classes left remaining, 2 very different strategies. But this is sort of the lineups that Chalky wanted to face. These are the lineups that he prepared for. This list, it bans Shaman, and it wants to beat out Zoo, and it wants to have good matchups against Dragon Warrior because he knows that's going to be how you get the job done in most tournaments nowadays. So it's hard to say, but judging by the weaknesses that Dart's Zoo Warlock has had, and judging by how the lineups line up, I think Chalky has the edge.
Well, I will say that in this particular Zoo build, I do think you have a better chance versus Rogue. The fact that it's much more aggressively oriented, if Wrathguard's not answered immediately, it's a much heavier hitting minion than Rogue is used to. So if that's something that pans out, that's great for Dart. And the Argent Horse Rider should go in this matchup too. They're difficult for Rogue to remove with a single card.
That's actually a really good point. One of the reasons why players started to go with a more aggressive lineup was for that reason alone. to beat some of the greedier decks that could remove board, but needed time to do so. So, do you keep questing Adventure?
In this matchup, probably not. I think in any matchup where you need to be more aggressive, the answer is yes. But I think it's like Druid, for instance. Oh my gosh, he picks up Edwin Van Cleef. Well, that is definitely a way for Rogue to find a large percentage of its wins. Is if Chalky draws preparation here, Edwin is going to be colossal.
Or even backstab. Backstab into like coin Edwin. You can really make some big plays with that. And there's a Wrathguard like you talked about. These units are hard to deal with. Fan of Knives just doesn't line up well against Dart's deck.
Right. And here's a situation where he does get a little bit punished by Wrathguard because Shadow Strike's in Chalky's hand. But that's a second Cold Blood again for Chalky. I mean, he needs to draw something to unlock this Edwin potential. And honestly, it may come down in the form of a big conceal this game. But I don't know if he's going to find a win here if he keeps drawing double Cold Blood this early.
If you showed me these last two games, I would have guessed that Chalky has 8 Cold Bloods in his deck. Because they've been in his first 7 cards, both games.
I'd have guessed that Rogue sucks.
I would have guessed it as well. Rogue is a deck that nobody will bring. People are scared to bring Rogue because they just don't have the confidence in it, and that is a dagger pass.
That dagger tells you exactly what Chalky thinks his win condition is this game, which is quite literally a giant Edwin Van Cleef. He's going to try to find a situation to race Dart.
I wouldn't want to race a guy named Dart. Just saying.
Feels bad.
His name's Dart. He darts from place to place.
He's like Tracer.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to race him.
I would want to see Dart cosplay Tracer, though.
He's slender.
That sounds funny.
That does sound funny, actually. How does Chalky deal with this at all? He doesn't.
Well,
he can. Yeah. But Shadow Strike feels like it's much less.
We're approaching the Edwin turn.
impactful.
So look at the 2-turn thing here. There's obviously Shadow Strike on the Wrathguard, buys 5 damage, and it cuts the most damage off board. Next turn, he's got Coin, Eviscerate, and Edwin Van Cleef. If the Edwin Van Cleef doesn't die, that means he gets to Cold Blood, and Conceal at the next turn. So that is the game plan here for Chalky right now. His next draw may impact this, and what Dart ends up choosing to do may also offset this. But in a situation like this, I think there's a chance that Chalky actually eviscerates the Voidwalker to try to get through. We may just be on the waiting game right now as well, because now he's facing down so much power on board, it's very easy for a 6/6 Edwin Van Cleef to die. Either way, this is a pretty abysmal hand, and it's difficult to find an opening.
I think the Van Cleef has to be the play, though. The way his hand is panning out, he has to go for it and just hope Dart doesn't have an answer.
So this is a matter of how fast can Dart kill Chalky versus can Chalky wait another turn. And that's what he's thinking about right now. Can I wait one more turn? Because with one more turn, he can use the Eviscerate, the Edwin Van Cleef, and Conceal.
I don't think he can wait.
I don't think he can either, but that's what he's calculating. I'd go for it. I'd have just played a 4/4 Edwin Van Cleef, to be perfectly honest with you.
I can wait no longer. And neither can Chalky.
That will present 5 damage on board for Dart here. So with Argent Horse Rider, he can kill the Edwin Van Cleef. Does he respect the Edwin Van Cleef enough here to kill it, though? We've seen Dart really disrespect some threats.
And Defender Vargas.
With that, it's probably a face push, because that takes away a lot of the potential for Edwin to get through.
But then you're worried about if I face push and he has like a sap combined with something like a removal spell.
I'm totally fearless here if I'm Dart. I'm loading up the Defender of Argus onto that Argent Squire and saying, you deal with it.
The light protects me.
That's an interesting place.
Yeah, I'm curious what the best combination here was for the Defender of Argus and Argent Squire. And double Fan of Knives is not available right now.
He needs prep from Fan of Knives, or he's just
preparation, and about preparation only, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just no real strong options.
Chalky might feel there could be a situation where Chalky loads up the board and then tries to push for one turn, but I don't think that's possible.
Wow, the draws have just been atrocious from Chalky. I'm not too convinced that 2 copies of Gadget Auctioneer should be in a questing adventurer build personally. To me, the win rate you find there is by having a big Edwin or a big questing adventurer coupled with conceal. But Gadget Auctioneer could just be a necessity versus the control decks. But in this situation, he is getting massively punished for having all these utility cards.
I'm doing the math in my head, and there's no way that Chalky's going to be able to push through to deal 25 points of damage in a single turn if he tries to load up the board. But he's going to see. He's going to go ahead and Cold Blood and conceal this Edwin and hope that Dart doesn't draw Soulfire, I think. Let's see.
This is
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Soulfire would end it.
Well, something interesting to note here is that Dart actually can't play a minion on board. So Chalky knows exactly how much damage he's taking this turn, lest there be Power Overwhelming or Soulfire. So this is the plan right now, and hope that it works. I'm not sure what he can draw to actually stabilize this, but I think it's actually smart here to not kill something.
Dart's going to try and calculate, can I die if I tap? Because if he taps, Power Overwhelming and Soulfire become lethal.
Yeah, I think he definitely should be tapping here.
And that's a Demon Fire, and that's not going to be quite it, but I think putting him at 1...
That is quite it.
Yeah. Wait, does he have one more attack left? Oh, no. Yeah. You got me scared there. Can't clear the board. He's dead.
Nope. Needed Wind Fury in this spot.
I give up.
Yeah. The Wind Fury.
So Dart 3-2 lead, and again, this is something I really feared for Chalky in this particular matchup was the more aggressive potential from this particular Warlock deck. She Shadow Struck, maybe too late there. I'm curious if coining the Shadow Strike would have been better. He would have bought himself 4 extra points of life at the cost of using coin, of course, which is a very valuable tool for Rogue in that situation. I think what really was the killer here was the 2 Cold Bloods early again.
He didn't even get a chance to use them at all. He used one on the Edwin Van Cleef, but it was effectively because he didn't have anything else to do with the 1 extra mana that he was going to have that turn. And he wanted to try and see if he could go for a 1-turn or 2-turn kill and buy himself enough time. But there they are again! What the heck?
Well, this time he gets to mulligan them away, so he's pretty happy about that. But Dart is playing the Cycle Cthulhu Warrior build, and if you paid attention to America's prelims, Cthulhu Warrior was one of the decks that bested Chalky on the side of Teray. He did get lucky to win a 33% brawl, but sometimes 33% is a lot more than you normally get, and I think that in this matchup, that Dart is at a disadvantage. But the way that Chalky has drawn so far, I'm not sure I'm willing to wager on that.
Yeah, but he, like you said, he's able to mulligan away those Cold Bloods, so at least he's not going to see those for a turn.
Until the first card he draws is Cold Blood.
If he did draw the Cold Blood on the first card, I would quit.
That is one of the most important cards in the deck for Dart right now. Being able to activate the Cthulhu early on and then roll into Twin Emperor means a lot of times you can cut off the Rogue's ability to one-shot you. And Chalky's hand is lacking the card draw that is necessary right now. Think about those Gadget Auctioneers. And Dart is going to be able to start mounting a force relatively soon.
He's got 8 Cold Bloods in the deck, I swear.
I'm thinking that SI7 agent here is just going to be enough.
He's got to slam him.
As far as I know, Chalky has been running with 1 copy of SI7 agent a lot recently. Like America's prelims, he definitely did that. I know that Amnesiac was a big advocator of running 1 SI7 agent at the moment.
That was one of the things that I was talking with about Chalky. And I think I convinced him that it's wrong. But I don't know. Because he'll deadpan you all day long.
Wow, Dart is just drawing like fire too.
That's what you got to do. Nobody's ever won a Hearthstone tournament without just a little bit of luck.
That's basically true. I mean, you play well, you draw well. That's the winning combination.
You're going to win some Hearthstone.
Notice step 1 is play well. But I guess if you're drawing 2 Cold Bloods in your opening hand every time, you can play as well as you want. You're not going to get there.
I think step 1 is show up.
Could be an online tournament.
We still got to show up.
Showing up could be anywhere, man. Just play on my phone. Let's go.
Mobile. Mobile gaming. Greatest invention known to mankind.
The greatest.
Who cares about flight or space travel? If I can sling some cards on my telephone.
Yeah, buddy.
That's all I care about.
Telephone. I don't think I've heard the word telephone in like 7 years. God, you're getting old. And quick.
Indeed.
Amen. This is a rough position. The thing that's, I think, really dangerous here to Chalky, too, is he doesn't know that it's Cycle Cthulhu just yet. So in a situation where, like, if Dart draws Commanding Shout next turn, and say Chalky chose to go with Azure Drake, just basically end the game. The Commanding Shout, run all the minions in, Battle Rage.
Lose the game. If you're Chalky.
I mean, Azure Drake's definitely the right play. It's just rough. Let's have 2 copies of Shadow Strike.
Well, there's Execute.
Honestly, Disciple of Cthulhu, your own Acolyte here is pretty smart.
Yeah, you get 2 draws out of it effectively with Battle Rage. Don't really have a way to activate Battle Rage in the
now,
hand.
That Wild Pyromancer draw, yeah, it's not going to influence the Battle Rage apparently, but just wants the immediate value.
This matchup is definitely for the Warrior, not about building a board that's wide and not able to be dealt with easily. It's just about getting to your stuff. It's getting to your stronger stuff. Making sure you have Cthulhu buffers to activate your Ancient Shield Bearers and your Twin Imps. Getting to Cthulhu as quick as possible. Getting to your removal spells as quick as possible. And really just choking your opponent out of the game. And so,
I'm curious if we see Dart coin the Twin Emperor next turn. Maybe that's what he's going for with this Battle Rage, is just try to have enough stuff to back up a coin Twin Emperor.
The earlier it comes out, the harder it is for the Rogue to deal with. A card that's already so tough for Rogue to deal with. Chalky does have the best way to deal with it, though, with Blood Mage, Shadow Strike, Shadow Strike.
Curious if Sap on the 4/6 is ever better than the second Shadow Strike. The 4/6 that doesn't spawn the other one, because it's a 7-mana 4/6 taunt. It's hard to play it a second time.
7-mana 4/6 taunt that doesn't draw you a Beast, a Dragon, and a Murloc.
Yeah, I'm thinking like wow. That's weird.
If Chalky knows that Twin Imps is coming next turn with the coin,
it was clearly anticipating that.
Then this is better.
And Dart with Ravaging Ghoul in hand is going to punish this sap on the Acolyte of Fate.
Incredibly bizarre. How many cards does Dart have? He's got 8.
Barnes could open up some real potential here if he Barnes Gadgetzane Auctioneer
or Questing Adventure.
Yeah, those are the real deal right now. Barnes is a really interesting card.
So many options.
Well, we'll see. He can go for an overdraw here.
Ah, I didn't see that one.
We'll see here. Barnes is going to pull.
Oh my gosh! Well, we got a game, boys.
Going to cheat out the Gadgetzane Auctioneer.
That is lucky.
He does need like a prep though, or else this really isn't going to do much of anything. I mean, if he just Fan of Knives here.
I think it's great. That auctioneer, there's still an auctioneer in his deck.
There's still 2 auctioneers.
Yeah,
in his deck.
exactly. Like this is just a free auctioneer.
This is just an actor, and he's doing great.
Edwin questing conceal. Oh, I think Chalky may have put together enough tools. I mean, that auctioneer has to die, obviously. And the Barnes is representing activating Cold Bloods. It's representing extra damage right here. You know, there's not a situation where Dart can get away with not killing this Gadget Stand auctioneer. So it looks like his eyes on the, once again, the Acolyte Ravaging Ghoul plan. Does he execute this Barnes? I don't know if he can afford to. I mean, Dart clearly knows that the win condition in this build is Questing Adventure and Edwin Van Cleef. He's going to go ahead and execute. And this is going to open up an opportunity for Chalky. If Chalky's fearing Brawl, I don't think he can make a Questing Adventure or Edwin play this turn. I don't know if he can afford to play around that, though.
A lot of times, this Cthulhu build does not run Brawl. And if it does, it runs a single copy.
So many.
You just don't really have space for it. You already have so much removal packed in the deck. A lot of times people feel like you don't need Brawl. And so I think he's just going to go for as big of a Questing Adventure as possible, as big of a Van Cleef as possible, conceal him, potentially try and win next turn.
Well, that's the play. And again, I don't think Chalky can wait any longer. I think his win condition is right here and right now. And so conceal's going to happen. That's a 9-5 Questing Adventure and a 6-6 Edwin. If Dart does not draw a commanding shout, he's not going to be able to clear these. And that's not a commanding shout. The most damage he can deal with Wild Pyromancers in this position is 3 AoE.
He can still get, he's got a couple draws. He can Wild Pyromancer shield block, and he'll get 2 draws from it because of the Acolyte of Pain and the shield block draw. If he draws Commanding Shout, then he still has a chance because he has Coin, he has Shield Slam.
Doesn't look like he's thinking about that.
But if he doesn't do that, then he can't play Ancient Shield Bearer.
He's going for the Twin Ebs. And that's game. That's the punish.
Double Shadow Strike plus Fan of Knives will be an extra 3 days. Oh no, it's not game yet.
Needs a prep. There's a preparation.
There it is.
Hit the Cold Blood.
And that's it.
What? The Barnes auctioneer was just straight up. It's really lucky for Chalky. If he did not get that Barnes auctioneer, I don't think he would have won this game. It picked him up just enough tools to find this kill condition afterwards. But with the Cold Bloods earlier in the series, you know, I don't want to put too much on it, but frankly, Chalky is lucky to be forcing a Game 7 here.
Oh yeah, that is a tough win to pull out, and you cannot blame Dart for that. Going for the risky play of trying to find a commanding shout is obviously inferior when you've seen your opponent use both their saps. Both saps were used from Chalky's side. He says, I played 2 4-6 taunts, you're never getting through it. He literally had to have exactly that string of 4 cards to deal 20 damage that turn, or else Dart was going to stabilize and win the game.
Dart made the right play in that situation.
Yes.
The thing about it is Chalky happened to have the perfect range for it. And it's really interesting to watch it because Chalky was just sapping Acolytes of Pain over and over. That's something I don't really ever see. And I think maybe one of his intents was to get to a position like that and bait Dart into playing a Twin Emperor there. I mean, that was literally the play that Chalky wanted to see, was a Twin Emperor.
All right, well, 2 matches so far today. Both have gone to a game number 7. So we'll see if Chalky is going to be able to prevail or if Dart is going to take the win. It's the Cthulhu Warrior again for Dart, and Chalky is going to throw out the Druid. Haven't seen this Druid yet, so don't know exactly what it is. Could be Token, could be Malagos at this stage. We can rule out Beast Druid, though.
Yeah, Beast Druid is no longer possible with Nourish and Raven Idol in hand. And Dart, I think, is at a pretty significant advantage in this matchup if it happens to be Token. With the extra Wild Pyromancer board clear in here, it's difficult to get massive value out of Violet Teachers. So if it is Token, I think Dart has got a pretty significant edge. Otherwise, I still think Dart has an edge, but not nearly as big of one.
Well, the opening hands, Chalky, I think he already mulliganed.
Yes.
I don't know.
I mean, I would just keep that opening hand if that was my opening hand here.
Yeah, if you could find, especially if this is Malagos, because you really just want to ramp as much as possible. You're not trying to make an unfair early board. You're just trying to get there.
Chalky didn't see Wild Pyromancer in game 1 or anything that would indicate Wild Pyromancer. So Wisp is the
He's
old
gotta
gods.
know.
Don't know if he knows. I mean, there's two very different builds of Cthulhu Warrior. And the ones he played against at prelims on camera were not Cycle Cthulhu builds. They were standard.
He saw Battle Rage.
Did he see a Battle Rage?
He saw Battle Rage.
Yeah, you're right. So that actually is the influencer there. There we go. You're right.
Battle Rage is a pretty big indication.
Yes.
I mean, maybe he's put Dart on like, maybe Dart just wants to play Battle Rage in his Warrior deck, but the way he was playing too, he was going for cycle more so than removal. So
yeah, you're absolutely right. Actually, forgot about Battle Rage.
All right, so this is probably going to be an Innervate into Mire Keeper for ramp.
Oh, he didn't see a Fiery War Axe on turn 2, and if your opponent's playing Battle Rage, I think they tend to play Fiery War Axe here. So I do think that Mire Keeper is on the menu at the moment.
The other option is effectively just Blood Mage, Hero Power Pass, which don't like either of those. This gets you closer to that Nourish as well. And Battle Rage picked up for Dart. Can't use that right now, and no way to directly deal with this Mire Keeper. He can kill it over 2 turns. It's probably what's going to happen.
Yep. Slam sets up the Ravaging Ghoul very nicely here at the cost of exactly the amount of damage that Dart wants to take. 1. He wants to get to 29. And so now I'm curious if we're seeing Nourish for mana here or if we're seeing Nourish for cards, because Chalky's hand is very light at the moment. He does want to ramp, obviously, but I think I like cards here.
I like cards here. You're sort of just casting spells alone is ramping you enough for Arcane Giant. So I think getting more resources is definitely going to be beneficial here. Picks up a Wild Growth, so going to be able to ramp more. Decent pickups all around. So Chalky off to a decent start in this game, but this Warrior deck is very hard to overcome when you give it time and when you're not pressuring it with stuff to remove. So these games can be marathons, though. These games can go a long time. Sometimes we even get to fatigue in these types of games with both decks having so much removal. If this has Malagos in it, though, maybe not as much.
I think Dart actually throws an audible here. I don't think he sets up Ravaging Ghoul at this point, since he just saw Nourish. If he goes into Acolyte of Pain and Blood to Ichor, he could potentially set up Ravaging Ghoul into Battle Rage on turn 5, which would net him a ton of cards. And the other thing, too, is how consequential is 3 damage right here? How important is it for you to get a 3/3 on board right now? I think that Dart goes for a card draw option in this spot.
What now?
Yeah, I tend to agree. Ravaging Ghoul pretty much always has use, but Acolyte of Pain, sometimes you're not going to be able to get as many draws out of it as you'd like. You also, there's Commanding Shout, so didn't see those last game, but going to see them this time around.
That's a Malagos, so it's 100% going for the big burst damage here. Can Chalky power cycle enough at this point, though?
It's going to be a Starfall for 2.
No, I think Starfall is reserved for like Emperor Thorison or something like that.
Fair enough. Let's have Feral Rage for that, though.
Yeah, Feral Rage is 4 damage to face, though. Starfall can't hit the face anymore. This isn't 2013.
Yeah, back in my day.
Back in my day, we could Wrath face for 1 and draw a card.
Savagery was basically like Flame Strike.
Oh, it was so good. Bite gave 6 power and no armor, and Savagery with now AoE damage. He actually is going to Starfall here. I'm interested by that. I mean, the rest of his plays, I guess, are just kind of bad.
Yeah. I think his other option would just be like Wild Growth, Hero Power, Pass.
I was just thinking Azure Drake.
And Azure Drake, sort of, yeah, I guess so.
Here's the thing. Chalky does have a limited amount of damage in his deck, so minions need to connect at some point. So when he chooses to save Azure Drake here, he's kind of saying, I probably actually need to get this to attack. Now, had he known he was drawing another Azure Drake next turn, might have played Azure Drake.
Had I known the next draw in my deck in Hearthstone, I would make a lot of different plays.
Indeed.
If only I had that power.
Sometimes casters like develop that power, but only while they're casting. They can never do it while they're actually playing.
So the solution is to cast your own games.
You're a genius.
Trick Ben Brode or whoever's controlling the levers and knobs at Blizzard that you're casting and not playing.
That's Gelbin Mechatork. He's always doing something crazy. Like when that chicken poultryizer thing comes out of Gelbin Mechatork. I hate that thing.
Yeah. All right, well, this is a really strong play for Chalky.
It's about as good as it gets. I didn't look at the Wrath draw just yet. Wow. That is strong.
Yeah. Look at all these big threats that Chalky has. He can space out his threats. He's got spell power on the board. Fantrol has to be dealt with.
Doesn't have to, but from Dart's perspective, it basically has to.
Yeah.
It's so scary to leave around.
His Cthulhu is only at an 8/8 though. Hasn't drawn that second Cthulhu activator, second Commanding Shout drawn, and Cthulhu drawn. So maybe not the best of options. He's going to use Commanding Shout to cycle. Has the second one.
Okay, for some reason I was thinking the execute costs 1 mana. I was like, what's going on? And now that Chalky's seen an execute, that means those Arcane Giants are much more threatening than usual.
Oh yeah. So Azure Drake Living Roots Arcane Giant here is an option. Also just Azure Drake and then swipe. And then try and play both Arcane Giants at the same time rolling into the next turn.
I'm curious if Chalky ever feels like he can get Malagos to stick at some point and then use swipe just for face damage. You know, with a hand like this, I feel like Chalky might be at liberty to try to build to a big Emperor Thaurissan. But Cthulhu Warrior can present those big problems a lot earlier than you anticipate sometimes. And the threats are gigantic. Oh, he wants double Arcane Giant right now.
Double Arcane Giant. If he sees another execute?
If Chalky doesn't see another execute also.
If he doesn't see another execute, he just wins. If he does see another execute, he's just slamming Malagos. And saying, deal with this.
Will he? I don't know.
Yes!
This is bad news for Dart. This is really bad news.
Will abandon you.
Malagos looks pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
All I'm saying.
16 face damage also looks pretty good. We're backing it up with 2 4/4s that draw cards. That also looks pretty good.
I kind of like pacing here, but Chalky knows that Dart only has 4 cards in hand. Even if he has Cthulhu,
He didn't seal Shield Slam either. Like,
yeah,
nothing is checked from hand right now.
and even if Cthulhu is played, it's only 10-10. It's not that big of a deal. Maybe he'll go for some trades here, but
what? On what planet are we trading here? That makes no sense. That's 16 damage.
He might trade in the 6/6.
No way.
Okay. I'm just saying, it's a possibility. He's made some weird plays this game. Hey, who was it? Dog yesterday?
Oh, yeah. He just accidentally Living Roots is so good.
Living Roots' his own Gadgetian auctioneer.
Well, is a little bit of a punish here with the Commanding Shout.
Not really though, because that's it. He doesn't have another card draw. He can remove everything but one of the Arcane Giants and keep his board alive. That's pretty
Oh, he
decent.
can kill both Arcane Giants. Oh, he can't. That's at 5. Oh, you're right.
But that's still a really good board swing.
This is the old please don't have swipe board.
Please don't have Raven Idol into swipe either. Let's see what Chalky can
He does have
pick up here.
Cthulhu as well. I mean,
Well, he's got a few chances to get that. Raven Idol's going to be first since that's the cheapest. He can Wild Growth for it. He can Wrath for it.
Cthulhu's a 12/12 also. Honestly, this is much closer than I thought it would be. Savagery deals damage to a minion, not to a player. I was going to say Feral Rage Savagery could be a thing there. Bite for the extra damage in this spot. There's a Moonfire. That's 6 extra damage for that Malagos.
Yogg-Saron.
We honestly might be seeing the Yogg-Saron this game because the Cthulhu is going to be a lot for Chalky to handle.
Chalky looks like he's just going to go for the plan of removing as much as possible from the board.
That's 8 more damage. 24 damage from Arcane Giants this game. Dart is still at 13.
Just fitting in armor ups, shield block, ancient shield bearer, and most likely just going to be seeing Cthulhu here.
Oh,
Cthulhu
yeah.
into rolling into the big 7 drops is what you want to see. And I don't know, Chalky needs Living Roots off the top. Living Roots off the top would be game. Second Moonfire would not, he'd be 1 off.
That's Living Roots.
That's it!
Wow, what a draw from Chalky.
Oh my goodness.
They get exact lethal on this turn.
Wow.
This has been an unreal series. Honestly, I felt like this Cthulhu could have been a big closer. The amount of card draw he picked up at the end to find the last 2 points of burn was so important, and it's just I kind of feel for Dart in this one, but with the 2 games that Chalky drew both Cold Bloods so early, I feel like the bad luck was enough on both sides to bring this to lineups making a big difference.
Overall, though, I feel like that was a well-fought series. We got to see 2 very different lineups in action, 2 lineups with very different strategies. Both players, I think, played pretty well, aside from maybe a few weird lines of play. That ultimately, it was even hard to tell if those even had an impact on the game. So another 7-game set, I enjoyed that one.
Yeah, the only thing I would really heavily consider is the way that Dart approached some of his Warlock spots. I think that he could have played much better in some of those, but for the most, had the right game plan in mind, just not the right execution.
Yeah, and a lot of times he had a consistent game plan as well, just, again, wasn't able to find wins in crucial spots, and Chalky's able to take that one. So Chalky will move on to play Shoop in the winner's match. Dart will go down to face Dakota in the loser's match of Group B. So still plenty of action to come, and keep in mind, guys, this is a double elimination playoff bracket as well. So even the players that go into the loser's bracket of the group still will make it to playoff stage. They just will go into the lower bracket of the playoff stage, so we'll only be able to lose 1 more game before they're out of the tournament. So everybody from group stage moves on, just to keep that in mind.
It's super important, too, because once you get to the finals, the player who made it there from the winner's bracket has a 1-game advantage for the player who's there from the loser's bracket. So it is 4 games to win versus 5 games to win, and that is paramount if you're going to take this championship.
Yeah, so that match is going to be coming up in a moment. Again, big thanks to GEICO Gaming for putting on this show for us. GEICO Gaming, of course, sort of that brand extension of GEICO into the esports world. They sponsored Team Solomid. They sponsored Panda Global Gaming. They've been really getting into esports in a big way. And their motto for insurance, we got you covered. It's the same for video games now as well. We do League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Hearthstone, all different games. And really appreciate GEICO Gaming for getting involved with esports. You can check us out here at the GEICO Gaming booth. If you're at PAX, we're on the 4th floor right outside of the main entrance. So stop by, say hello, watch some Hearthstone. And we have some free play games set up if you guys want to check out some of the games, as well as some giveaways throughout the day. So make sure you stop by and do that. But next match coming up is going to be the winner's match on stream. It's going to be Chalky versus Shoop. We are going to have to go to a quick break before we jump into that, but don't go anywhere, guys. More 2016 One Nation of Gamers Grand Finals right after this.
This is not easy.
Hey TSM fans, our sponsor Geico wants you to know they make it easy to save money on car insurance, and everyone likes saving money. This is our neighbor Russell. He hangs out here now.
Snack?
Hey TSM fans, I wanted to make you aware of the cool tech Geico offers. ID cards, emergency roadside service, and you can even submit a claim, all from your Geico mobile app. Russell, what are you doing?
You winged beast. Oh, I got him, guys! I got him! Oh, no.
Biofrost here, letting everyone know that GEICO has an award-winning app that makes it easy to manage your insurance. Russell, shower your own house. You live next door.
The water pressure's way better here.
I'd like to give a big shout out to one of our sponsors, GEICO. Remember, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hey, Sven.
Russell, I'm filming.
Hey everybody, I'm happy to announce GEICO's sponsorship of Team So Mid. They could save you hundreds on car insurance. Russell, that sounds like garbage.
Not even close. Yankee Doodle.
Macaroni.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2016 One Nation of Gamers Grand Finals. My name is TJ, joined by That's Admirable. That's Admirable. Once again, and we've had two best-of-7 sets so far today, and I'm waiting for some more.
Yeah, I mean, they've been so close. And the first series, I think, was close more so because of the actual play that was going on. Just it was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Second set was close mostly because of some of the poor draws. Players were getting back and forth. So we're kind of getting a variety of everything so far. I will say I am looking forward to one blowout performance. One blowout is always something I want to see.
One of them. Just one 4-0.
That's it.
Just watch someone's hopes and dreams get crushed before our very eyes.
By 4 Yogs.
That's what we live for as casters here at Cardstone. But yeah, the next match is going to be the winner's match of Group B. It's going to be Chalky versus Shoop. Again, both these guys have tough roads to get to the winner's match, going all 7 games, and the last game being very close from both sides. So we'll see who's going to come out on top. Both players have sort of different strategies. Shoop had more of a control lineup. He had that control paladin. Chalky's got sort of that similar lineup that he brought to prelims. That's like a 0 warlock, ban shaman, and have like good matchups against Zoo and good matchups against sort of warriors across the board. How's it going to work out?
Well, it's really interesting. If you take a look at the lineups, it's Druid, Mage, Rogue, Shaman, Warrior for Chalky. Shoop has banned away Chalky's Warrior. Shoop has got Mage, Paladin, Shaman, Warlock. Warrior has Chalky's banned away the Shaman, of course. So in this matchup, what I'm seeing is I think the Mage from Shoop has got a big edge over most of Chalky's lineup, but the Warlock could definitely struggle versus what Chalky's brought. Like you mentioned, he's trying to be strong versus Warlock. The Warrior build from Shoop, as you kind of mentioned, Chalky likes to be strong versus Warrior, but how strong can you be versus Warrior? That's really the one thing that I have a big question about with Chalky's lineup is Warrior is undoubtedly the most winning class, I think, in tournament play. It is so powerful. It's almost on permanent ban status in a lot of events. This one in particular has been an anomaly, I think. But are the new cards that are available playing such a big impact into this that it's changing the way that players are building lineups, and as a result, the way that they're banning stuff? Right, so far, it seems like it, but is that an influence of the tournament size, where you can more target the opponents that you know, or is it because of the metagame, where in an open tournament, I think you're unlikely to see this many Warriors get through?
That's true. Yesterday we saw, what? Out of the 5 matches we watched, Warrior get banned in 1 of them, maybe. It was very weird from what we've been seeing. Now, it's normal if you have a lineup like Chalky's where you're trying to ban away a specific deck. But in best of 7s, it's so hard to do that because there's not a set of 5 decks in the game that can do well or sort of that do poorly against for one specific deck. So the lineup sort of opens up. We saw a few more vulnerabilities in Chalky's lineup now than, for example, what we saw from him in prelims or what we saw from that specific lineup, which a lot of players brought from prelims. So definitely going to have to see how this one's going to pan out. Paladin's sort of the wild card here for Shoop, the Nazoth Paladin. I don't think we have enough of a sample size to understand where the win rates lie against a lot of the decks that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you in that manner. To talk about Chalky's lineup more specifically, I feel like consistency could be the issue that he will suffer with more than just about anything else. And from Shoop's perspective, Paladin is very much in line with the way that a lot of Warrior decks like to play, which is a more controlling style. You know, the Mage, I think, is pretty poor versus Paladin, but I think the Druid is pretty strong against it. I think the Rogue is very strong against it. I think Aggro Shaman has to be checked by Doomsayer early on, or you have to find a lot of healing and be able to weather the storm of Doomhammer. You know, the big liability in that particular situation is Flame Wreath Faceless. But overall, I think it's a slight edge to Chalky simply because the Paladin and the Warrior, I think those are going to struggle a lot for Shoop in the series.
We'll have to see. Chalky is going to open up with Rogue, realizing that Rogue has pretty good win rates against a lot of the decks that Shoop's bring. So going to try and get a quick win with that early on in the game. And this is one of those decks that I think Chalky should be able to do okay against. A lot of people debate how strong Warrior is against the Rogue, and I even talked about it with Chalky yesterday and how close the matchup actually was. A lot of people thought it was Dragon Warrior favorite for a long time because they could just hit the Rogue in the face. But people have realized that Rogue can just hit them in the face back.
Right.
And it's sort of just the same thing.
And that strategy was actually discovered fairly recently. For the most part, you saw all of the Rogue decks try to really control what the Dragon Warrior was trying to do. And since the Questing Adventurer kind of became the mainstay of threat potential for Rogue, instead you saw it in a situation where the Rogue counterattacked and the Warrior couldn't race it. When that happened, that took my opinion from being Dragon Warrior favored to being Rogue favored, because frankly, no one had just really tried that before. And then when they started to refine that game plan and choose a couple of tech cards for it, it became like very Rogue favored at that point. It's probably close to 60-40 in the Rogue's favor, to be honest with you.
Curator might have changed that a little bit. The Dragon Warrior has sort of gotten a couple more tools since then. I think it's very, very close.
This is about to be one of the hardest tunes that Shoop could deal with. If Shoop doesn't draw Execute soon, I think he may outright lose the game.
Yeah, Chalky's going to go with the backstab here, and he's going to prep out the Shadow Strike to deal with the Frothing Berserker and make this questing adventure. Is that going to be a 5-5?
Now, my question is, should he coin this this Alcee deck in here? Because one of the ways that Shoop could deal with this is, say, Slam and Fiery War Axe. If Chalky coins the Alcee deckhand, that's no longer a possibility. So that's a risk that it looks like Chalky's willing to take, and that's something he often does, is when his opponents have a few options to work with, he forces them to have the exact cards necessary. But in this spot, is he giving up too much if Shoop has that combination? You know, if this questing adventure got lost, Chalky just lost a lot of resources.
But Shoop doesn't have a way to deal with it, even at 5 health. So now he's got to make the decision of... I was going to say Cork Elite or Twilight Guardian.
Twilight Guardian's not on the menu right now. A single spell trades favorably into it. And so Shoop here is almost certainly going to push face. And this is the game plan for Shoop right now, is try to race this.
Just hit him in the face and hope.
That's a big draw right now. And if Barnes pulls anything of significant value, Shoop's done.
Pulls Gadget Auctioneer. Tomb Pillager is decent.
I'm curious if Chalky is ever using life total as a resource here to take care of this, and it looks like he is.
See, this is the race.
Yep, and he's just going to prep the Cold Blood and say, you deal with it. He got the word that there wasn't execute, basically, last turn. And this is next turn, you're looking at a kill. So Shoop literally has to draw execute here and something to kill it. That doesn't get drawn, and Chalky takes game number 1 on his effective turn 5.
He can play Twilight Guardian. And then Shoop could draw execute the next turn.
Good. That is the only out.
Literally the only out. And if Chalky draws almost anything, Zap, okay, that's it.
Wow. Questing Adventurer is so good versus Dragon Warrior. It's unbelievable.
They really only have one way to deal with it, and that is execute. You play it early, they can't deal with it at all. And that's what we're saying. Rogues have sort of changed their strategy. Like, we're not going to try and remove early. We're going to try and get on the board quick and just snowball the game. And I think now that Rogue players have understood the matchup, I'm going to agree with you. I was in the camp that Warrior could just beat up Rogues, but now it just feels like every time I watch the matchup, Rogue just does the same thing over and over again. They get a big questing adventure early, and they just hit him in the face.
Yep, Edwin Bankleaf serves the same purpose as well. When you have 3 high potential threats, you're very likely to come away with one, because you don't necessarily need to commit early, but if you draw one, you can commit early. And that's one of the reasons that Rogue has the advantage, is when they draw it, they can commit early.
True. So Chalky, a deck that he struggled with in the last series against Dart, takes a very fast win. Now, granted, I feel like Rogue is a lot better against Shoop's lineup than it was against Dart's, but getting that out of the way early opens up so much room for Chalky, who has very strong decks to back it up.
Yeah, so it's more of a standard build from Shoop that we've seen with the Zoo Warlock. Does have Malchezaar Zimp and some extra discard effects in here, but he's still running with Forbidden Ritual. I'm curious if this means that Knife Juggler is still in the build. That's a card that, since you took one of its power away, suddenly became not so good in the Zoo Warlock matchup. Its inability to clear Voidwalkers is a real problem, and reducing that power meant that Knife Juggler suddenly started getting phased out. It just frankly wasn't as strong. And he's even got the Darkshire Councilmans in here. So in this matchup, if Shoop goes off to a quick uncontested start, it's a runaway for him. But Druid has been adding more and more tools to fight the early game.
Moonfire is one of them. Even though it's usually a combo piece for Malagos, that extra 1 damage can mean the difference between protecting one of your big threats and letting one of your big threats through. So Chalky, I'd imagine, just innervate Fandral.
Well, this is a spot where Iterate Fandral against Flame Imp isn't quite as good, because now Abusive Sergeant's killing it. And that's really the main thing to think about in terms of trades. If this was Voidwalker, if this was Dark Peddler, this is basically anything else, I think he innervates the Fandral. In this situation, instead, he gets value from the Moonfire here, looks forward to a Fandral Innervate Wrath turn on turn 4.
As long as he gets to the next turn unscathed, then it should be a good plan for him. Even if a coin Darkshire Councilman is the play, this turn he can just hero power down the one attack Darkshire Councilman and roll into the Fandral plus Innervate Wrath next turn. So Wild Growth makes that a little bit awkward.
I think Wild Growth is probably set in the hand for quite a bit here. Not hero powering this right now would be a disaster, because he's setting up the Fandral Innervate Wrath next turn. If he doesn't set that up, things could go really poorly. If Chalky just believes he's going to draw Raven Idol or Living Roots, that's another story, but this is definitely a hero power turn. I don't think Wild Growth is strong enough to justify deviation here. We are going to see Wild Growth though, and I very much disagree with this. I think this could be a situation that ends up snowballing.
Now he just doesn't have a way to deal with either of these Darkshire Councilmans.
Well, is that the one I said?
That is.
Well, he's going for the Emperor Thorson. So this is really interesting, actually. I'm curious he's going for the Emperor Thorson here. I guess it's because now they contest the board. Yeah, that makes sense. And he also discounts the Fandral this way. I don't know. I mean, if he didn't Wild Growth, doesn't he just have the exact same turn with Emperor Thorson here? Except he has a Wild Growth in his hand instead of the extra mana. So we'll see if the 1 extra mana makes a big difference this game. But I would suspect that this is a situation that could get out of control. And there's a Forbidden Ritual drawn.
Forbidden Ritual will play into swipe a little bit, but it also just pushes so much damage. Shoop just has a lot of damage in his hand right now. Is there any world where you say, he's only got 3 cards, can I ignore the Emperor Thorson?
I'm not killing this Emperor Thorson here if I'm Shoop. I'm letting him do the trading. You're getting at least 5 damage out of the smallest Darkshire Councilman here. I think it's Abusive Sergeant, Forbidden Ritual, push damage, and hope that Chalky doesn't have an answer. This is fine as well. I don't think he necessarily needs to use the Abusive Sergeant.
Keeping the Abusive Sergeant around if there's no swipe or the Forbidden Ritual tokens might be good too. And this should be 11 damage to face.
Yep. That's a problem.
Raven Idol's got to pick up something really good. And then do you even play Fandral with Raven Idol? Do you even care about the minion? Or do you want the extra mana to be able to swipe if you draw it?
The problem here is the life total he's at. I mean, now he has to fear all burst damage. Like, where does he get back into this one?
I think you have to Raven Idol first here. I don't know what he's expecting to draw that he's going to be able to play for 3 mana. Those are all pretty good, but not in this situation.
Yeah, the minion is kind of inconsequential. It's extra value, but well,
see, he would have gotten the swipe.
Mark of Nature's pretty good, but is swipe better? I mean, Mark of Nature's, that's +4/+4 and taunt to a minion right now. Living Roots will allow him to clear both of these, though. Oh my gosh, that draw is nuts. Was Chalky stable at 15 here? That's the big question. That's another Abusive Sergeant. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Shoops 1 damage off lethal.
I mean, don't you
if
just...
he'd have played the Abusive Sergeant last turn, he would have killed him.
It would have been the same amount of damage, right?
No, because he would have gotten 2 extra last turn, and he would have 1 extra on board this turn.
But he'd have 2 less this turn.
Why would he have 2 less this turn? He got the 2 last turn.
Okay, I see what you mean. But he'd have 1 less tentacle. It'd be exactly the same.
One of them would be an Abusive Sergeant instead.
I see.
I mean, we played around swipe, but I think his hand was strong enough to justify jamming it there.
Yeah.
If that 1 point of damage ends up costing Shoot this game, that is devastating.
Yeah. But to be honest, I think he can just go face.
I mean, he's still got Doomguard and Power Overwhelming. I can't find a situation where I'm trading here.
Yeah.
And he's got Doomguard. There's Feral Rage sitting in Chalky's hand. This is going to be a full clear and 8 extra health.
Wow.
And he's got Cenarius, so if he doesn't die next turn, he's going to have 2 more taunts. Uh-oh.
Maybe that 1 damage did make a difference.
Oh my gosh. Malkazar's Imp, there's no cards to discard, so he won't get any
one drop.
Yeah, it is.
So you got to go for it.
And the Doomguard's not checked right now, so that's a big deal as well. I mean, Chalky has to draw something here. Living Roots 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so he can clear the Doomguard, but now there's a 1/3 on board, so Power Overwhelming will kill him. A combination of buffs will kill him.
A second Doomguard will kill him. He is going to have scenarios for next turn, though. Which will give him some time. But is it going to be enough time?
And King Boss is going to be a hard one to check. And when you're at 5, a 2-power minion is massive. Soulfire is going to end it. Shoop is going to pick up the damage to end this one. Ooh, that was much closer than it should have been, though.
That was a super weird game. Chalky sort of foregoing the Fandral play and going for a risky play with the Fandral to Raven Idol instead of just Raven Idol by itself. Shoop not playing the Abusive Sergeant and going for the full Forbidden Ritual as opposed to that. Missing out on that 1 point of damage that could have lost in the game.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
I mean, some very minor mistakes that are being made, but they're showing you the difference of how big a decision they actually are when you pit 2 very quality players with 2 strong builds against each other. I think Chalky going for the Wild Growth ended up costing him a lot of damage and leverage that game. I think Shoop foregoing the Abusive Sergeant lost him a lot of percentage points in terms of his win potential. Those tiny, tiny things were a colossal difference on this match.
And we'll see if that's going to continue to be a trend for these players as we move forward into game number 3. It's all tied up 1-1 at the moment. That's how it's been all day. Back and forth, back and forth. You wanted a sweep. We're not going to get a sweep, Admirable.
4-1 still pretty good. I'd take a 4-1 still.
I'd take a 4-1. Hell, I'd even take a 4-2. Judging by today, that's a sweep in comparison.
If Duskboar was a 4-2 instead of a 4-1, it would be even better. Maybe 4-2's better. Heck, if it was a 4-4, that'd be Millhouse Manastorm. Players are casting stuff for free anyway.
I thought about actually playing Millhouse Manastorm the other day. It's right now, aside from like Temple Mage, we're in a very minion-heavy meta.
Shaman.
Even Shaman, like a free Rockbiter or a free Lightning Bolt, they're using all their resources to kill a 4-4. It's hard to kill a 4-4.
Or a free Lava Burst or a free Feral Spirit.
Yeah, but then they're overloading themselves for like 3 on 2.
No!
They literally can't play anything.
They already played it.
Just don't use critical thinking. Just do it.
It makes sense if you don't think about it.
It really does.
So Finley into Lesser Heal. Not quite what Shoop was hunting for, I think, in this particular game. Does have a strong opening curve, but it looks like his Dragon synergy may be really lacking in this game.
It's possible. Might have to hold on to the Fairy Dragon if he draws into something that needs activation next turn, but you really don't want to forego board development to try and make a future turn stronger. It's really hard to sort of have to swallow that. So, well, Sir Finley is a pretty popular card, I suppose. Oh no.
It's adventures all around.
If this is Lesser Heal, I'm done.
It's definitely Shapeshift. Doomhammer's already available. He's got a strong curve in his own right. The Shapeshift with Doomhammer in this matchup is actually fairly important because of Alex Strauss' champion and Ravaging Ghoul. Being able to tick that Doomhammer up to 3 power. And then also just with the Rockbiter in general. Being able to Rockbiter and Shapeshift to clear an Azure Drake or a Blackwing Corruptor. Those are very relevant things.
One more Lesser Heal and I'm out.
He's just done.
Yep, let's go ahead and select Shapeshift. Definitely agree with that choice. So now Chaki's got the option of coining out the Tuskar Totemic. Could even just Rockbiter and Argent Squire. I kind of like that as well.
This opening is really tricky. And one of the reasons it's so tricky is because he has 3 very powerful cards in his hand that don't really play with each other that well. I mean, if he coins out the Tuskar Totemic, he's not playing the Flamewreath Faceless. If he goes for the Flamewreath Faceless next turn, that means the Tuskar Totemic's getting delayed. If he plays the Flamewreath Faceless on curve from 4 instead of doing anything, it means the Doomhammer's delayed. This is a tough opening hand to navigate.
So this play makes me think that Shocky wants to go for Flamewreath Faceless on 4.
Well, it's kind of what we
3.
saw with like Questing Adventure, for instance. If there's no execute from the Warrior, the Flamewreath Faceless often gets massive value.
And Chalky does have good follow-up because he held on his resources and got value out of the Shapeshift. Even if he coins out Flamewreath Faceless here and overloads himself for 2, okay, well, he's just going to go ahead and do something completely different.
Yeah, this is part of the reason I think that he's going this way is because he's getting so much value out of the hero power now that he might end up being able to turn this into a resource battle, which is very rare. Yeah, and now suddenly under a lot of pressure, and Shoop has drawn Blackwing Corruptor as well. So I think Chalky is in a very tough spot if he's going to find himself an advantage anytime soon. That Core Crown Elite and the Blackwing Corruptor draw basically took away the ability to play this as a value game any further. Now Chalky doesn't know the Blackwing Corruptor's there, but if he continues to try to play a slower game, it's going to be bad news.
I don't think he can really afford to play a slow game at all. I'm surprised he's played a slow game up until this point, to be honest. Because now he's given Shoop time to draw into removal or ways to deal with the big stuff that he could have had turns ago.
Yeah, I mean, had he coined the Flame Wreath Faces last turn, he would have had a trade over the Fierce Monkey and then Rockbiter with Argent Squire this turn. So he'd be at 16 still, but he'd have a 7/4 and a 1/1 Divine Shield out. I think he's going for just a big roll on the Totemic here. And Manatide may be able to pick up some valuable stuff, but it's looking like Chalky's going to need a lot of help from the spell side of things. And Blackwing Corruptor is going to make short work of this board.
I think Chalky was just on the plan of hoping that he didn't have it, but I don't know how he wins from here. Even if he develops all of his big stuff, Shoop can just ignore it and just hit him in the face. Shoop's still at full health.
Yeah, the fact that Chalky's played this slow is seemingly costing him a ton. And that Lightning Bolt is pretty necessary right now. I mean, suddenly the hand doesn't look so bad. Now we get Totem Golem on a clear board here and Overload for 4. So relegated to hero power next turn, but you're cutting off a large portion of the damage, and you're just outside of the range for Draken Crusher being a 9/9 because Shoop chose to take some trades here. Is that better than building board tension, though? I guess Flame Wreath Lightning Bolt and take 5 a little bit better.
It does present a threat to Shoop, and Chalky's still relatively healthy. I mean, he's going to take 5, he'd go down to 15. That would activate Draconid Crusher. But at this point, he can't really avoid that. I mean, he can, but is Lightning Bolt Lava Burst what he thinks is going to win in this game? I don't know. It still leaves just as much damage on the board. He just gets rid of the 5 damage.
Is stronger with a Lightning Storm draw? Interesting spot.
Well, Kyria is not the best. It'll be good to refill for next turn, but at the moment, he doesn't have too strong of a play going for this turn. Doesn't have a way to deal with Flame Wreath Faceless. Plays very heavily into Lightning Storm if that were the case, if he played both of these minions.
I mean, this is the kind of turn that Chalky needed to get back in this game, is Shoop having a fairly weak one. And this is the exact kind of turn that Shoop didn't want to have happen, is to have a weak one. And now this is playing really weak into Lightning Storm. If Chalky draws Lightning Storm, it's in great shape. Otherwise, it's still an uphill battle. Oh, is that enough? 7-3, a 2-1. You just saw Ravaging Ghoul. You're at 15. I mean, this might have turned the corner. That Flame Wreath Faceless is going to run straight over the Curator, and then Chalky's going to be able to develop. Back-to-back Lightning Bolt draws may have pulled Chalky back into this game.
I don't know how he's winning these Shaman games. He plays them so conservatively in the early game, which is almost the exact opposite of what I see most people play this deck.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like,
it's bizarre. And he's still at 15, which is scary because, yeah, Draconid Crushers are activated, but
he's got 9 power on board right now. Draconid Crusher's not even that strong.
Yeah.
And now that Blood to Ichor is a big draw. That activates the Grom. So if Shoop can ever find 5 points of damage, he'll have Chalky lethal range. Wow. Wow.
But Feral Spirits.
I mean, I see Maybe Lava Burst is actually better here. It preserved the 7-3 body. I mean, Shoop kind of just told you he can't deal with it. So if you Lava Burst, trade in the Argent Horse Rider, and go Feral Spirit Totem Golem, you get to connect for 7, and you have 14 power on. That's 2 turns of lethal, and you have 2 taunts out.
Shoop does have lesser heal, so maybe pushing isn't that big of a deal, but Dragon Warriors don't do well when they're behind on board. They have very little tools to help them come back on a board that they've lost, Execute being the only one. But normally in Dragon Warrior, Execute is a tool that's used to preserve your own board rather than...
Yeah, so the Feral Spirits, I'm sorry, the Feral Spirits are coming next turn, apologies. Which that actually opens up the Grob. So I don't know how I suddenly gave him infinite mana. It's like I just evolved into...
He could have Feral Spirits.
It's like I just... Yeah, but he wouldn't have been able to play Totem Golem. I think Totem Golem is stronger. I don't know. Evolved into a streamer's chat.
I thought you meant Totem Golem next turn. I was like, oh, that makes sense. Feral Spirits this turn, Totem Golem next turn.
Nah, just brain farted.
Ew.
My bad.
Excuse you, Admirable. But Twilight Guardian, not activated right now. Grob's the only real play here.
I don't know. I mean, if you just fire your X and attack face, you set up Grob lethal next turn.
That's a bold play to make.
I mean, you forcing Chalky to have a taunt right now. The value Grom, I mean, he just gave away his win condition. I don't like that at all.
Maybe he feels like he's going to be able to play a grindy game. I think this is the turn Chalky takes 10.
No, I think this is the turn he plays Tunnel Chalk and Feral Spirit and says, sweet.
I just want to see him just hit it for 10. Just say, kill me now.
Risking taking 10 to push 3, the right call. That's really weird because now the Grom gets healed up and attacks over a Feral Spirit. Why didn't the Totem Golem trade there? Does he have some sort of weird lethal setup that I'm not seeing? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. He's only got 14, 15, 16 damage max next turn. If he drew a Rock Biter instead of using Hero Power, that would deal -2, 14 plus 6, 20.
He basically just gave up a free Feral Spirit to push 3 damage.
And now he's going to get punished. I really don't understand the attack on the Totem Golem. That is just bad.
Let's see, 6, 5, 11 plus 3.
I don't like that. That was just bad. Whoa! I don't know what's going on here.
Maybe he thought that Chalky didn't trade because he had a potential lethal set up.
What lethal could he have set up with one? You can calculate the most damage he can deal with one card. That's not okay. That is the wrong play.
And Doomhammer is the absolute maximum that he could have drawn anyway. He's in his face, though.
That is just wrong.
Yeah, it is. It's 100% wrong. I just don't even know anymore.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the long matches are actually starting to show some fatigue, but I mean, there's a lot of respect being shown and a lot of disrespect being shown. We've seen very little middle ground in today's matches.
What is that even showing respect for, though?
Well, I'm saying like would players like will play too safe and they're trading so much.
Okay,
really respect like that. For instance, that attack from Shoop is a big respect to the potential damage from Chalky. Looking back to the Dart series earlier, where he didn't protect his 1-health minions, he was disrespecting the Mage Hero power and the value that could create. It's been really interesting so far, and a lot of times really wrong.
Well, Chalky's going to go ahead and develop Doomhammer here and push 7 damage to the face as well as clear the board. Shoop really needs a dragon right now. Cork on Elite, not it. But it is something that he can play. It fills up his whole curve. I think at this turn, he just has to play the Twilight Guardian and have something on the board. Is that a possibility?
I think he's debating a value trade here and an attack with the Fiery War Axe onto the Tunnel Trog in this spot.
It's a lot of damage that you're taking.
It is, but yeah, this is probably better just to stay out of range. But I mean, now he's taking 6 a turn for 3 turns. Chalky's making headway on life total. That's one of the worst draws of the deck right now.
But it's still something that's on the board that Shoop has to deal with, or doesn't have to deal with, but has to worry about. Again, Shoop needs a dragon, and if he draws a dragon, he's in a spot where Chalky can just hit him, kill it with the Doom Hammer.
Dragon, so Chalky needs 2 points of damage to end the game here.
Or a single Overload card. He could draw like second Feral Spirits.
Right. Anything that will net him 2 points of damage in this spot will win the game.
Even Lava Shock.
Even Lava Shock.
Admirable. Even Rock Biter. Admirable. Ardent Horse Rider could win the game.
Lava Shock, you called it.
There
Chalky
it is.
He's going to pick up this win, and I think this could have been avoided for Shoop. I think that if he heals that Grom and presents a lethal threat, that Chalky has to respect that. I think Chalky gave Shoop an opportunity by not trading the Tunnel Trog into a Grom. This was a subpar game from what we normally see from these two.
And 2 of the players that have showed the most consistency throughout the Onog circuit in all of 2016. Chalky qualifying through points. Shoop would have qualified through points if he had not won the feature that he won. So these 2 are the top earners of GEICO points for the whole year. And, just don't know. Fatigue, maybe?
The records really are telling of that too. I mean, Chalky over the course of Onog was 89 and 54 in game counts, 62.2% win rate. Shoop was 79 and 41 game count at 65.8% win rate. Every time we've seen these guys during this circuit, they have played top notch, and here they're making these minor mistakes that lead up to these colossal results.
Well, we're gonna move into game number 4 here. It's gonna be Chalky on the Druid, and Shoop going to try once again with the Dragon Warrior. This opening hand is much better than what we've seen.
Yes, this opening hand from Shoop has the ability to get off the ground running and then also have a backup dragon for when he starts drawing cards that are necessary to activate there. It's not like his last hand where he was kind of committed to curving out and as a result being at the mercy of his draws to pick something up. Chalky, on the other hand, this is probably a full mulligan for him. I don't think Living Roots is that strong versus Dragon Warrior. He's going to disagree. And the Wild Growth and Mire Keeper are 2 very welcome pickups at this point.
Yeah, that's definitely what you want to see. Innervate as well. So, no, the hand doesn't really have much meat right now. It's sort of all support. But now, basically, the cards that he has will effectively unlock any big thing that he draws to be able to play. And that's sort of what you want with this style of deck. And, yeah, Living Roots, interesting. Living Roots does answer a Fairy Dragon. And it does answer an Albatross's Champion. If you are to use the hero power on the next turn, you'd have to take 5 damage to do so, but...
I'm kind of a little bit surprised by the Coin Fairy Dragon here. Now, again, it does answer it 1 for 1. You do give up your coin, which isn't too big a deal. You have an incredibly strong curve leading afterwards. The second Fairy Dragon, since he drew the Azure Drake, is probably on the menu here. Otherwise, it just would have been Fiery War Axe. He's got Fierce Monkey to lead into it, and the Dragon Warrior draws are very strong. I mean, both of these decks rely on the raw power of their draws oftentimes. And so this one is bound to be fireworks with the way we've opened.
Second Fairy Dragon played. Tough for Druids to deal with. Ooh, Azure Drake drawn.
It's very strong with Innervate Wrath in hand.
Also, just having ramp early, you want ways to reload. So Azure Drake, Nourish, those are the cards you're sort of looking for once you've used those early ramps. So
innervating Azure Drake here is really interesting because you're putting Shoop to have Blood to Ichor or Fiery War Axe or Ravaging Ghoul. And Ravaging Ghoul is the only one of those that strongly plays on curve, I think. I think the Mire Keep is better, but I think there is some merit to considering the Azure Drake in this spot. Whoa! That's something we rarely see.
I'm sort of flabbergasted.
I like this, actually, and there's 2 reasons why. Number 1, in the case of Fierce Monkey, you get to Azure Drake, Innervate Wrath, draw a card, and trade over the Fierce Monkey. If it's Frowling Berserker, you get to do the same thing. Does Chalky actually need a 6th point of mana next turn?
No. But we saw him last game play Wild Growth on a turn where he had a really great hero power to float a mana for the rest of the game.
And that was a mistake when he did that.
Yeah, so maybe realizing that he got in trouble on that game because of the fact that he tried to ramp so aggressively into nothing. And so now he realizes that I'm just going to play within my means. Just try and play on curve, make strong, powerful swing turns.
It's actually just favoring the 2/2. And I think a lot of that's because of the Nourish and the Blood Mage that we're drawing. So the extra 2/2 is probably a little bit better than just an extra card right now. He's got plenty of card draw coming up, so even gets to deviate because he picked up the right card.
Maybe Wrath for Cycle is still better, though.
Maybe.
I don't know how much I value a 2/2 in this matchup. It doesn't really run over anything.
I think he's just valuing pushing some damage.
I suppose.
But
Yeah,
the Malagos combo deck definitely needs to get some damage potential unlocked. And that requires getting some combat in.
Raven Idol picked up, which is going to be able to fill out this curve. I can imagine it's going to be used now. You don't really know for sure what you're looking for, but you know essentially all 30 cards in this deck. So you can know a general game plan of what you want to go for, even though you don't know what you want to deal with, how you want to deal with this board right now.
Yeah, and that's really important, is the fact that you basically know the entire deck list. That's a major facet of this. Goes for Minion. And takes Archmage.
I don't even know anymore.
He's got a plan in mind, obviously. I just don't know what that is. This is weird. This is cool.
Jockey, what is going through that big old head of yours right now?
I wield the power.
Nobody knows.
Except for Jockey. And Ben Brode somehow. Well, Archmage is looking pretty solid.
The land serves me.
Just slam it down.
But Archmage looked pretty solid. Really did. That's his major win condition this game.
Archmage. Poor man's Malagos.
5 less health and 4 less spell damage for 4 less mana.
I'll take it. It's a linear design path. Well done, Blizzard.
Yeah. Well, if Jockey manages to pick up Swipe here, that'd be a great one. But outside of that, he could be in a little bit of trouble here.
Well, Feral Rage, he'll take some damage, but
the Arcane Giant's very nice. But I think Fandral is probably looking a little bit better. He can effectively negate the damage if he chooses to go with Fandral.
Wait, Fandral, Feral Rage, Moonfire, Innervate Arcane Giant.
Ah.
Wait, you don't even need to Moonfire. So Fandral plus Feral Rage is 7 mana. Arcane Giant will go down to 5. Oh no, you do need to Moonfire. You could do that. Moonfire would be pretty inconsequential.
Well, he could Moonfire and use the Mire Keeper to trade into the Frothing Berserker that way. Save him a couple points of health.
Save him a couple points of health. Not going to go for it.
Yeah, the Moonfire is definitely really weak here. There's no question about that. So, is keeping a Moonfire right now stronger than playing the Arcane Giant? Maybe Jockey's fearing Execute?
But there's 2 threats on the board in that case. There's Fandral and there's Arcane Giant.
Curator is a good pickup. Oh my gosh! He got the Execute from Shoot.
Maybe he didn't fear Execute. Maybe he wanted to see Execute.
That's what I mean. If he holds the Arcane Giant, he could potentially bait Shoot into that. That's a...
So Raven Idol is a great pickup too. All right, let's see here. What can Raven Idol pick up that would be great? If he picks up a Living Roots, he can just clear the board, develop both Archmage and Arcane Giant. Is that something that you'd want to go for?
Well, he went for Minion last time. I'm curious if he's going for Minion. He's going for Minion again. Illidan, Storm Rage. I mean, it would die to the Ravaging Ghoul sitting in hand. It's probably Big Game Hunter here, in all reality. Wow, it's actually Illidan instead. I'm not prepared, Illidan. You are absolutely correct.
Well, he's going to put 2 high-priority threats on the board here. He's going to put Arcane Giant and Illidan.
The Ravaging Ghoul destroys this, though.
The Ravaging Ghoul destroys the Illidan. Doesn't touch the Arcane Giant.
That's true, which that is a problem, but I think he could at least get out of that in some fashion here. He does have 6 damage on board threatening the Arcane Giant right now, so 8 damage will be had for Chalky here. Oh, wait, the Archmage and the Moonfire can shut that off, which is now instead Azure Drake.
Azure Drake, yeah.
Archmage just doesn't get the job done,
Yeah,
man.
Archmage is bad.
Is it? Yes. Whoa.
Full board clear.
I mean, he might go for that.
I don't know. Maybe you need to hold on to it.
Apparently not.
Maybe not.
I like the 4 board clear here. I think it looks sweet.
Yeah. If he plays Grom, you're just hitting him for 16. It's 8 this turn, 8 the next turn.
And then you back it up with Archmage. Sick.
Sick.
I think it's got to be Grom. I don't think that Shoop has an option here.
Gotta be.
And at 30, I don't think there's a chance that Chalky's trading.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, he could set him to 1, or he could develop Archmage and set him to 2.
Let's see what he prioritizes. Okay, Archmage is what he's going to prioritize. Shoop's got to be confused that Chalky took Gideon's slice.
It's really strange. I'd love to actually hear the thought process behind that, because I don't think I've ever seen that done before. Execute drawn, and a Curator to back it up. That Feral Rage is not direct damage. Uh-oh. Oh, no. This could be a recovery. I mean, Shoop is sitting behind a massive wall right now.
He has no way to get through to that Grom. It's just going to keep hitting him.
This is bad. This is really bad.
Really bad. I think that might just be game. I don't think Chalky can come back from this position.
Well, he can. He just needs a lot of help. And then when I mean a lot of help, I mean a ton of help.
Now he just took enough damage to activate Draconid Crusher if both of these attacks go face. Well, that would have activated it anyway. I mean, he's sitting on 17 damage right now.
If you're in Shoop's spot, is there anything you fear here? Like a mulch and a swipe? Is that something that's on your radar right now? I mean, Chalky clearly would have swiped this turn if he had it. So I think swipe is something that you don't put in his range. Yeah, I think you go for the kill. This is absolutely correct from Shoop.
He's at 9 health. If Chalky were to draw a swipe, he'd have 9 damage.
He plays the Draconid Crusher afterwards, an Arcane Giant.
Doesn't matter.
That's not the help necessary. And Chalky can go up to 23, 19.
Wait, it's
21. He can stay alive, yeah. Missing that 3 damage on that Alex Ross's champion could potentially cost Shoop this game.
Oh, no. He could still get damage from his Sir Finley hero power. He's got 11 damage on the board. Chalky's going to go up to 13.
He's got to find Hunter hero power or 2 other points of damage here to close.
Does he have any draws in
his... Core Crown Elite will do it.
There it is.
Wow.
Scary for Shoop, though. A big misplay, and you can see him sort of laughing it off, but if he had lost that game, I don't think that would be a laugh. I think that'd be a big old frown.
Yeah, it definitely would be. And Shoop, you know, he's playing to his outs, I think, really well, but he's missing damage in some spots, and this is, you know, there's not really an excuse for that at this stage. And if he's gonna want to have the biggest edge possible, he has to tighten up this play, because that's twice now he could have closed games and instead has given Chalky opportunity.
Every time I see Curator, I'm like, this card is good. It is really good. Being able to refill your deck like he did, you know, being able to find the Draconid Crusher. It was going to be his next card anyway, but even being able to find Alex Ross's champion, get close to the Core Crown Elite, and put up a taunt, which protected his 10 damage Grom. I'm curious if there were any decisions that Chalky could have made in that game that would have put him in a better board state moving forward.
Had he saved the Moonfire instead of using it on the second Ravaging Ghoul, that could have potentially bought him a kill on that ground eventually. Now that being said, Shoop would have had that 3/3 turning out damage, potentially trading up. A lot. I mean, this has been a match of tiny decisions. Like if you were looking to say that Hearthstone is super easy and that it's been solved at this point, the tiny things of this one that are leading up to potentially game-changing situations is an example of what's necessary to get to the absolute peak level. Those percentage points buy you the long term.
It's been a great series so far. Lots of great series on the day. We're all tied up 2-2 going into game number 5 here. And this is going to be Paladin for Shoop. And
that's a
what is that? Baron Geddon in Paladin, in N'Zoth Paladin, and a Twilight Summoner. I haven't seen that card since like DreamHack Austin in a N'Zoth Paladin deck.
Very weird build.
Super bizarre. Jockey playing Druid again, though, and he's got a decent opening hand. Got Fandral, got Mirekeeper. Don't know if that's the best card.
He's got Mark of the Wild.
Oh, yeah.
Look
at all those.
Barrel Rage.
Look at all the 2s on that card text. You get a 2. You get a 2. I'll take a 2. He gets a 2.
And I'll discard it too. Oh, Yogg-Saron. I forgot that card was in the deck. That definitely could have.
Yeah, we saw that for a moment in the game versus Dart, the very last game, when Chalky got the Living Roots to finish the series. But didn't see it used. The deck, I mean, it makes sense. Deck has a lot of spells. You are packing it full of a lot of big stuff, but you're okay with that.
Doomsayer, just to try to buy tempo. It's pretty rare that Doomsayer can get some significant value in this matchup. So Shoop trying to do anything here to get this Twilight Summoner on board in a safe position.
And he will be able to do so. Twilight Summoner, not really good on boards that already have a lot of pressure, but great on empty boards if you can dictate the way that the trades go. Because 1 power right away is not much. With that 5/5 that comes out.
Woo! That's a pretty good draw. We're going to be rolling into some great Fandral turns in the near future here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's a little bit of a weak turn. I mean, tempo stampeding Kodo is not where this deck wants to be.
Not that many sub-3 attack minions from Druid, though. Blood Mage, Thanos, Living Roots tokens.
It's the right call. It's just not the... You just don't want to draw this card, basically. You want to couple it with Aldor Peacekeeper sometimes on Arcane Giant, but it's basically just a card you don't want to draw.
If you get like a Gurabashi Berserker from a Raven Idol.
And he's choosing minions.
He's been choosing minions all day long.
Don't think this is a minion choice matchup. Well, very few spells cast so far. Oh, thanks, Aldor Peacekeeper. Now you show up. Guy's a jerk, you know that?
Yeah.
Karen's not, though.
Chalky's playing this very slow. I don't know if you can afford to play this matchup slow.
He's played every game slow so far. I mean, Chalky has faith in his ability to navigate all of these matchups. And I think in some spots it has potentially cost him, but in a lot of spots he's had fantastic situations. It's just interesting to watch.
All this is going to end up being a pretty good board swing here. He's going to leave the Karen up, but should remove everything. Probably going to see an Innervate Hero Power onto the 3/1. Chooses Druid of the Claw for the minion, and probably... Well, actually, I don't even know.
I think Savagery is actually okay here. When you have 2 copies of Feral Rage in your hand, you can actually use Feral Rage to get 8 power and then Savagery down, say, like a Ragnaros Lightlord. He will go for Wisp of the Old Gods, so I think Wisp of the Old Gods has stronger potential to actually make pushes. But I think Savagery has some real consideration there.
Say so. One thing that Druid lacks is hard removal. So being able to have additional reach that you normally wouldn't.
And so far, we've seen Shoop respect Mandrill just about every opportunity. And in this situation, he is losing the front half of his Cairn, but he gets a 7-5 and a 4-5 body on board and takes care of the Fandrel. And suddenly, Wisp of the Old Gods looks a little bit worse, but I don't think he intended to cast that anytime soon. This is a spot where Savagery actually would have been really sick, by the way. Barrel Rage, Hero Power, Savagery the Baron, attack the Bane.
It's really true. He could still go for Feral Rage, Wrath, Living Roots, plus Arcane Giant. With the coin, I believe, will get it done. But he's going to opt to draw. Picks up Swipe. Looks decent. But he still has to find a way to deal with that second half of the Cairn, and I guess coin Feral Rage is going to be the way he does it.
Yep. So, Wisp of the Old Gods is, again, it's reserved for the big pushes at the end. My only concern with it is, where does he find that? I mean, Shoop's got Consecrates in here. He's got Wild Pyromancers. Eventually, he starts building to very strong board positions with Tyrion and his Oth. And the Arcane Giants are going nowhere this game with 2 Aldor Peacekeepers in the draw.
They'll still stay on the board, which means that Wisp of the Old Gods might be able to buff a little bit. So
They're also savage dude killers at that point.
Yeah.
No Silver Hand recruits are available with a 1/8 on board.
Just forget about your hero power if you're the Paladin. You still have to use it, but you're sending out dudes to die left and right. It's a grim reality.
A lot of cards in the grip. I think Chalky's just trying to build towards the one-turn kill with Malagos at this point. Seems to be the game plan here. You know, Paladin doesn't do a good job of extending its life total to super high. It's great at recovery. It obviously doesn't have any armor effects, and it's not applying a ton of pressure, so you have plenty of time to keep drawing. I think that's the game plan now that we're at this spot. But it's probably the game plan all along.
The thing is, there's no possibility unless you get spells from Raven Idols that either Living Roots or Moonfire from Raven Idols, or you get multiple Malagos sticks from Emperor Thorsan, because double Moonfire is 12 and double Living Roots is 14. So it's only 26, so you still have to put some points of damage on your opponent before you can go for a one-turn kill. And we've already seen one Raven Idol from Chalky. We ever seen both Raven Idols?
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that he doesn't expect Shoop to heal to 30 if he's at like 26 though. And you could also do it with Blood Mage. Blood Mage would buy you 4 extra points of damage with that.
Oh, so that's 30. So Malagos plus Blood Mage.
32.
So if you have Malagos, Blood Mage, Moonfire, Living Roots, you can do that all with one Emperor tick as long as they're all in your hand. And it's 30. Yeah. No, I think it's exactly 30 damage.
Oh, it's 26 plus 4. Yeah, you're right. It's 30 damage exactly. And honestly,
so that's the game plan.
That Aldor last turn, I think, is indicative of Shoop knowing that is actually on the horizon. He feels like he has to get some damage done right now because Aldor Peacekeepers on 2/2s it's not where you want to aim that card.
Yeah.
And Chalky's just going for a push. He's trying to occupy resources at this point to prevent Shoop from launching an assault.
I like it. He's like, you're not going to kill me. And you're going to trade for me. So I'm just going to hit you in the face.
Oh. Gonna get some free draw here. Solemn Vigil.
Are we going to see an Ivory Knight as well to follow this up?
I think it's pretty likely. I mean, it just looks like the strongest play from hand. And again, Shoop has recognized that he's quickly falling behind in this race. Divine Favor's pretty interesting. Chalky's got a lot of cards.
Yes, he does. And Shoop should know his win condition at this point by holding on a lot of cards, getting it being Emperor Thorsan, and pushing from there. So Divine Favor might be able to draw on 3 or 4 cards, and he does go ahead and choose it.
Yeah, he's just trying to get cards out of his hand right now.
Well, there's all the damage spells. He's got both Living Roots, both Moonfires. He picks up Emperor Thor's Hand Malagos. That's basically it. What's he gonna use with this? Feral Rage. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, just how many cards does he really need to draw? I think he's just trying to make space in his hand. Whoa. He believes that he's going to get some value from this Arcane Giant. Saw an equality, seen an Elder Peacekeeper.
So now his max damage potential goes down by 7. So he's got 23.
Innervate with Swipe on a discount?
Yeah, but he has Swipe and no Innervate. Doesn't even have any Innervates left.
Does he? I don't think he's used 2 of them this game.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Maybe Raven, I don't know if he has one of those left as well. But Shoop gonna go ahead and empty out his hand. Hello, healing.
Ragnaros Lightlord's a threat.
Just picking up all of the healing in the entire world.
There's Emperor, but there's no Malagos.
I think he's still Emperor. That's all your burn spells. That's all your burn spells.
Yep, and he could still... He couldn't Blood Mage, but he could Innervate Swipe if he picks up an Innervate still.
Shaq only has 5 cards left.
This is going to be close.
This is going to be really close. Because Shoop can just heal.
Well, I think he's going to heal this turn. Like, that Emperor... When you see the Emperor at this point, I think you just believe that Chalky has the damage in hand.
I mean, I think you Equality Consecrate and start pushing damage, too.
If you Equality Consecrate, you're not necessarily... You're not getting the Ragnaros Lightlord on board.
Well, you can heal. You can still heal to full, almost.
Curious if you could just Equality here.
Heal to full.
Attack with the Elder Peacekeeper into the Emperor Thorson.
And then
play Ragnaros Lightlord. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that, yeah.
Ivory Knight as well. If he just consecrates trades and then plays Ivory Knight, then he gets to keep Equality. Like that as well.
And then he gets to hold on to, Equality, and also, I don't know, but Ragnaros Lightlord, being able to isolate it onto a board, I guess he doesn't really have any minions to play, but Chalky could easily damage something else, and he's just going to go... This is the play that I expect the least. Maybe he feels like he has too many weapons in his hand.
Well, this play also could be a nod to he wants to see the big push from Malagos and then Equality clear it and hope to heal. But if he, on this position, he can't Equality clear and play the Ragnaros Lightlord, so he's relegated to Ivory Knight at that point.
As soon as Chalky draws Malagos, he wins.
What to do?
Right?
It's a lot from hand. 6 plus 14, 20, plus 9 from swipe, it's 29.
29.
He's got to have Shoop at 29 to do it.
That 1/8 Arcane Giant's got to get in for some damage.
Well, honestly, it's kind of a big deal here, too, because not being able to play the Blood Mage in combination with all those means you lose some damage. I mean, at 1, there is a recovery potential.
So he's going to play Blood Mage now, realizing that he's got to get.
This is smart. I like this.
Yeah, he's saying, hey, you kill my Blood Mage, you get me closer to Malagos. You don't kill my Blood Mage, I have extra spell power, so if I draw Malagos, you lose anyway.
This is the best use of Wisp of the Old Gods he's going to get.
Yeah, it really is. Tyrion not really doing anything.
That is a trap right now. Equality, it's good here because you're dealing so much effective damage. It's really bad because it's just 2 3/3s. It's a weird spot.
I wonder.
I think if you're Shoop, you gotta stay at 30.
Ragnaros Lightlord then, right?
Yeah.
But that kills him to Malagos now. Chalky has the full damage unlock.
Chalky has 3 cards left, so he's got a 1 and 3 now to draw what he needs. He can't get it from Wild Growth because he wouldn't have enough mana, but he would have enough damage with Malagos drawn. Let's see what it's going to be. It's Nourish. It's out of Malagos. It's in its last 2 cards.
I don't think he can afford the Yogg-Saron here either. Yogg-Saron is ton of spells right now, and he could just kill himself from fatigue. If Yogg just decides he wants to draw a bunch of cards, that will kill him.
And now Chalky's got an 8 on the board that he has to worry about.
It's probably Feral Rage to deal with that. Wow.
Oh my goodness. That is a lot of faith in Yogg's run. I don't know about this one. Starts off with the Misha. In a rage onto the Misha as well. Lightning Storm pretty inconsequential. It's going to take out the 1/1. I mean, really, if that's 2/2s, okay.
Oh no! Not to face.
No way! Shadow Strike most likely going to hit a 1/1, and it does.
Extra armor. The big thing here is that Yogg is not drawing cards for Chalky.
Maelstrom Portal. Dart Trap. Arcade Missiles, that's going to put a little bit of damage on the face, or at least it should. Just kidding. That's one card. He's out of cards. Thought Steal, inconsequential.
Can Shoop win from here? So Equality and Consecrate clears Chalky's board. Ragnaros Lightlord will heal him to full.
Well, but Ragnaros Lightlord won't heal him to full because Ragnaros Lightlord is damaged.
No,
no, because of equality. That's
Yes.
right. It sets his health to 1, so he can't heal himself.
Wait a minute. No, there's no way that Shoop is staying at 29. I don't believe this. I don't believe this.
He's going to play Ivory Knight.
Okay. Holy Wrath is just damage at this point. I think Chalky just lost this game.
He has 29 damage.
Wait, he could split the damage up. And there's no equality left from Shoop at this point. And Chalky knows that. He can play Malagos, he can launch some damage, he can Feral Rage for armor. And then unlock the rest of the damage potential next turn.
Yeah.
That's the win condition.
He saw a 5 mana spell being chosen. It's either Stand Against Darkness or Holy Wrath. I can't think of any more 5 mana spells. He has to know that the direct damage is there to kill him. He's got to go for it.
So there's the armor. There's the Arcane Giant. He's going to put him at 29 with hero power and hope that Shoop will not heal to 30.
Does Shoop have enough damage? If he Holy Wraths and gets N'Zoth, he's got...
That's at least... It's a bare bones minimum. It's 4 points of damage. I believe Humility is the only 1-cost card in this deck.
He's got N'Zoth in his last 3 cards. So if he Holy Wraths face and gets N'Zoth out of his last 3 cards, he deals 10 damage, and that's enough to kill him. He doesn't know what trap it is, though, either.
He attacked last turn. He knows it's not something
he
that
knows
affects a minion, though.
Okay, so it's either got to be Snake Trap or Dart Trap. He used a spell to it. Can't be Cat Trick.
Can't be Snipe.
Trick. Can't be Snipe. So he knows that he can attack face. Do you have to go for it here? He knows how much damage potential that Chalky has with the Malagos. He can count how many spells he has left. Tyrion will lose him the game.
Wow. Shoop. I don't know how this calculation got set. This is actually just...
Anti-hero powers. The Dart Trap hits him in the face.
Well, the point here is that he should know that Chalky has 29 from hand. That doesn't make any sense. He has a 33% guaranteed to win with Holy Wrath here. He has almost a guaranteed chance to win with Holy Wrath and the damage that's on excess on board. This is purely a mistake from Shoop in this spot.
Don't know, but...
Wait. Wow. Okay, I was like, wait, what? And I remember the Arcane Giant was there.
Yeah, I was like, oh my goodness, Living Root is only 7 damage. Okay, but you know the thing about that is Shocky still takes the win, and Shoop didn't have faith in his deck. I mean, I wonder what his last 3 cards were that would have warranted that. N'Zoth,
Doomsayer,
maybe.
No, unless he only has 1 copy of Doomsayer in the build, right?
I mean, how much damage did he actually need? He was at 9 armor plus 5 health and 1 fatigue.
So his 7 guaranteed from hand with Ivory Knight and Rallying Blade. 7 guaranteed. So Chalky was at 12? 4 plus 8? Or was it 5 plus 8?
I'm pretty sure it was 5 plus 9 because he hero powered as well. But he was going to take fatigue
14.
damage.
You have 7 from hand. You know he's taking 2 from fatigue. That's 9 points of damage. So he needs 8 points of damage. It's 33% chance to win, where the Tyrion is a literally 0% chance to win. It's literally 0%. Shoop should know the cards that Chalky has left at that point.
And he didn't. He might have thought that he would have had to have perfect activations from Emperor Thorsan. He saw like 5 cards being drawn after Emperor Thorsan. If any of the burn spells weren't there, he needed exactly that much mana. If swipe one of the living roots, or yeah, that's it. If swipe one of the living roots wasn't in one of those activations, it wouldn't have been enough mana. Maybe that's what he was thinking.
He knows an Innervate's available still, though.
Yeah, but even with Innervate, Chalky needed that exact mana.
He leaves the Arcane Giant on board.
He leaves the Arcane Giant up. Yeah, you're right. Literally 0% chance. I don't know. But now Chalky's got a 3-2 lead, and his last deck is
Mage.
Tempo Mage.
It's this has been a very weird set,
to say the least.
It's fun though. I kind of like when players are making mistakes. This is fun.
This is really fun, yeah. Especially when games go to fatigue and it comes down to the wire. It comes down to just strict calculations. And you have to take risks that can win you the game or lose you the game, or make plays that just lose you the game. And you have to take the ones that will win you the game some of the time instead of 0% of the time.
It's a weird spot.
Yeah. Yeah. As we're getting ready for the next game, I just want to give you guys an update. Shoop did have to take a quick restroom break, so we're waiting for him to get back in his chair. I just saw him walk by and jump in, put his headset back on, which means we should be jumping in to game number 6 here momentarily. But Shoop probably needed a second to just regroup and say, where's my head at right now?
Yeah, I mean, these are the moments that really set players apart from everybody else. When it's clutch time, when there's a ton on the line, when your nerves are getting to you, when you're in tough situations, when there's new meta games and you're not 100% certain of the matchups, you're not necessarily 100% confident in your builds. Being able to keep a level head here and make those right decisions sets champions apart from the rest of the players. You have to be picture perfect to maximize your edge.
All right, well, we'll see. Shoop's got to turn this one around. We're going into game number 6. Chalky is on match point to come out of the group in first place. Getting that first seed from the group, so crucial going into the playoff bracket, having multiple chances. It's Chalky's Temple Mage versus the Control N'Zoth Paladin from Shoop.
Yeah, this is a matchup I would tend to say is fairly Paladin favored. You know, the Mage is relying on a lot of value from cards, where, you know, Shoop's not necessarily presenting big threats for Chalky to have to kill. If he starts launching the damage at face, there's always that major recovery potential with Ivory Knight and Forbidden Healing. This is a very tough matchup for Chalky, but you know, if Shoop manages to stumble a couple turns, that is a potential opening. And Mana Worm, this is the spot I think that Shoop wants to see early on. Doomsayer just looking, it's always fantastic versus Mana Worm. It's almost impossible for mages to really come out ahead of this one. And as long as he can just keep Chalky at bay, he can pull ahead. But this is the build that Yoet's Flow is playing that we talked about from the prelims, where it's got a lot of extra card drawn here. It's got Forgotten Torches. It can play a long value game.
It can, and one of the weaknesses of the N'Zoth Paladin is a lot of the draws don't do much by themselves.
And Acolyte of Pain is fantastic here. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if Shoop knew that Chalky's playing Acolyte of Pain, I don't think he hero powers there.
I think you might just hero power anyway, just because you got Acolyte of Pain is just one of the cards in the build. Yeah, if you're playing against a control deck with Acolyte of Pain, maybe, but that could very well be something that that you need a 1/1 on the board to try and contest. But this is going to give Chalky so much value. I mean, he's playing like a freeze mage deck right now, just drawing through his whole deck. So he's going to go ahead and just Arcane Intellect, draw 3 cards that turn, protect the Acolyte of Pain. He wants 3 draws out of this Acolyte of Pain.
Not only that, but he just needs space in his hand. So just getting cards out of his hand is actually pretty important right now. And Consecrate, this is... I wonder if Shoop thinks this is anything different than what it is. I mean, he's already seen Mana Worm, but Consecrations usually present a lot of value in this matchup. You know, with Cult Sorcerer and Sorcerer's Apprentice hanging around, they're pretty important to these builds. And using a Consecration this early, it gives Chalky that little bit of information, but he does have Baron Geddon in hand, so it's probably not too important to keep around.
Baron Geddon sort of just acts like a consecration effect. But Jockey's turn now is pretty awkward. He's got 8 cards in hand. He can play Arcane Intellect, go up to 9 cards, ping off. Such a weird sight to see. Tempo Mage just not playing anything. So he's going to go with Sorcerer's Apprentice instead. Yep. Going to be weak to the True Silver Champion, but I think Chalky just feels like he needs to just throw a minion out there, and if it sticks, especially one like Sorcerer's Apprentice, he's in great shape.
Yep. This is like a sort of a check for Rallying Blade or True Silver Champion. Like, say Shoop decides to go with Rallying Blade here instead. Then he can play Azure Drake, and maybe he overrides the Rallying Blade, or if he sees True Silver Champion here, he can just keep the Azure Drake in his hand.
There's so much just value right now in Chalky's hand. It's ridiculous.
It's kind of weird that this deck actually can keep pace with the early game sometimes, when it has this much card draw available.
Yeah.
This is just simply to start getting the Roaring Torches in the build and hope to draw them and look for burst.
Draws it instantly. Rewarded for playing the Forgotten Torch first. That's actually really funny. Chalky realizes that his hand is all burn right now, effectively. He's got double Firelance Portal, he's got Fireball. All once! That's a nightmare!
This is like, I think this is, Frodan calculated this at America's Prelims, and I think that was less than 20% chance to happen. Just shy of 20%.
I think it was like, yeah, okay, just shy of 20%. Oh, the chance to draw a single particular Paladin card was about like 11%. That's what I was thinking of. Up, gets a reasonable sized minion. Servant of Yogg-Sothoth on a 5/4.
There's no True Silver left either.
There's an Aldor Peacekeeper. That's decent enough to deal with it.
I wonder if this is relegated to Dude Killer at this point.
I don't know if that's a relegation. I think that's a promotion.
You! Kill Silverhead recruits!
He's like, yes! Been working for this my whole life.
Ooh, that could potentially be a liability.
Yeah. So he doesn't have to equality here. He can Wild Pyromancer, Blood Mage, Consecration, and then Solemn Vigil. Draw 3 cards. Then he doesn't have an activator for equality, so maybe it's just better to just equality.
He's at 24. I think he can just build tension. His hand's so strong from the recovery perspective. Just buying back some of the health here with Ivory Knight. I'm looking at that Blessed Champion and wondering if there's ever a way I can one-shot him.
With Baron Geddon.
Well, that Mana Worm's probably not attacking anytime soon.
Maybe not at all.
Yeah, when you play Blessing of Wisdom on your opponent's minion, whenever it attacks, the player who played Blessing of Wisdom will draw the card.
Much better choice than Eye for an Eye or Competitive Spirit in this matchup because you want the card draw. Don't necessarily want to have
make a 5/5 Ivory Knight.
Make a 5/5 Ivory Knight or deal 1 damage to your opponent's face most of the time.
Harsh but fair. Could be 1, could be 10.
What to do? What to do?
Most likely 1, very rarely 10. Eye for an Eye is usually the last secret you play around, but it's the first secret that you think about. Because you're like, what if it's Eye for an Eye, guys?
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that, because that happens every single time I see one after Ivory Knight. I've always been like, man, I bet that's just Eye for an Eye. That one stinks.
But you attack anyway.
Chucky's just attacking.
He doesn't care.
Have your card. Take it, idiot. Deal him 3. That's like a bad life tap.
Sure. What does Justicar Trueheart even do for Warlock? Does it take away the health penalty?
That's exactly what it does. It's about time Warlock got something weak.
I suppose.
Actually, Warlock's a neutral card.
Warlock's class cards are just weak, though, a lot of the time.
Well, they gotta be. They get to draw 2 cards a turn.
Yeah.
Better be beating me with worse cards. Jeez, can you imagine if they had good cards in 2 cards turn?
They just got True Heart. That's bold.
Yeah, Chalky's just power cycling at this point. Oh, he's like, oh, he just kills it. I forgot the art. That deals 6 damage with 2 spell power out. Ah, touche.
Well done.
Even if I didn't have a way to kill it, I still would have played Azure Drake here. Just to show him what's what.
Oh, I just yogged. Just screw it. I'm tired of this game. Let's get to the next one.
This game. He's playing for thousands of dollars. I'm tired of this one. Like me on ladder, you just concede.
I use all my burn spells, and it's like, how do I win?
Wow, that is respect. That is some real fear of that Blood Mage.
Sheep's been respecting things all day long, respecting damage from hand. We saw it earlier with not healing the Grom Hellscream. That felt like 3 hours ago, but it was the same series that we're watching right now.
8-point Roaring Torch. Face.
Jack's just going for it. Jack is like, you're going to run out of healing eventually.
Well, he senses weakness and he has Yogg, so he feels comfortable overextending and forcing resources from Shoop with the confidence that Yogg will benefit him.
Alright, well, if he doesn't pick up something... okay, I was going to say Yogg might be the play, but with Barnes, maybe not.
Barnes has been in almost every one of Chalky's decks.
It's a strong card.
Seems like it anyway.
If Chalky thinks that a legendary is strong, he'll put it in every deck. He was one of the first players to put Dr. He might have been the only player to put Dr. Boomin in the aggro shaman and have success with it. He actually won in Onog. It might have been in 2015 with Dr. Boom in it. So he's going to go ahead and play Yogg now. Flame Lance his own face. Not a good start. Light in the Darkness. What does it pick up? Skeleton Swarmer.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Yogg, what are you doing, Yogg? This is not the right way to do it.
Not at all. If he kills his Hunger Dragon here, I'm... Well, okay, that's something.
No, that was a bad Yogg. That was not good. Baron Geddon is going to squash this board. Oh, he does go to 8 from that, though. Maybe he doesn't Baron Geddon.
He doesn't have any healing left either.
Yeah.
And he can't use Solemn Vigil this turn either. Maybe Equality...
It's going for an equality play here, yeah.
He needs to dig through his deck, so I think Solemn Vigil is definitely going to be on his radar here. He wants to find additional points of healing.
That Silith Swarmer's never attacking.
No.
What if Chalky's got Medivh?
This document looks legally binding.
Get the Atish.
Then he would lose.
Activate that Silith Swarmer. I don't know, Medivh with Firelance Portal seems pretty strong to me.
Yeah. Well, Frostbolt drawn. Chalky's getting closer. Does he have a natural Fireball left in his deck?
I believe there's one.
That's the most damage Frostbolt's ever going to be, so might as well go for it.
You can kind of see the desperation that Chalky has had this game. Building to a big board state and then trying to unleash critical mass. And now that he's basically out of cards, he's just going for it. Oh my gosh, that is a huge draw. That's going to close the game. Yeah, Shoop is not going to win after. I'm sorry, Chalky's not going to win this game after that.
Shoop had a few draws there that were going to save him the game. He had the second Forbidden Healing in his last 7 cards. He also had Ragnaros Light Lord, so, I mean, we're starting to get to the end of these guys' decks. So these aren't that unlikely. And Chalky's going to see what's in the box. Okay.
A little bit of phone tap draw there. Phone tap yesterday.
Mirror Image. I mean, he's going to connect here. He can Arcane Blast this 5... Oh, no, he can't do that. He needs to ping the Ragnaros Light Lord. Actually, better play would be to ping one of the 1/1s and Arcane Blast the Ragnaros Light Lord and go face, I think. Because then you damage the Light Lord, and you also make it so he can't run over both the mirror images.
Does he need to hero power face at all? You know, from damage.
Well, if he protects one of his minions, Fireball plus ping, as long as one of his minions survive, it's going to be enough. I think his out is Fireball. It's the last burn spell he has in his deck.
So Arcane Blast and the 5/5 hero power the Ragnaros then.
No, I think Arcane Blast this and ping a 1/1.
Okay, so you're trying He's trying to isolate for.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
That way he can't run over the 2 mirror images. While Pyromancer doesn't do anything here.
Tyrion's also going to shut that down. Shoop with the Light Lord, putting his faith in said light.
Is there any draw for Chalky?
Is there a way he can draw multiple cards?
Heals himself.
Forgotten Torch.
Can he survive one more turn now is the question.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's 21 points of damage on Shoop's board right now, and Chalky can only peel one of that damage away. Well, he could, yeah, even if he kills Tyrion, he only peels one away because of the Ashbringer that's summoned. And there's also just 2 extra points of damage in Shoop's hand with Baron Geddon. So that's just it.
Does that mean we're going to a third game number 7 today, Admirable?
I mean, it looks like it. I don't see a single way that Chalky gets out of this one.
That's it.
So
Chalky's going to go ahead and concede, and that means we're going to a game 7 in the winners match here for Group B.
Yep. And it's been a grueling series so far, with some play a little bit loose at times. And when I say a little bit loose, I mean pretty far away from optimal in a lot of situations. And a game 7 here for Chalky, which I'm guessing is one of the decks he's least experienced on with Mage. I know he's played a lot of Freeze Mage in the past, but those are the days of yore, and he was never really that big of a Tempo Mage player. So I'm curious if he can navigate this matchup well enough to get an edge here. I mean, this is it. This is a big match that he's winning if he wants to stay on the winners bracket side.
Do you even know what Mage Shoop is running? Wasn't it banned in the first series? Oh,
believe
well,
it was.
Tempo Mage. Tempo Mage versus Tempo Mage. It's going to be game number 7.
And it looks like similar builds as well. You can also see a copy of Acolyte Pain in Shoop's build. And have we seen Arcane Missiles from Chalky?
I don't think so. Oh, yeah, one. Arcane Missiles a Direwolf Alpha in one of the games.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, he's got at least one.
This is a mirror match that I do not have much experience in.
It's kind of weird. Sometimes it comes down to who's just greedier. A lot of times you just see like hero power face pass, draw cards pass. Because the first person to play stuff gives your opponent an excuse to use spells to gain tempo. And so you want to try and hold on to your minions to use spells to gain tempo against your opponent. You don't really want to be the first player to play a Sorcerer's Apprentice in this matchup, because then you don't have a Sorcerer's Apprentice to get ahead on tempo later on in the game. It's a really tough matchup if both draws are similar. But even if both draws aren't similar, you have to assume and give respect to your opponent that they do have good mulligans.
That's usually the case.
So normally in this matchup, you might see just Sorcerer's Apprentice slammed on the board, but there's a lot of pink face. It's weird. This match is weird.
It already just looks weird.
One player has golden cards and one player doesn't. That's weird. Chalky has the golden coin. What a weirdo.
It's harsh.
I actually have a full golden Tempo Mage. I have the golden coin. It's my only full golden deck. So I'm weird too. I'll admit it.
I'm actually surprised it's not Warrior.
I disenchanted a golden Deathwing to craft 2 golden Arcane Blasts.
That's dumb.
Come at me. It's not dumb, it's weird.
I disenchanted 4 normal Deathwings so that I could get a golden Deathwing.
That's efficient.
Not really. I had to also use 1,600 additional dust for that. But I wanted that golden Deathwing. If you style on someone, you got to really style on them. Yeah. Ah, you're right. This is really weird.
People, they just draw cards in pink face. That's what you do in this matchup.
So what's the inflection point? Is it just trying to put together big Flame Waker turns? Or are you trying to just...
Big Flame Waker turns. You're trying to put together just burn. A lot of times this matchup comes down to ignoring the board. You put your hand over the board, and you look at your opponent's health total. And you're like, how do I get that health total to 0 as fast as I possibly can?
And Chalky is actually opting to unlock the potential from Arcane Missiles and with Mirror Image here as a nod to that. feels like giving up tempo here could potentially be worth it, simply because he's getting damage out of a card that's hard to direct to face in Arcane Missiles, and a card that basically is worthless in this matchup, Mirror Image.
But I mean, I said the first player to play a minion is usually the one that falls behind on tempo, because that gives your opponent an excuse to gain control of the board.
Well,
that hit every mirror image.
I don't think he wanted to do that. Yep, saving the Arcane Blast for the Azure Drake here. Wants to be able to Azure Drake and Arcane Blast to 5x tempo. This adds a Roaring Torch to his deck as well. Yeah, Chalky is starting to gas out. Shoop's hand, I would definitely say, looks stronger at the moment. And with that second Azure Drake, it looks way better.
Yeah, so Chalky's going to play Azure Drake. It's going to be answered by Fireland's Portal. And, I mean, this went awry very quickly.
Could also be Azure Drake and Frostbolt here. And something interesting to note is that Fireland's Portal can actually just direct the damage to face, and Azure Drake, you have to unlock the potential for it.
Oh, no.
That's one of the worst ones you can get.
Stasis Manipulator and Starving Buzzard are the two worst 5-drops that you can get from Fireland's Portal.
Unless you happen to have a lot of beasts in your deck.
And even then...
That is not one of the worst ones you can get.
That is one of the best ones. Leroy can be good sometimes. Doomguard is probably strictly the best 5-drop, I'd say. Maybe Earth Elemental, depending on the board state.
Yeah. I think in this matchup that Earth Elemental is the one that takes the cake. Just having extra health to sink more burn spells into it seems stronger.
Yeah, unless you need to win right now.
Well, Chalky does not have a way to answer this board, and there's a Mana Worm, there's a Sorcerer's Apprentice, and there's a Flame Waker, and this is typically one of the ways that you can lose. When your opponent has 3 priority minions and you can't kill any of them.
You might just need to draw Yawk. This deck just... Since Fireland's Portal has been released, players have realized that that's much more of a consistent card than Flame Strike. So Chalky, 99% sure he does not have a single copy of Flame Strike in his deck. I think he's just going to try and stifle the board and maybe push for a comeback, but...
Wow. That is a big one.
It's a lot of gas for Shoop.
Oh, he does have space on his board. But that's a big one. I think Chalky lost this game. There's not really the recovery potential here to make this happen. Like you said, no Flame Strike means that this match snowballs eventually.
Yeah, this should be a full clear, almost guaranteed, unless every single missile in Flame Wake goes face. And just gonna push a bunch of damage, and Chalky doesn't even have time to draw into Yawk unless he finds removal for these minions on the board. He is dead unless he finds something that's gonna kill Flame Waker, Mana Worm.
Nope. Not going to do it. So, Shoop going to take the steers. Nope. He doesn't keep him alive. 7, 8, 9, 10 damage still.
Doesn't keep him alive. All right, well, Shoop is going to move on as the first seed from Group B. He'll get right into the winner's bracket. He'll play against the second seed from Group A, which I believe was Frozen. And that'll be in the playoff stage tomorrow. Chalky's going to have to go down to the decider match. He'll face off against the winner of Dakota versus Dart.
Yeah, I believe it was Eversix actually yesterday. He won
Eversix at 2-0'd.
And Frozen went 2-1.
Yeah, so Frozen will... So it's cross. So the first seed plays against second seed.
Yes.
So yeah, he'll play against Frozen. Shoop will play against Frozen. So tough matchup, but one that he'll have time to get prepared for now. Really great performance from Shoop. Sometimes a little bit shaky. There was a couple moments there where... a couple of those plays in game 1 and games 3 specifically. Not hitting the draw maybe.
Game.
Yeah, but he managed to pull it out.
I mean, it's a long set. This was a very tough one, and nobody plays perfect. But some of the mistakes that were made in this match, I think, were inexcusable, quite frankly. And when it's happening on both sides, you're bound to go to 7 games at that point. And in this one, you spelled the picture for Tempo Mage. That's literally exactly what happened. Chalky went for something. I don't want to say it's too early because again, I don't have the expertise in the Fireland's Portal Mage versus Fireland's Portal Mage matchup to really analyze something there. So I'm learning along with a lot of the players watching. It's a fairly new one, and it went exactly like you said.
They don't have a way to deal with that flame waker. Chalky runs away with the game, but it's a risk you have to take. One player has to be the aggressor, and a lot of times, so it's the first player to play minion on the board just gives the opponent an excuse to go ham. So that's how it works. And so that series is in the books. Got 2 more left on the day: the loser match and the decider match. Of course, we want to give a big shout out to GEICO for making all of this possible. Here at the GEICO gaming booth at PAX Prime. If you want to come check us out, we're on the 4th floor, right in front of the main entrance. As soon as you come up the escalator, you'll see the big giant GEICO screen and the Hearthstone screen. Come say hi. Come take a look at the matches today. Also, GEICO's been on board since the very beginning of the 2016 circuit, and we really appreciate them getting into esports and sponsor this event. If you guys want to see if you can save some money on your insurance, whatever you insure. You know, a lot of people look at the commercials and say car insurance, but they have life insurance, renter's insurance, auto insurance as well, like we mentioned. Anything you want to insure, you can head over to our website, geico.onog.gg. Right in the top right, there's a get a quote button. Doesn't take much time. See if you can save yourself some money. And also, you can enter in to win a CyberPower PC on that website as well. So head over there and do that. Also, big shout out to Asus Republic of Gamers for giving us these sweet laptops that the players are playing their matches on, that we have our notes on, that we're able to spectate these matches on. Really fast stuff. I have like 50 million tabs open. I'm playing World of Warcraft on this thing at the same time that I'm casting. That's why I seem sort of out of it. It's really cool. So big shout out to them. But we are going to have to go to a quick break before we jump into the next match of the day. So don't go anywhere, guys. More One Nation of Gamers Grand Finals right after this.
Hey TSM fans, I wanted to thank our sponsor GEICO. Remember, they can help you with affordable renter's insurance. It's really easy.
This is not easy.
Hey TSM fans, our sponsor GEICO wants you to know they make it easy to save money on car insurance, and everyone likes saving money. This is our neighbor Russell. He hangs out here now.
Snack?
Hey TSM fans, I wanted to make you aware of the cool tech GEICO offers. ID cards, emergency roadside service, and you can even submit a claim, all from your GEICO mobile app. Russell, what are you doing?
You winged beast. Oh, I got him, guys, I got him. Oh, no.
BioFrost here, letting everyone know that GEICO has an award-winning app that makes it easy to manage your insurance. Russell, shower your own house. You live next door.
The water pressure's way better here.
I'd like to give a big shout out to one of our sponsors, GEICO. Remember, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hey, man.
Russell, I'm filming.
Hey everybody, I'm happy to announce GEICO's sponsorship of Team So Mid. They could save you hundreds on car insurance. Russell, that sounds like garbage.
Not even close. Yankee Doodle.
Macaroni!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers 2016 Grand Finals. My name is TJ. I'm joined once again by That's Admirable, and we are 3 series down on the day, but man, were they intense ones and long ones at that. All went to the distance, all 7 games. How you feeling, Admirable? You enjoying the games so far today?
Yeah, you know, a little bit of criticism on the last series. Went a little bit hard on that one, not gonna lie, but again, I expect much more from these two. Something that's interesting to note is that in Game 7 of last set, no one had seen Shoop's deck list up to this point. And so the slow start that Chalky had seen, he made the read that it was Freeze Mage. And that was what prompted the assault early from him. And as a result, when he saw that it was Tempo Mage, in fact, from Shoop, had realized that he had wasted resources at that point, and it led to a snowball effect. So I think it's a pretty solid read from Chalky there, but it just happens to be Tempo Mage and he gets punished.
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of the read that you have to make sometimes in that situation, because if you hold back against Freeze Mage, you're just giving them so much time. So definitely merited that decision. But now Chalky's going to have to fight on the decider match. He'll play against the winner of this next match. This is the loser match. It's going to be Dakota versus Dart. And keep in mind, nobody gets eliminated in the group stage. Everybody moves on to the playoff stage. It just depends on your seeding from where you place in that group. So if you're seeded 1 or 2, you go to the winner's bracket. If you place 3 or 4, you go into the lower bracket right away for the playoff stage. So you have to fight all the way back through. You lose, you're out. You know, the whole lower bracket shebang. And so these guys are not fighting for their lives, but fighting for that ever-important seeding.
Yep, and plus the winner's advantage, if you make it to the finals from the winner's bracket, the loser's bracket player is down a game, effectively, in that one. So that is paramount to winning a championship like this, getting that extra game.
Yeah, so looking at these players' deck lineups and talking about their deck lineups a little bit, I think these guys have very similar lineups, to be honest. They both showed off their Zoo Warlocks earlier. They both have Aggro Shaman. They both have Druid. And they both have probably what appears to be Temple Mage for both players with a Warrior Band. So this is probably the only match that we've seen so far across the course of the week this week at PAX, that we've seen 2 players face off that have similar enough lineups.
Yes, and it's also the first time that we've seen Warrior completely banned out in a set. A lot of times players have just been banning something else. Chalky's lineup very clearly built to ban Shaman, and Warrior otherwise has been left up in a lot of series, which is very much different than what we've normally seen. So the lineups of this one, I feel like everyone thinks they have a strong read on what's going on, but so far we have been seeing Warrior not dominate. Despite that, we've seen it kind of be in the middle of the pack. It's had a strong performance, but it's struggled in some games where I think normally it should be closing.
Dragon Warrior has not been as impressive as, say, like a ladder win rate for the deck would be. In tournament play, you see a little bit different decks. You see sometimes decks that are, you know, more oriented towards countering the quote-unquote best decks in the format, which includes Dragon Warrior. So going to move into game number 1 here. It's going to be Dart on the Druid and Dakota on the Zoo Warlock. And Dart, of course, an interesting build. He did have Violet Teachers as well as Power of the Wild, but he also has Moonfire, which leads us to believe that he has Malagos. But I don't think we explicitly saw Malagos in his list early on in the day. He won his matches by getting off to a great start with the Violet Teachers and with the Vandals. So I'm not actually sure if it's in the build. He might just like Moonfire for Arcane Giants or something along those lines.
I will say that if he just likes Moonfire, that would be a very weird choice. But for liking Violet Teacher, I can't really fault anyone for that. Violet Teacher has the chance for some majorly explosive draws. But my issue with it is, what is he actually losing if he decides to play Malagos alongside Moonfire, alongside Power Overwhelming, alongside Violet Teacher? Suddenly, your deck list is becoming a little bit watered down and could potentially suffer some consistency issues. So Moonfire might just be in there for that purpose.
It's a definite possibility. But Dakota Zoo, I think it was basically the more standard variation of Zoo. He was the one with the Gormok and the Sea Giant, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So it's a much more classic form of Zoo Warlock. There's none of the sort of discard mechanics that we guessed might be a possibility coming into this weekend in the tournament at PAX.
Yeah, he does have Argent Squire in the list, and I don't actually recall seeing Malkazar Zemp in his build, which to me is a little bit interesting. I feel like Malkazar Zemp is just stronger than Argent Squire. You know,
Maybe he just didn't have confidence in playing a new card.
Totally possible. But this is a strong turn from Dart. We're seeing the wild growth into Fandral Living Roots, and suddenly a real board position is here. So Dakota can start to diffuse this situation, but this is typically the initial boost that Druid needs to really buy a lot of time in this matchup. If you don't put a lot of significant presence on board, you kind of just get steamrolled. If you're trying to just answer things one for one, unless you have some big backup for it, the Warlock player can just continue to reload in this spot. So the fact that Dart has this strong of an open means that Dakota's going to have to invest resources into this board, and it just continues to buy Dart time turn after turn.
I don't know if I like this play from Dakota. I think utilizing either the Power Overwhelming or the Soulfire and keeping his other minions a little bit more healthy would have been a little bit of a better option.
Well, this is
especially rolling into Defender of Argus.
I do think that unlocking the Defender of Argus in this matchup is paramount. And in that spot, he played directly in the swipe. And this is consistent with what we saw from Dakota early on, where he, against Dragon Warrior, he just chose the Forbidden Ritual. And if it succeeded, he got a big reward from it. This is twice now that he has gone wide onto the board and has fallen into a poor position in the face of removal spells, or rather the perfect removal spell from it. And this Gormok is getting swiped here. Dart's got a second Innervate. He's rolling into Arcane Giant. This is basically lost for Dakota at this point. And I don't necessarily think that the way he played it is poor, but is that a necessary risk he needed to take?
I don't know. And to be honest, those that so far in that Power Overwhelming are sitting dead.
Wow.
So he does have Malagos. Where does he find room for everything? What does he cut?
I'm ready to learn.
He's like a surgeon.
He cuts like good stuff. He's either a surgeon or he's got 36 cards.
Maybe he doesn't have Yogg.
It's possible, but that's one card. He's got Violet Teachers and Power of the Wild in this build. Maybe Feral Rage?
I don't think we've seen a Feral Rage from him.
It's a possibility. Oh my goodness gracious. That hand is atrocious.
And this is the thing. Dakota, if his risk would have succeeded, he'd be in fantastic shape. But it didn't succeed, and did he need to take that risk? He could have set up a Defender of Argus. He could have unlocked value from Power Overwhelming or from Soulfire.
Also, he could have just killed the Violet Teacher there.
I don't think it matters too much at this point. I think the game is so bald.
Yeah. Dart just seems like it's on autopilot right now. He's like, how I win this game 99% of the time. Just let me not make the play that loses me the game that 1%.
Yeah, it'd be really hard for Dart to lose at this point. It would take a colossal error. And even then, I still think he might win. Like, if he just didn't attack this turn, I think he'd still win.
I am ready to learn.
Probably.
This is the advantage you buy by having those two swipes when your opponent takes a risk with a wide board on 1 health. You have them, you'll win.
And that should wrap it up. Dakota can't imagine a possible draw unless he's got a Twisting Nether snuck into this deck. That's going to let him come back. That's going to be the concede. Dart takes game number 1 very handily.
And this is twice now that Violet Teacher has really shown its power in the Druid matchup. Because the Malagos version's been so popular, a lot of players just don't have builds that are ready to fight the Violet Teacher swings, and it's hard to fight them to begin with. In both sets, Dart has unleashed the power of a Violet Teacher, and it's been massive. Honestly, I think that if you're going to find the right Druid build right now, that Violet Teacher, it could be a mandatory thing. It is so good.
It really is. But we've seen the players that have played Malagos Druid to a high level have been able to win without it. And I don't know if it's necessary. It's kind of like how many win conditions do you actually need in one deck, and does it dilute the other win conditions by adding things into the game or adding things into your deck that might not synergize well with other stuff? And I'm not saying that Violet Teacher doesn't synergize with it, but I'm saying is it too much?
That's an excellent point you make. This is something that I talk about a lot with deck building, is that sometimes players are just trying to do too much. You don't need to do too much. You just need to do enough. And when you're trying to do too much, that can mean you struggle with consistency. So that's an excellent counterpoint you bring up.
Well, rolling into game number 2 here. Dart is going to choose Tempo Mage, and Dakota, once again, Zoo Warlock. It seems like his go-to choice in his first match of the day. He played Zoo until he got a win, so we'll see. Dart decides to go with Mirror Image on turn 1. What do you think of the choice to do that?
Well, this is clearly because he wanted to roll into Cult Sorcerer and into Flame Waker. He wanted to get something on board and not have it die to just Abusive Sergeant or a Mortal Coil picked up from Dark Peddler, something like that. So I think the Mirror Image here is actually okay. You know, he didn't have Flame Waker in hand. He didn't have the Sorcerer's Apprentice. If he knew he was drawing Sorcerer's Apprentice, he almost certainly would not have played that. But now suddenly, he's got a Flame Waker on board. He's got his 0-mana Arcane Missiles. He's got things to protect his board.
Well, it's likely that this is a board clear here with 2 minions and 1 face target. And yep, he does get the last missile. Dakota did go ahead and pick up the Soulfire because he probably had an inclination that there was going to be a Flame Waker turn created, so I can imagine Darkshire Councilman plus a coin and a Soulfire is going to be necessary here to try and come back in this game. He's still got to find a way to get to those mirror images, though.
Well, it's also just a lot of value that the Flame Waker just bought. I mean, you cleared a board, you forced the coin, you've now pulled 8 damage from your opponent's burst potential, and that's a Babbling Book.
That is a Babbling Book.
You know I love Babbling Book.
I know. Babbling Book not going to be played this turn because he wants to get the spell power minions, the more powerful minions on the board now to try and be mana efficient. This gives him more room to play a spell next turn if he draws it. It just gives him a little bit of an information disadvantage, but that's not a free CGI.
It's about as close as it gets, though. 3 mana is pretty darn good. Choosing to save the Abusive Sergeant here for trade-up potential. That's
2!
second Babbling Book.
2 of them!
How could there be 2 Babbling Books in the world?
There's only...
Wow. That is sick.
That is incredible. And he can even just go ahead and play the second Babbling Book as well. Maybe he'll pick up something that allows him to deal with it even easier. I can get a target dummy. Wait, his mirror image is 1. Yeah, mirror images are 1, so it'd be a 1-drop.
Mirror images are definitely 0. And
are they?
Target dummy is not in the format.
That was a mistake.
So I think in this spot, Dart should be okay with just clearing off this Darkshire Councilman. It is a very high priority threat here, and he's got Flame Waker and Effigy. So his ability to put damage on board is very real. Now that being said, those are also priority minions. So he could just push face damage here and start cutting into the long-term potential from Dakota to just be able to life tap. Could also do that, which is very strange.
He's trying to make value trades, I suppose.
That's not very value. You just do that next turn.
Well, I mean, he could, if he didn't do that, he could have traded up with the Divine Shield using Abusive Sergeant.
Ah, that's a good point. Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he was trying to play around with. Direwolf, Abusive Sergeant.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So a little bit of value, I suppose. All right, well, Flame Waker plus Arcane Intellect. If he picks up a 2-mana spell here with the Arcane Intellect, that's going to be great. Frostbolt would be fantastic.
Whoa.
Flames? What?
All right, I think this is Mana Worm pass for Dart. Attacking here, it's pretty questionable, I'd say.
Yeah. It seems weird because he could kill the Direwolf Alpha or he could push face for 2 damage, but if he trades, it makes it better for Dakota to get more minions off the board when he's leading into a Flame Strike turn. But if he passes...
He saw Gormok, though. So if you trade... Yeah, well, I mean, it may be trade now that I think about the Gormok.
Also, it sort of gives... Also, it sort of gives away the fact that you have that you might have Flame Strike, because if you don't attack, it's like, why wouldn't he attack? I don't know if Dakota's going to pick up on something like that, though.
Well, I definitely don't think that this indicates Flame Strike when you hold attacking. I think it indicates you trying to adjust to your opponent and not giving anything away for free here. I think not attacking makes Dakota go, wait a minute, why does he want all of his minions? And then kind of baits him into attacking. It's almost honestly the same thing as attacking, except just Dakota has the choice now.
The same thing as attacking, except you do the opposite.
I think it's better to not attack, though. I mean, Dakota could make a mistake.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. I don't know if Dakota has shown enough in these matches to where Dart would respect him enough to call him out on him having Flame Strike. Flame Strike has long been cut from Arcane Mage.
Yeah.
Or Arcane Mage.
I think Arcane Mage is actually a better name for it when you say that.
I subconsciously said it. It must be a better name.
It's not really tempo. It's just mage stuff.
Arcane Intellect, Arcane Missiles, Arcane Blast,
Frostbolt.
Yeah. Alright, well, it's going to be a pretty intimidating board, but regardless, Dart will still be able to pick everything up, and Dakota is going to throw out everything.
Disgusting. Oh my gosh. I mean, Dart just looks like a genius here.
He put 8 damage effectively into a 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, that's just not right, but...
He pushed the 8 there every time.
I don't even think it mattered, honestly. I'm not going to criticize that one just simply because the Flame Strike being the tech choice that pulls Dart back into an almost unwinnable game prior to that that's crazy.
That's still not over yet, but it's very close. Kabbalist Tome, I mean, if he picks up like any burn from this, it should be lights out. He picks up a Pyroblast, he can just ping face. Well, a second Kabbalist Tome.
How could there be 2 Kabbalist Tome in the world? Honestly, Dart is probably just on the start to hero power your face plan.
Start pinging face, yeah.
Yeah.
Even that 1-1 babbling books you go to face, he's had 30.
Yeah, exactly. Like he could just
he's got
easily
tons of time.
Very easily race this in an inefficient manner and come away ahead. Love it. Yeah. Love it. It's like when you're playing Arena and that guy just keeps pinging you and you're like 26 and you just have 4-1s out. You're like, I almost feel bad for you.
And then he has exact lethal on like turn 10 right before you're about to kill him. Like he was a genius all along. Yeah, Dakota's gonna keep tapping, and
that Flame Imp is not getting played. Well, I guess it is getting played. He's gonna hope the Dart just doesn't have burn. Honestly, that's probably right.
He's gotta get through 30 health. He's
not
just
happening.
dead.
Kabbalist Tome.
Kabbalist Tome, he picks up a fireball, he just wins.
Ice Lance, Fireball. Well, those don't do it, but it's almost impossible for him to die here as well.
You have to limit the life tap, yeah.
Right. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, Dakota only needs to draw 21 damage on this next card for 9 mana. That's impossible.
Yes, it is. And Dakota gonna lose again with the Zoo Warlock. Dart takes a 2-0 lead. And this Zoo is just not getting it done.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a very weird game to look at, because when was the last time you actually saw Flame Strike in a Tempo Mage? It's been
about 2 minutes ago.
Sure, prior to that is what I mean. No, I don't think I saw any prelims matches that had Flame Strike in it. I don't think I've run into it on ladder in the last month and a half or so. Like, since Firelands Portal has come out, I have not seen Flame Strike in a mage deck that plays Flame Wakers.
It's really bizarre, and that's sort of the interesting thing about Hearthstone, is that once people see like one guy do something crazy, and the speed at which information is spread throughout the Hearthstone community is so fast, people see one guy play Firelands Portal, like, I guess Flame Strike's bad. I'm going to play Firelands Portal too. And then everybody just starts disrespecting the card that it was replaced with. People are like, why would you run Flame Strike? When it was literally run in competitive decks 2 weeks ago. Right before Firelands Portal came out. And it's such a polarizing card if you don't play around it. Not that Dakota had a choice, I'm just saying this as a generalization.
Sure. Well, we're rolling into a Zoo mirror match here, where Dakota has opened up with the best turn 1 in this matchup, which is Flame Imp. Dart actually may be taking his time on this one. He could have coined Demon Fire onto this and then developed the Malkazar's Imp and the Voidwalker next turn. But here he gets to get Imp King Boss on board, start to threaten that Imp King Boss, and then have Demon Fire to potentially buff the Imp King Boss instead. And the Demon Fire buff is the really interesting part about this one, because a buff Imp King Boss in this matchup is going to be lights out. Now, Dakota just happens to have Power Overwhelming here, so that's going to get squashed.
Power Overwhelming plus 2 1-drops, rolling into Gormok. All right.
Well, Demon Fire can kill the Flame Imp.
It can, but there should be a value trade here.
Yeah, good value trade. That was a necessary one. And there's a Gormok in hand. So, We're gonna be going into game number 4 soon.
He plays Imp Game Boss here. Whew.
He's got to. I mean, do you see a way out of this?
Tap into.
Oh, what a. Yeah, I just nothing works here. If you like
Voidwalker
Void Walker,
into
Demon Fire, it's like the Power Overwhelming Soulfire, Gormok all punishing the same there. Even Abusive Sergeant at that point. Yeah, there was just no way out. And you can see Dart just reel from the blow. Attacker's advantage is very real. The player going first in the zoo matchup typically has an advantage simply because they're the ones who begin dictating the trades. So the comeback potential, Knife Juggler is not really found in the newer zoo lists that I've been seeing.
No,
it's
not at all.
very clear that the players this weekend aren't using it.
You have to use the discard mechanics as a comeback. You got to go for the Soulfire, and Dart is going to draw 2 cards from the Soulfire from both of these Malkazirs. So if he can pick up things that impact the board, he has the Demon Fire already. Maybe he can get a comeback going.
It's going to be really tough. Still great turns for Dakota here. Abusive Sergeant, trade over the Voidwalker with his own Voidwalker. Flame Imp can trade into a Malkazar Zip to start restricting the potential to affect 1/1s. And also just do this and isolate a Malkazar Zip and develop an Imp King boss. It's a long road for Dart to come back.
It is. But he does have that card advantage. Not really, though, if you count
I was
the board.
like, this is actually not card advantage. It's just 5 versus 5, and one of the players has all their pieces in play.
Yeah. Well, at the end of this turn, it'll sort of be. I think Voidwalker plus Defender of Argus is probably going to be the best play here. Maybe Voidwalker, Demon Fire onto the Voidwalker, and Lance Carrier the Malkazir Imp might be better.
It doesn't take care of the Imp Gang boss, but he doesn't really have a way to do that.
Yeah, not at all.
I wonder if you do that, do you actually Lance Carrier the Voidwalker?
Then you don't get rid of your opponent's Voidwalker.
Right, but you do get rid of the Imp Gang boss in total, unless your opponent wants to. Oh no, it's 5 health. He's got 5 power. Yep. Yeah, this is tough.
It's really tough. I just think getting value from Defender of Argus is, above all else, the most important thing.
It's by far the hardest card to use when you're restricted on board presence. If Dakota does have a couple weak draws here, that could change things, though. Those are fairly weak.
Maybe a chance.
I'm guessing you don't kill the Voidwalker here, actually. Yeah, I think killing it's worse. Now that if you don't kill it, it means that Direwolf Alpha can open up some favorable trades. Maybe you can draw a Defender of Argus on your own. You're pretty confident that Dart doesn't have Sea Giant since he has Wrathguard and Lance Carrier in the build, so Sea Giant also more valuable for Dakota at this point. It's really smart to not attack here, actually.
So many possibilities.
So Doomguard picked up. A little bit awkward. If Malkazir Zimp was still on the board, it'd be great. But unfortunately, it's not. So I'm kind of liking the tap and then play the 2/2 drops better.
Whoa! That is big right now.
It's going to be one Demon Fire onto the Voidwalker, 1 Demon Fire to kill off the Flame Imp.
Is value trading then?
And yeah, just a face push I think is better.
Yeah, I'm curious if loading everything onto the Voidwalker and just trading over the Flame Imp could potentially be stronger. I guess the 2/1 body is very valuable.
Well, I mean, he's going to be able to get to the Voidwalker, but that's essentially all of his resources gone. He's going to be able to clear the board here, I think. Yeah, he's going to be able to clear the board completely.
At what cost, though? I mean, honestly, Dart has recovered this.
Ooh, this is tough. I mean, that's a lot of damage.
Trade over that 2/1 for sure. I don't know. Maybe just pushing's better. Your opponent's not contesting the 5/7 right now. Who cares if they value trade the Flame Imp?
He's getting low, though, is the thing.
Wow.
Forbidden Ritual. That's coming out for 3.
I don't know. I think you just Forbidden Ritual.
Oh, for 6. Okay. Yeah, I suppose that's correct. M-Game Boss will just get run over by the Doomguard anyway.
which is a good thing, I think, in this spot. But wow, well, Direwolf Alpha is the magic draw for Dakota at this point. He's drawn no buffs for like 4 turns now.
Maybe he just doesn't have many. I mean, Argent Squire does nothing onto the board. At the moment, he has 6, 7 power on board, and there's 8 to get through.
He's got a life tap.
He has to. And then Doomguard kills him, unless he picks up a Defender Vargas.
I mean, he can restrict the board to a Direwolf Alpha, but then he only has a 1/3. So he pushes Dart to 10 and then has 4 power on board, which means he will lose his life tap after that and need to draw 6 points of damage. So he's got a life tap here and find something very valuable. I'm shocked that Dart has climbed back into this game. Wow.
That's just game.
That's a full...
It's game. Just trade in 1. Doomguard. That's 11 damage.
Unreal for Dakota. And power overwhelming.
Didn't even need it.
Dart almost came back.
Doing it anyway.
I think he had an advantage, which is still strange enough. Like,
yeah.
I mean, Dakota he drew really poorly for about 3 straight turns, but had such a big early advantage that even despite that, he still comes away with a win.
To be honest, I thought that game was over on like turn 4. I was like, we can call this one a day. I was about to walk off and like go get a snack.
He actually did walk off and go get a snack.
Nobody would even know. They'd be like trying to remember back. Maybe he did. I don't remember him talking that much. But yeah, that was for Dart to stay in that game at all was, surprising to say the least. So now we're going to go into game number 4. Dakota gets a win with that Warlock. As shaky as that's been all day, he's still managing to find wins.
Yeah, and in the Zoo matchup, the mirror matchup no less, if you can activate Gormok, if you can draw Sea Giant, those can give you a big edge. But in that one, it was going first and having some buffs early on that bought him his significant edge.
All right, game number 4, Temple Mage versus Aggro Shaman for Dart. And I spy with my little eye a coin and a totem golem.
Yep. I'm playing that.
I'm playing it too.
That card is insane.
Especially combined with the coin.
Oh my gosh.
Got 2 of them.
Well, Dakota does have the kind of hand that actually can contest this with Sorcerer's Apprentice. Frostbolt next turn leads that into Fireball onto a major threat. Dart actually needs to kind of pick up some of the medium-sized stuff here. Like Toskar Totemic would actually be one of his better draws at the moment, given the hand context.
And that's not a good choice from Sir Finley. None of those are what you want. Lesser Heal is probably the best of those. Armor Up doesn't do much. He's got Doom Hammer, so Dagger Up becomes not very viable. But
yeah, this isn't a matchup where you want the Dagger Up to just buy a couple turns. You need something that can present some real value because this matchup can tend to go long.
Yeah, but I think Dakota's got the answers.
It's a lot of answers he's going to need.
And by Dart, well, I guess he wasn't going to be able to roll into the Flaming Faceless anyway because of the Totem Golem Overload. It's only going to have 2 next turn. So probably just going to see maybe even just Fireball into the Tuskar Totemic here is going to be right.
Now the Totem Golem ripping to the Fireball. Obviously not the most effective answer to it, but it's a difficult card to answer. And so Dart is slowed down a lot here, which is going to allow Fireball and Hero Power to take out the Flame Reed's Faceless in the following turn. My concern is him reestablishing the board presence. I forgot that Faceless Summoner was in here. That's actually a big one. So now the ability to just load minions on the board and put Dart to a test on having to answer this means that you will very often be able to land Faceless Summoner next turn.
But Doomhammer answers this board very nicely. 1 attack onto the Cold Sorcerer, 1 attack onto the Flame Waker, so you can keep your Sir Finley Murgleton alive.
Exactly what Dart wanted, though. Those
what
are just
Dakota wanted?
I'm sorry, Dakota, yeah. I mean, those are just taunt minions right now. He's on a value plan at this point.
Fair
That's
enough.
a good value minion.
At what point, if you're in Dart's position, do you have to just turn the corner? and say, it's time to go face. For me, that's turn 1. For Dart, I don't know, turn 6?
For most ladder players, it's also turn 1. They just keep going.
I wonder.
Fireball Ping's going to answer that Flame with Faceless very nicely.
Yep, and now the 5 damage clock has begun. So Dart does have Feral Spirit and Lava Burst to answer this. Yeah, this is close. It's really close. I think that the Lava Burst and Feral Spirit's going to end up giving him the edge.
Water Elemental drawn for Dakota, but it's still a couple turns before that's even relevant, and that'll give him Dart enough time to use the rest of the charges of the Doomhammer anyway. So...
Oh, he can't cast both of them this turn. He's overloaded. I forgot. I always forget overload when I'm casting, and I never forget when I'm playing. It's so difficult.
For me, it's the opposite. Always forget it when I'm playing, never forget it when I'm casting.
I actually don't think that... This is interesting. I like this. I was going to say I don't think that Dart should just be investing all of his Doomhammer attacks in the face at this point. The 3/2s are real threats from Dakota at this point. If you could effectively answer them with Doomhammer and just continue to extend your life total, you can kind of grind this out. But I guess when you see Faceless Summoner, you're expecting a different build.
It's true. Dakota doesn't pick up any minute to answer these, so these are going to connect. They're going to block the Water Elemental from being able to attack. Tuskar Totemic picked up. This gets something impactful. We're looking for Flame Tongue Totem. Taunt Totem is okay. It protects the 3/2 from being able to be attacked, and I can imagine Darsh is going to hold on to these Doomhammer attacks, maybe for an additional turn. It depends if he thinks he's going to draw Rockbiter next or going to draw second Doomhammer next.
I'm
and he's got 2 Rockbiters left.
Definitely holding here, and just the ability to clear board in a pinch is important. And he's got 2 Rockbiter draws that would double the damage from those. And he's only got 1 Doomhammer draw that can punish this. I think holding is superior to attacking.
There is a Water Elemental on board, though. If Dakota can find a way to clear these minions off board, then maybe. And that's a lot of spell power. But Kabbalist Tome, Snap Call. Oh, man.
Well, that's interesting. Wow. This just became very real. The problem is the Azure Drakes are just so bad right now. They're just unplayable.
Nearly. This is going to be a good old-fashioned race. Dart needs to find burn damage. Dakota's freezing his face here. No matter what, whether it be Frostbolt or Ice Lance. I think Ice Lance this turn is better. He wants to space out his freezes.
It's a vaporize.
And he wants to... Yeah, and he wants to try and deny these draws, and so not sure if Dart's going to play around the Vaporize. I mean, he can put the Tuskar Totemic to the...
Did you bring some fish?
Ooh, I would have liked it on the other side of the Taunt Totem.
Wow.
We'll build a wall and make the mages pay for it.
That's what the mage thinks of that. I think Dart's just got the edge here. He's got too much stuff on board that's difficult for Dakota to deal with. Outside of some sort of AoE, I don't actually see Dakota being able to stave this off. And then even in the face of AoE, Dart can potentially threaten the damage from hand. Enough Arcade Missiles is kind of like AoE.
And if he... I don't know. This one's going to be close. Okay, so Azure Drake, Colt Sorcerer, Arcade Missiles, Arcade Missiles. Each Arcade Missile becomes 5. That's 10 missiles that are firing onto the board.
Is it better to Arcade Missiles first before the Azure Drake and use the Frostbolt
to freeze the face? I think you have to. Because you can't... Or you can just hit the taunts a million times. I think Arcade Missiles again now. Because if anything, you just ping.
Yep. This was superior. Wow.
And he's
Dart
eliminated everything.
Dart needs 5 damage suddenly.
He's got 2 turns.
Wow.
Potentially even more.
What a... Oh my gosh, that is awful.
Okay. I think you Lava Burst the Water Elemental. you're more likely to draw one of your rock biters than you are to draw your second lava burst.
It also gives you more time because you're not taking 3 extra damage a turn.
You're not taking 3 extra damage.
That's a solid call, actually.
He's got 2 rock biters left in his deck. He's got 1 lava burst. If he wants to win on his next card,
yeah, you're right. Lava burst, the water elemental is the play. I mean, given the hands right now, this lava burst actually could buy him 2 turns.
Flame Tech Totem, however, I don't like. Because now you have multiple turns to get draws. You do still have an Archer and Horse Rider in your deck, if I remember correctly. That's 4 extra damage with that. He's using it as a 3 health heal in this situation.
I don't think it's... Oh, my gosh.
Oh, no.
I think that locked it. I think that definitely locked it. Did we see an ancestral knowledge in Dart's Mulligan?
No.
And he ain't winning.
Well, if he draws Doomhammer this turn, he can re-equip, draw Rockbiter the following turn, and maybe win from his perspective. But we see that there's a Fire Lens portal that's going to deal 7. There's 7 damage on board. So that's going to be Dakota tying it up.
That's 16. Hero power.
Oh, hero power.
The game's over. Dart just invested his Doomhammer. He has no reach potential left. I mean, the game has ended.
So a couple cards that are going to end the game on the spot, what he gets from Firelance Portal, if he gets Leroy Jenkins, if he gets Doomguard. Are there any adjacent minions? If he gets Tundra Rhino. That's it.
Yeah, Dakota recognizing that not going for a greedy Azure Drake to get the extra missiles was the right play. Unlocking the Frostbolt potential, keeping the Water Elemental healed, and shutting off the Doomhammer for just 1 turn that forced Dart to use Lava Burst, and that basically killed his reach.
Dakota's made this a series. Going to game number 5, all tied up again. That's how the day's gone. Wouldn't expect it any other way. Are we going to have 5 7-game sets today?
It's possible. It's all about nuance, precision.
That's Hearthstone. That's Onog.
So, Druid versus the aggressive Shaman build from Dart. This is the one deck. Shaman's the one deck that either it looks so good or it looks so mediocre. Dakota's forgot about the Ancients War also. He's playing more of a traditional looking style of Druid.
It's probably just token Druid. No Malagos, no Moonfires, no fancy stuff. Good old fashioned ramp up, taunt up.
Play big stuff. Playing big stuff's one of my favorites.
I kind of like playing medium-sized stuff.
Well, something really interesting to note here is when Chalky was in this almost exact same position, he didn't coin the Totem Golem. Dart is coining the Totem Golem.
Jackie also had a 1-drop, though. Yeah, Sir Finley.
Definitely true.
Don't know if
Do you think if Dart had a Sir Finley here, he would have played Finley or Totem Golem?
Totem Golem. I don't think it would have changed his play.
Seems like a Totem Golem player.
If I have coin and Totem Golem, I'm playing it.
Well, this turn's not the strongest.
Oh, trade pass? That's not strong?
No, it is not. Obviously, the Raven Idol will be held for a future turn as Dakota begins getting value from Shapeshift. But a weak board state afterwards means that Dart has some real recovery potential. Feral Spirit presenting an issue, and Dakota will be 1 turn away.
But Dart is 2 mana behind.
Yes. They're not going to be the best seats for long, bruh.
I kind of like Feral Spirit's better there.
The only thing I see about it is that this lets him play Flame Wreath Faceless next turn.
Ah, fair enough.
And it's hard enough to use Maelstrom Portal in this matchup. It's pretty bad against Druid. Force of Nature, it's pretty good in this spot.
Not as good as it once was. 1 mana does not make up at all for charge.
Ancient of War, honestly, it's not the greatest here, but it's enough. I don't think Dart is getting through this very effectively. There's a second Ancient of War to back this up. I wonder if Dakota can actually discover a minion because of the Ancients of War.
Probably. I mean, maybe discovering spells to support your Ancients of Wars are better. But man, if you get an Archmage, whoo!
Moonglade Portal is why you go for spell. Heal up the Ancient of War.
Oh yeah. Sort of forgotten about Moonglade Portal today. Moonglade Portal, of course, the new card released in this week's wing of Karazhan. 6 mana, heal for 6, and summon a random 6-cost minion. Lots of 6. 6, 6, 6. Ben Brode, are you trying to tell us something?
Well, Dart's trying to tell us something, but it's not going to happen this game. I think Dart's about as close to out of this one as you can imagine.
Yep. Still goes with spell. Pretty poor spells. Mark of Nature. Sort of like a 4 health heal for your Ancient of War.
That's not very good right now.
Looking better than Wild Growth and Moonfire, though.
Wild Growth can draw a card in the upcoming turns. Does he need something right now? That's my question.
I think so. He can't get to that thing, or he can't get to that Flamery Faceless right now. I think he's going to attack again.
Well, Moonfire can get him to it.
But then he doesn't play Ancient of War.
Doesn't need to. He kills the board.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, and he also keeps his Ancient of War around. Yeah, this is way better. Yeah, Moonfire. I thought it was at 3 health for some reason. The Flamery Faceless. Oh yeah, this is way better.
Yeah, for some reason I thought it was at 3 health too. But it wouldn't make sense for him if he attacked into Ancient of War last turn. So that's a pretty resilient board.
Suddenly missing Maelstrom Portal.
I feel like Feral Spirits on that turn would have been so much better.
I think it would have been too.
I'm no scientist, but I feel like it would.
A rock star.
I wonder.
Thank you.
Poor Dart. This hand is just so bad. These are the casting games where I look at the board and I go, what am I talking about here?
Yeah.
There's nothing to talk about on this board state. We're going to see really inefficient spells and another Ancient of War. How bad of a position is Dart in?
Pretty bad.
It's honestly pretty rare that you get to games like this. Usually there's a ton of stuff going on.
Yeah. Well, next turn, Dart's going to be able to play the Doomhammer.
Oh, boy.
And then he's going to cry a little bit.
Oh, he can't play it. He's overloaded. We forgot about Overload.
Forgot about Overload. I cursed myself earlier.
It's like Dre. Just can't remember it. Honestly,
Literally forgot.
Dart shouldn't do anything here. He should Hero Power and pass, Doomhammer, Rockbiter, clear the Ancient of War next turn, hope that he can recover. I take that back. Double Flame Tongue, attack for 6, have the 2/2/2s on board. That means you don't have to use the Doomhammer and the Rockbiter to take as much damage. That's actually superior. And I think that's what
the Double
Dart's
Flame Tongue
about.
better. Yeah. You sort of have to be a little bit proactive onto the board. I feel like you can't completely pass the turn. But Dakota's got perfect reload right now. He's got Nourish.
That's late. Could mulch his own Blood Mage to draw a card.
He could. That is an option available to him.
He could also just attack the Blood Mage to draw a card.
I like the mulch better. Is there a minion that you can put in your opponent's hand that gives you an advantage?
No.
Major Domo.
Just don't play it.
How can you not play Major Domo?
Now that mulch, that's a little bit weird. Ooh.
Doesn't fit well this turn, but it's gonna fit well. I think this is Tunnel Truck. Doomhammer Rockbiter.
Is it?
Well, you're taking 10 if you don't Rockbiter here.
Yeah, you can't take 10. Yeah, and he's got to find a way to start assaulting at least. Which at this point is just hope, but I think that is better than taking 10. Apparently not. So, honestly, I just don't know. I think both plays are fairly inconsequential at this point. I think that Dart has just overwhelmingly lost control of the board early on, and it has gone downhill since then.
Dakota's just gonna go ahead and slam this Violet Teacher.
Swipe face and trade in the Blood Mage, or are we gonna keep the Blood Mage around?
I like keeping the Blood Mage around. I think spreading out your threats, especially when you have Cenarius next turn, you can sort of secure a win. Isn't it? It's also only 1 less damage, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this is superior just for
2 less damage. Yeah.
Just the fact that he's got Cenarius to provide the buff to the board will almost always secure lethal in this spot.
So Tuskar Totemic. He's going to make Think from Below cheaper. It's going to go down to 1. He could totem up River Croc and play Think from Below.
Well, he's putting up a fight. And that taunt actually will be enough to save him for another turn, lest Dakota have something to answer it.
I think just attacking a Blood Mage here and then one. I don't know, actually.
I think you have to attack both.
Yeah.
You're not really increasing your opponent's outs on anything other than spell power living roots. My gosh. He's just got. Dart just didn't get enough damage out this game. If he had more damage, this would have been a race still.
He didn't really have any opportunities to push damage, though, is the thing.
Yeah, exactly. There's the massive ramp into turn 5 Ancient of War just put a stop to everything. So Dakota, he does have to still worry about the potential to lose this board, but his cards are so powerful that it's really tough for that to happen.
Man, that's a 10-10, a 5-2, and a 5-8 on the board.
And Totem
Golem's not going to do anything.
10, 16, 18 damage available for Dart. So, yeah, just not there. Well fought from Dart, though. I will say that. Double Flame Fang turn is desperate, obviously, but when you're behind, I tend to find when you're way behind, it's a little bit easier to make your plays because it's so defined what your win condition is, which is just your opponent not having a strong hand and you drawing almost perfectly. You get pushed into some really bad-looking plays, but you just have to make the least bad of your options. And Dakota, just the double Ancient of War proved to be a massive advantage versus Shaman. Big ramp, big taunts, big win.
All right, well, we're going into a potential match point here for Dakota as we go into game number 6. Only deck he has left to win with is the Aggro Shaman, and Dart, Warlock for himself, also the Aggro Shaman. Still a close matchup, though. This probably is Zoo favored, especially with the way Dart's built his deck. I think the Malkazar Zip and the Demon Fire gives you enough early game board control tools, and that's a Soulfire as well.
Yeah, Soulfire is oftentimes the #1 tempo play versus Totem Golem, and when you can play the Voidwalker here to try to stop some of the damage, then Malkazar Zip Soulfire onto the Totem Golem to replace the card you discarded, you can find yourself in some advantageous positions.
Yep, I just like playing the Voidwalker here. If he plays a Totem Golem, you Malkazar Zimp and Soulfire, and you're in a great position.
Totem Golem will also delay both Tuskar Totemic and Feral Spirit. You know, maybe Chalky's onto something. Dart his plays have been so disrupted by board positions where he's just playing on curve Chalky paced it so much more, and his opening turns are weaker, but he was finding stronger turns later on. It's really interesting to think about that. So, wow. So valuing I guess the onboard presence is kind of the same. You do get to pick up the tunnel trog here and leave behind a 3-1. So drawing an extra card or getting an extra card on board and taking away one of your opponents. Which one's stronger?
Is that the totem up there? I think you rock butted that 3-1.
Well, he has the option to rock biter it next turn.
Yeah, but you're taking 3 extra damage.
Maybe he doesn't want to rock biter it. That's definitely something to think about. I mean, that 3 extra damage that can go along. We've seen the difference of 1 damage quite literally be the difference between winning and losing for some players today.
3 extra damage.
Why here does he not just play the Argent Squire? That's very interesting to me. Argent Squire fights way better. Fearing Defender of Argus, that would be why.
But wouldn't have you done it last turn? I don't know. Just feels weird.
Life tap for sure. There's not
Weirded out.
There's not a reason to load the Demon Fire onto a minion in this spot.
Good spot.
You are not the boss of me.
All right, well, I mean, I feel like Darsh is going to run away with this one. I don't know if Dakota's going to have enough board control tools.
Yeah. I apologize. I mentioned that it was Dart playing the Shaman earlier. In this one, I meant Dakota. So, correcting myself on that. It's been a long day here.
Oh, yeah.
Protects me.
They both have D names.
Dart, Dakota, Darstone.
Darthstone! No! That's not a thing.
Yes!
It is now. Great one, TJ.
Thanks.
Ooh, that's a nice pickup. Whoa. Interesting. So Dakota's trying to get the Feral Spirits traded over and then lead Stronger as a follow-up with Thing from Below instead. Oh, that's going to get punished. That is 2 card draws for Dart in this spot.
Yes, it is. And picks up some great draws in the process as well. Feels like Wrathguard is not as good as 2 other random cards in his deck, and I tend to agree with him in that scenario.
I would almost tend to agree with that regardless of what the card in my hand at that point was.
Yeah.
You know, maybe not if it's Doomguard. I would just play the Doomguard then, but you get the idea.
These are just great trades on the board for Dart, and I mean, it's slow, but it's steady, and he has a definite lead. Dakota's going to try and make a big swing turn. Thing from Below is going to be free next turn. He could Tuskar Totemic Totem up and play Thing from Below, and double Thing from Below.
Wow. The no point box here is a nod to Lightning Storm from Dart.
This, if he gets an impactful totem, he gets a totem golem! No way!
Wow. That is a savage turn.
He went from nothing on his board to a 3-2, a 3-4, and 2 5/5s.
Wow.
That is insane!
It's a sick draw, too! No, discard the Voidwalker. Yeah. Draw
you
2
do
cards.
not want Voidwalker. Back-to-back huge draws.
That Doomguard, I think, was necessary. That Doomguard was necessary to get back into this game.
Yeah. And he's going to be able to trade this in, go into the Totem Golem. Dart has card advantage, and he has a massive health advantage too, considering what this matchup actually is, being Zoo versus Shaman.
I mean, even if Dakota drew Doomhammer, which he draws one of the worst cards in the deck instead, it's game over. Dakota doesn't have the access to drawing 2 cards a turn right now. He's under the pressure. Even if he had drawn Doomhammer here, he's taking 5 damage to clear up the board presence, and then Dart just starts drawing 2 cards a turn. That Doomguard draw ended the game.
I was scared for Dart for a moment when I saw the double Thing from Below swing, but he's managed to pull it together. He's going to go ahead and push 7 this turn, play the Imp Gang boss.
threatening lethal here. And Argent Horse Rider will buy some time, but I think the inevitability is setting in at this point.
Don't worry, loves. The cavalry's here.
Totems will get some attacks in. But should probably just see a concede here from Dakota in a moment. There's Abusive Sergeant.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So not quite lethal, but again, it's just a matter of time for Dart to close this out. He will take his time.
He's going to go for trades just because he doesn't want to get blown out by a lightning storm. If he goes all in.
What you want?
Yeah, this is...
Get in there and fight, maggot.
All those Earth Elementals would be good jobs right now.
From Shoop.
Lightning Bolt is not. So, Dart, 3-2 lead. This is 3-2 lead, I believe.
He rolls Taunt Totem, he's still in it. No, it's a 3-3. We're going to game 7.
Oh. So.
Oh, yeah. No, it's. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, oh, it just literally says it right there. Again, it's been a long day. 3-3 at this point. Yeah, it is game 7. Dakota trying to find one final win with his Shaman build. And this game was just, I mean, what a crazy finish to that. To top deck the thing from below and put Dart in a rough position. And then for Dart to have the Malchezaar Zips live as long as they did. I mean, those drew 4 extra cards that game.
That's 4 game 7s today. Are these guys that evenly matched? We've seen very similar deck lineups from a couple of the players today. These two being one of them. Shoop earlier having a little bit of an alternative lineup, but his was kind of similar to Tracky's in that they were both sort of control-oriented. But, man, it all comes down to this again. Keep in mind, this is the loser's match. The loser will go into the lower bracket as the bottom seed from the group. The winner will go and play into the decider match to see who moves on from Group B as the second seed and who moves on from Group B as the third seed.
Yep, strong opening hands from both players. Dart is going to open with Finley, and the life tap has Totem Golem to back this up, and Dakota picks up a Totem Golem of his own, so you will see Coin Totem Golem here, and Dart will return the favor with his own, and fireworks will ensue. The next few draws are going to dictate much of this. Well, double Abusive Sergeant is...
That's better.
That is super good for Dart. That is the best draw in the deck, was that second Abusive Sergeant. Now he gets to roll in Touch Card Totemic, and then life tap Totem Golem on the following turn.
Ardent Squire, though, challenges these quite nicely. But the thing is, there's a lot of totems here that Dart can roll that will just run away with this game. Healing Totem is not one of them. This game's going to be a lot closer. I don't know. You can never tell with the early game boards from Shamans because there are so many swing cards in the matchup. And you can tell Dakota wants to get that Flame Wreath Faceless out.
Well, the Flame Wreath Faceless, honestly, is going to be one of the big ones that changes this. I mentioned that the next couple of draws were going to really dictate a lot of this. The fact that Dakota's picked up a ton of heat to back this up, super beneficial to him. And Dart, with a Doomhammer, is not going to be able to race this Flame Wreath Faceless. It's backed up by Totem Golem. It's backed up by Feral Spirit. And it's also backed up by Doomhammer. And his hero power is life tap at the moment, so...
He's just getting closer. He's helping out Dakota.
Wow.
Whoa! Draws his own.
That is necessary.
Gotta be the play.
No, don't. No, my gosh. This cannot be right.
He's gonna let the Flame Wreath Faces connect for 14.
There's no way that's correct. I mean, maybe he's just playing to burnouts here. Like, if he draws Rockbiter. But that Feral Spirit's going to shut this down.
Yeah, he's going to be able to play his 4-mana 7/7 now, but what is he going to take an extra 4 to get through one of these Feral Spirits? Flame Wreath Face is connecting again. And it's probably going to connect again. And if he has any life left, again, that's 9 damage plus 5, 14, 16. Probably just play out all his minions here. Get him on the board.
I think you just Lava Burst. Lava Burst Face. use the charge and attack face. Let's make a safe play instead, or a I don't know if safe's the right word there. Conservative.
Conservative. I mean, he sets up lethal next turn regardless with Doomhammer. Like almost every play that he could make that turn, whether it's playing out all his minions, lava bursting, anything but his own minions in the totem would have been good there.
Yeah, honestly, it might be a little bit better. Like, can Dart have some sort of crazy double Rockbiter hand? I mean, he just played Doomhammer and just started going face in the face of, like, with a Flame Wreath Faceless on board. I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it, sitting in the moment, I might look at that and go, ah, crap, does he have double Rockbiter? That could kill me.
Yeah, I mean, Dakota doesn't win the game this turn, and if Dart does draw into, if he taps, gets Rockbiter, and picks up a burn spell as well. Wait, can he even do that? Is he overloaded? No, he's not overloaded. So he could tap into Lava Burst and get Rockbiter Weapon off the top. So there is a possibility.
Yep, it will require back-to-back draws, but it is a win is present. Now that I think about that, I wonder if trading Flame Wreath Faceless over this and setting the Doomhammer and starting the push could be better. Well, Overload for 1, it looks like. Maybe 2 with the Lightning Bolt. He is trading the Flame Wreath Faceless.
Lightning Bolt could blow out this, or Lightning Storm could blow out this board. That's not what he wants.
So needs something to clear. Oh,
if he rolls high on that Flame Wreath Faceless, he loses anyway. Forget about it. He can't kill the Totem Golem. He's got 4 damage from hand. Totem Golem hit and a Lightning Bolt. Game's over regardless.
Yeah, that's 11 damage.
It's exciting.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, good spot. Good spot, TJ.
All right, well, that should be Dakota taking the game. Even if Dart hits here, it doesn't matter.
I mean, you got to just go face at least once. Like, maybe play around Flame Tongue Totem here by trading.
Yeah. Flame Tongue Totem plus, like, Rockbiter Weapon or Lightning Bolt wins. I don't know. I think he can limit his outs. I think you're still on basically Rockbiter to win anyway. I think you kill it if you're in Dart's position.
Yeah, he has to save these 2 charges, though. He could put 1 to face.
Really?
Oh, that's problem. He's trying to play around Flame Tongue Lightning Bolt in that spot, and Dakota just has the damage for it. And that's going to do it. Dakota's going to lock up the set. 4 best of 7s have gone the distance today. What a day of Hearthstone.
Yeah, and that one's no different. Dakota's going to move on to the decider match where he'll face off against Chalky to determine who's going on through the upper bracket and who's going through the lower bracket. But Dart, that's going to mean Dart takes 4th place in the group with an 0-2 record. Still not out of the tournament, but he's going to go into the playoff bracket, directly seed into the lower bracket as the 4th seed from his group. He's going to have a tough road ahead of him if he's going to want to win this tournament.
Yeah, 1 more loss will knock him out on tomorrow, but it's another breath of fresh air for Dakota. This one, dropped his first set, had his play not necessarily up to speed, I think, with where he wanted it to be, and in this one, I think played much better, and saw some pretty significant results from it. A little bit more aggressive to board, a little bit more tight on trades. Finding the right situation to cut damage from his opponent. A lot of those things matter in those situations, but for Dart, it's looking rough. And Dakota does have a tough opponent coming up with Chalky here, but the way Chalky played last set, it wasn't. I don't want to call it poor, but it was below his standard.
Yeah, so we'll see that matchup coming up next. Before we do that, we're going to go to a break. Make sure, guys, during the break, you head over to the website, geico.onog.gg. Still doing the CyberPower PC giveaway, and there's not much time left. Also, big shout out to GEICO for making this event possible. We're here at the GEICO Gaming booth, as we've been all day. Make sure you guys check it out throughout the course of PAX. If you guys want to stop by tomorrow, stop by Monday. to check it out. Show them your support, or show them your support for supporting the esports scene. Also, on our website, on that very website, geico.onog.gg, you can get a Geico quote and see if you can save yourself some money on anything you insure. So make sure you guys do that. Also, big shout out to Video Game Voters Network for hopping on board the One Nation of Gamers circuit about halfway through the year. They've been doing great things, trying to get some esports athletes P1 visas, trying to encourage young gamers to get out there and vote and fight for some of the things that they believe in. So shout out to them as well. You can check them out at videogamevoters.org. But we are going to have to go to a quick break before we jump into the last match of the day. But don't go anywhere, guys. The conclusion to Group B right after this.
Hey TSM fans, I wanted to thank our sponsor GEICO. Remember, they can help you with affordable renter's insurance. It's really easy.
This is not easy.
Hey TSM fans, our sponsor GEICO wants you to know they make it easy to save money on car insurance, and everyone likes saving money. This is our neighbor Russell. He hangs out here now.
Snack?
Hey TSM fans, I wanted to make you aware of the cool tech GEICO offers. ID cards, emergency roadside service, and you can even submit a claim, all from your GEICO mobile app. Russell, what are you doing?
You winged beast.
Oh, I got him, guys! I got him! Oh, no.
BioFrost here, letting everyone know that GEICO has an award-winning app that makes it easy to manage your insurance. Russell, shower your own house. You live next door.
The water pressure's way better here.
I'd like to give a big shout out to one of our sponsors, GEICO. Remember, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Rich man.
Russell, I'm filming.
Hey everybody, I'm happy to announce GEICO's sponsorship of Team So Mid. They could save you hundreds on car insurance. Russell, that sounds like garbage.
Not even close. Yankee Doodle.
Macaroni!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers 2016 Circuit Grand Finals here at PAX Prime in Seattle. It's been a long day for me and Admirable, but we've been having a lot of fun. It's been 7 game sets all the way through, and it's time for the final match of the day, and I expect nothing less.
I don't know. I'm feeling the blowout here. I said I wanted one blowout today, and I'm feeling it.
I think you've said before every match, I'm feeling a blowout. And then it goes to
I wanted a blowout.
Okay,
this time
you wanted a blowout.
Feeling it. I'm feeling it this time.
All right,
Deep down in my brain's heart.
It's Shockey versus Dakota. First place set in this group is Shoop. Last place set in this group is Dart. They're going to go into the winner's bracket and loser's bracket of the playoff stage, respectively. So now we're going to decide the second player to go to each of those. The winner of this gets second seed in the group, gets seeded in that winner's bracket, gets that winner's bracket advantage, can lose 2 more games before that out of this tournament. The loser of this next match goes directly into the lower bracket. They do get third seed, which means they play against the 4th seed from Group A, but that's not really that much of a consolation prize when if you lose one more time, you're out.
Right. It's something. This is kind of a must-win match for these two if they want to extend their lives beyond a single loss at this point. So very important to be winning this one. I mean, they've all been pretty important at this point. Just getting to the finals from the upper bracket means you have that winner's advantage in the finals. You have that extra game. And that can be paramount to winning the championship. So even though these have not been elimination matches taking place, every single loss is one step closer, and every single win is one step closer to that big advantage. So when you're competing for $25,000, you need every edge you could get.
You really do. And a whole match to be able to lose in a tournament is a big edge when we're talking about those big stakes. So these players are definitely going to want to win this one. This is one of the most important matches of the group stage if you make it to the decider match, because you know it's with this format at least. Because if you win, you're in the upper bracket, and if you lose, you're in the lower bracket.
It's bad news to be in the lower, but
yeah,
you can still make it there even despite that. So the play today been kind of back and forth. At times we've seen some very brilliant stuff. At times we've seen something a little bit lacking. What do you think has been the big influence so far with this?
I don't know.
Is it unfamiliar with decks? Is it just you're losing sight of something? Is it the pressure?
Maybe it's new cards just making everybody a little bit too excited. getting them all giddy.
Just can't control my hit.
When I play with new cards, I'm just like, oh my god, new cards. I don't know.
Typically, when I play with new cards, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but, I'm still shooting. Knife Juggler's still getting headshots. Everything works out for me.
So, people are, like, when Karasan comes out, people will be surprised to know that I've never beaten a heroic boss in a Hearthstone PvE encounter.
Why is that?
I just want the cards.
Same. Honestly, if there was an option that was like pay $1.99, skip the content, get your cards immediately, I'd probably do it because it takes me like an hour to beat all that stuff. I'm terrible at beating the regular ones. Like, that got the one that was the last one where you got the +3 spell damage for each player was the hero power.
Yeah.
I tried to beat that like 4 times with Wild Secret Paladin before I realized that I also got +3 spell damage from his hero power. I'm terrible at PvE stuff.
Don't tell Blizzard that. They're going to steal $2.99 from you in a second.
Well, I said $1.99. I said $1.99.
Okay. $2.99. That's the deal breaker.
No, I'll play it at that point. I'm willing to read for $3. For $2, I'm not willing to read.
Okay, fair enough. There you go. The next match is on your screen there. Dakota versus Shockey. Shockey, of course, has that Rogue, Temple Mage, Shaman, and Druid. Dakota has Temple Mage, Zoo Warlock, Warrior, and Druid open for him. So a little bit different strategies coming out from both players. Dakota going with the strategy to ban Warrior. That's what he's stuck with all day long. And Shockey going with the strategy to ban Aggro Shaman. That's the strategy that he's been going for since going all the way back to prelims a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and he's just hasn't had the faith in Warlock that we've seen players have very consistently over and over again. If you talk to him about it, he's very open about the idea that he does not think Warlock's in a good spot right now. How much time has anyone really had to test with Malchezaar's Imp? It's been a very limited amount of time. I've been seeing lists floating around. on Twitter from 6-0, for instance, who was putting up massive win streaks. He had Silverware Golem, he had Darkshire Librarian. We have seen none of those cards so far in this tournament.
Fist of Jaraxxus.
That was in some lists, but not in the 6-0 list.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of different options, and it's a matter of time until people start finding the more effective list of that. But in this one, Chalky's a guy who puts a lot of faith in data. And if he doesn't have time to adequately test something, I don't see him taking that risk. So, game number 1 getting underway. It will be Chalky and the Rogue versus Dakota and the Dragon Warrior. And we've seen Chalky make some pretty quick work of this matchup at times. But this opening hand is not really one of the ones that is going to get it done.
I don't know how Chalky manages to do it, but he has the worst opening rogue hands that I have ever seen. Well, that's a little better. It's a game changer.
And that's Rogue. Suddenly, one Questing Adventurer, one Edwin Van Cleef. Suddenly his draw looks very good.
We saw it earlier. Warriors just don't have ways to deal with big stuff outside of Execute. There's only 2 Executes in the deck. They don't have Shield Slam. They don't have a lot of high damage removal spells. They use minions. They ram it with a Corcoran Elite, or they execute it, and that's it. Or they have a huge board lead and they just trade into it.
I wonder if we're going to see the go here. I imagine it's going to be delayed by a turn here. If Chalky chooses to go Questing Adventure, prep Fan of Knives, it runs directly to Corcoran Elite. So I think we will see a bit of a delay here from this. But I do believe that attacking the Fairy Dragon to set up a Fan of Knives, resetting the dagger, and then going for something else, or maybe just Fan of Knives now and look to prep sap something maybe. A lot of different options here.
I like the Fan of Knives now into the prep sap, or just evaluate. And with second Questing Adventurer, that opens up a lot of opportunities outside of just, using the first one as a big threat. So it's time to go. Also, his Gadget Auctioneer. It's still a way away, but he does. That's all his win conditions. He's got Gadget Auctioneer, both Questing Adventurers, and Edwin Van Cleef.
I don't know what's right here. I kind of wish I was a rogue player right now so I could identify this. So let's watch Chalky, who's become a rogue player recently.
All right. He's going to just leave the Frothing Berserker on the board. I like this. Next turn, he can go for double big stuff. Double big stuff.
Maybe. Nope.
Don't get ahead of yourself, TJ. We're going into turn 5. Long day, pace yourself. God.
Dang it, TJ.
Idiot.
It's like Napoleon Dynamite.
Can't
play that much stuff. I'm a freaking idiot.
I would want to bet I could throw this football over the mountains.
What was that guy's name? Uncle Rico.
Uncle Rico.
What a great character. When he's talking about his girlfriend, he's like, yeah, I said I was living too much in 82. I dumped her.
You think anybody's going to want a roundhouse kick to the face while we're at these bad boys? Forget about it.
In 82, I could throw a pigskin a quarter mile. Are you serious? Oh, I'm dead serious.
So many options.
In the meantime, we have a game of Hearthstone taking place. I don't know if Edwin or Questing Adventure is better here.
Choose soon.
That's Edwin.
Yeah.
And that's Cold Blood. And that is 2 very big things that I'm sure Dakota is not looking forward to dealing with.
No. He can deal with 1, but he cannot deal with 2.
He needs to draw Execute really bad.
I feel like we've said that so many times in these Dragon Warrior games, and they just don't do it. They don't draw it.
So Questing Adventurer gets dealt with here. Chalky's hand is a bit lacking at this point. But honestly, the Frothing Berserker can answer this too. It being just alive means it. Well, so much for that.
Give me a quest.
Yeah. Questing Adventurer Sap. I just hit him for 8 again.
Look at that. Look at the Questing Adventurer. Just look at that guy.
He's so excited to be on a quest.
He looks confused. Like, if you just look at his face, he's like, what the? A quest? Well, it's like he got a food bill that was like super large after a big restaurant. How did I order this much? I think he's shocked.
Fork Elite and armor up? That's so weak.
I don't think it's an option. He's dead otherwise.
I think it's just play Gadgets and Auctioneer.
Yes, indeed. It's just a 4-4. 4-4 is great when your opponent's at 4.
A 4-4 that if you leave alive, just going to draw through your deck. Alex Shaw's a champion.
No execute. That's going to do it. You have a Curator, can't block enough. Twilight Guardian, can't kill anything alongside of that.
Twilight Guardian plus armor up would leave him alive.
Oh, God.
But no, that's going to be it because Fan Knives plus Dagger Up is going to do it, yeah.
I mean, looking at his perspective, sure, but Chalky drawing the Questing Adventurers, drawing the Edward Van Cleave, having preparation. This used to be Dragon Warrior favored massively. When Rogue players found out they could just push the issue onto the Dragon Warrior and let them deal with it, they have taken a massive edge since then.
Also, I think a big deal was just switching over to Questing Adventurer. Being able to have more threats. One of the things was Rogue would just get sort of beat up because they couldn't develop anything that would force the warrior to play differently. That would force him to play off curve, force him to play less efficiently. They just played less minions and more spells. And now they sort of cut Leroy Jenkins sometimes. You know, they cut some of the spells, all those one-drops, the double deadly poison, things like that. They just play Questing Adventures, just more stuff to throw onto the board.
So, Chalky taking a 1-0 lead here. And for the man who has everything, the embarrassment of riches ensues. Why not?
Sure. All right, hit him in the face. Chalky takes 1-game lead. Very similar to his series against Shoop earlier, though. And he lost that series. He took a quick win with Rogue. I said, wow, Chalky's got this. Rogue is one of his... Well, I want to say one of his lesser performing decks, even if we go back to like prelims, when we saw hit this pretty much same lineup, -1 deck, was weak as well, and he takes a win with it quickly. I'm like, oh, well, Chalky's got this, but that wasn't the case in his match earlier.
Yeah, at prelims, honestly, he was pretty darn unlucky to lose the sets that he lost. The matchup versus Shoop, again, in Game 7, made the read that Shoop was playing Freeze Mage. No one has seen his Mage up to that point. He opened up incredibly slowly. Chalky followed through on his read, and when he found out it was Tempo Mage, realized that he had wasted some resources. So I think a strong read just happens to get punished. It's honestly, it's pretty close. I know that Shoop has had some experience with Freeze Mage in the past. But in this set, I'm kind of fearing for Dakota. Dakota's got more of a traditional Warlock build with Sea Giants in there. It's a little bit slower than that. Chalky knows what the builds are from Dakota at this point, so he can't make that big misread.
He's seen 2 matches already from Dakota today, so he can make pretty much all the reads. He can make all the calculations that he needs, and that's when Chalky's at his best.
Right. And so Mage versus Dragon Warrior, we've seen Dakota do this a lot as well. If he loses a game with his original choice, he will run it back.
All the time. I'm pretty sure 100% of the time today, he just keeps queuing a deck until he wins.
Yep. Finley on turn 1. And some interesting options. Obviously, Totemic Call will be foregone here and is going in favor of Fire Blast here. And in this matchup, Fire Blast can definitely buy you some valuable resource. Ravaging Ghoul doesn't take care of many of the threats in Mage by itself, but if you couple it with an extra point of damage, suddenly you're being able to kill some stuff.
Very true. Feels weird, but I kind of like just playing Sorcerer's Apprentice.
If you play Sorcerer's Apprentice, it will be dying to Hero Power from Dakota.
But then he's not developing anything, and then he can roll into Coin Barnes.
Maybe he has a Ravaging Ghoul. Can't Hero Power the Fairy Dragon. It's a weird spot. I do like the idea of rolling into Coin Barnes, but I think Frostbolt is going to be better suited than the Sorcerer's Apprentice here. Could be wrong, though. I mean, the Sorcerer's Apprentice does actually force something to be occupied from Dakota, so I think that's the thinking here for Chalky, is try to force something to throw him off his curve, have the Barnes buy you back the early tempo you've lost.
Also, if you play as Ravaging Ghoul, it brings the Fairy Dragon down to a 1/1. So the Barnes token, regardless of what it is, can trade into it.
Good point.
Yeah, I think I like the Ravaging Ghoul better here. Though Fairy Dragon being at 1 health is sort of inconsequential. I mean, you have Arcane Missiles that you have to worry about, but maybe like Flame Waker, Coin, Arcane Missiles could punish you here. But I don't know if that's a punish, more so of just Chalky having strong stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and play Forgotten Torch. Obviously, Chalky... The thing is, Barnes is not that strong in Temple Mage because you're not really pulling anything that gives you incredible value on the board. It's just you're pulling stuff that gives you decent value onto the board, whether it be spell power from Azure Drake, Cold Sorcerer, or Blood Mage, or like spell reduction from Sorcerer's Apprentice.
This is an interesting spot. Something I've noticed from Chalky is that over and over, it feels like he's playing to have his opponent have a weak turn. He's been taking it really slowly, and the moment his opponent has a weak turn, that's when he tries to turn the corner.
But if he keeps doing that in this game, he's just going to lose because Dakota just keeps drawing damage, just smacking him. He's got a Cork on the lead as well. Next turn, he could just play Dragon Crusher for a 9/9.
Oh, this is what happens when your opponent just draws really strong and you're trying to answer everything. Like, you're going to lose that game. Could Barnes have really pulled this potential back? There's not any significant Death Rattle minions in here. There's no opportunity to, if he copied a Flame Waker, to get any value from it. Like, this is probably the Barnes turn here and hope for a Flame Waker.
But then, I mean, are you sure? Like, he's still going to take extra damage. Blood Mage plus Frostbolt. This is going to get him more consistent results, I think.
Doesn't feel like he needs to have that happen right now. I mean, Dakota on 3 cards would need to have something significant here. So we're talking like with no executes in hand. We're talking with no utility in terms of like Blood to Ichor, no high drops in hand. I mean, this is just like, how does Chalky come back from this? It doesn't happen.
Why wouldn't he just make a 9/9 there?
I don't think it matters. Is why. I think he can do whatever he wants.
I suppose, but I still feel like a 9/9's better.
Fairy Dragon's still 12 points of damage. Okay, doesn't matter what you do. He could have played Ogre Magi there, and it'd have been totally fine.
I wonder.
I'm trying to min-max here.
Could have played Mini Mage.
Mini Mage is actually really bad.
And it still would have been fine here. He'd probably still win.
Suppose you're right.
Just far ahead. When you're this far ahead, it's hard to lose the game.
Tonight, a tale of
Well, Barnes. See what Barnes is going to pull out.
It's the second time Chalky's gotten yogged from Barnes.
It's a scary noise, but not a scary effect. Chalky concedes. Dakota ties the series 1-1.
Yeah, very strong Dragon Warrior opening hand. When you take the lead like that, it's very difficult to lose. What was really important there is for Dakota to recognize that the Ravaging Ghoul to get an extra 3/3 body on board was paramount to him unlocking as much damage as he did. Had he choose to go for hero power, sure, he'd have a Ravaging Ghoul in his hand, but what in this matchup are you trying to Ravaging Ghoul? In this matchup, if you can get any semblance of value out of it and then also get a 3/3 on board, it's usually the best result.
Yeah. So Dakota takes one with the Dragon Warrior. It hasn't taken him long to get wins with that throughout the day today. That's sort of, I think that's been his best performing deck. Zoo is definitely the liability, especially since Chalky's lineup. He's been pretty vocal about how he thinks that Zoo is the deck that he's targeting. So Dakota probably going to try and save Zoo for last. Not that it matters at all, but it matters maybe in his head, psychologically. Thinking, well, if Chalky wants to beat my Zoo deck, I'm just going to try and win with all my other decks first to give myself maybe that little bit of confidence that I need.
It's also a pressure test on Chalky. He has to win that Zoo matchup. When you have multiple chances, maybe you can learn something about the way that Chalky's approaching the matchup and change your approach. You know, maybe you can get him into a rhythm where he thinks you're doing something and you change it up a little bit.
Yeah. All right, well, game number 3 here, Chalky's Temple Mage versus Dakota's Temple Mage. Slight differences in these decks. Dakota's running a little bit of a slower version. He does have Kabbalist's Tome. He's got Faceless Summoner. And in these matchups, I tend to prefer the faster Tempo Mage. Even though we talked about this earlier, the Tempo Mage mirror a lot of times comes down to, you know, the first person to play a minion is the one that loses. But
Mana Worm
is different. Yeah, Mana Worm's definitely the exception. Because then it forces your opponent to react immediately or you get out of control. And I talked about it earlier, one player's usually the aggressor and one player's usually the defender. And I think this is one of the matchups where the defender has an advantage because they can use their cards for tempo instead of for damage and out-resource their opponent. But again, another exception being Dakota's running a slower version. So maybe he won't be able to do that because he's got cards that'll sit dead in his hand for longer than Chalky, like Faceless Summoner.
Yeah, I think that's really the big difference to note here is that Chalky, I think, has a little bit more burn potential in the build than Dakota has. So if Chalky can just have Dakota turn after turn use his resources killing minions and at the same time just be scaling into his later game, the Firelands portals are going to buy him some massive value, and he's also got the extra card draw. So in this situation, Chalky kind of wants to go 1-for-1 for a long time and find himself in a better board state. But Ragnaros joins Dakota's hand, and that is definitely a card that can change this matchup.
It can change the matchup, but can also be kind of a dud. Because late in the game, Tempo Mage can go wide easily. Mirror Image. Chalky hasn't seen Ragnaros because we haven't seen Ragnaros, so maybe not expecting a card like that.
I would say he's definitely not expecting it, but the thing about it in this spot is that Chalky's hand is really strong. It's gonna be hard for Dakota to find a breakthrough here.
Very tough. Dakota thinks about playing the Mirror Image, decides to forego.
Wonder if Chalky...
What removal spell to use here?
Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. Like, if you use the Forgotten Torch now, it means that you have a Roaring Torch in your build, but you're using a little bit extra burn. Fireball's still a lot, though. I mean, you're only overkilling by 1. It just depends on where he sees the flexibility at. You know, I'm seeing the Forgotten Torch being a little bit more flexible, but is it worth it to have an extra Roaring Torch in your deck?
I think I like the flexibility. Fireball can be a tough card to use in this matchup, to be honest.
Especially if you manage to get behind. And kind of as you touched on, when you're the one being the aggressor, the potential for the board to swing is very real.
Oh yeah. And now that Chalky went for that flexible play, he can play Sorcerer's Apprentice. He can Arcane Blast, Ping, and Forgotten Torch.
Yep. I think that Chalky senses a bit of weakness here too. Dakota is just trying to build board tension, and Azure Drake is definitely pretty close to a priority minion here. He knows there's no Frostbolt, I think, knows there's no Forgotten Torch, or at least believes that right now. And you're seeing the effects of that be very real.
But Dakota is going to be able to set up a potential empty board for Rag. He's going to Fireball Frostbolt here, go into turn 8 with nothing on the board from Chalky's side. I can't imagine he'll do anything else. He didn't play the Mirror Image early. Why would he play the Mirror Image now? I don't know. Maybe it's better.
Well, the thing I'm looking at here is that the way that Chalky's played so far, I'm curious if he's going to follow up with Firelands Portal here. The fact that Ragnaros is in Dakota's hand, if Chalky plays Firelands Portal, he's going to be in bad shape. And Barnes may rescue him from that. But Firelands Portal here could just lose in the game. Ooh.
Yeah. He doesn't know that Rag's in the deck. Blackwing Corruptor, very vulnerable to Rag.
And yeah, I mean, I guess it's 17. At 17, it's really scary to leave a 5-power minion up.
Sure. Yeah.
That's a very real thing here.
All right, now it's Barnes time.
Yeah, this means that Chalky's going to be very safe to get to a Yogg-Saron turn at some point.
Mana Wyrm.
Mana what?
Let's make magic.
Mana Wyrm.
Why are you saying it that way?
Saying it like
what? Mana Wyrm. Just add an H to it.
Well, if he can hit the Mana Wyrm here, or just hit the Cold Sorcerer twice, that's pretty good. Chalky still will turn away from Yogg-Saron. Whew. I don't know if that's where he wanted to go. And Arcane Intellect picked up for Chalky. That's big.
Yeah, I don't think that Dakota wanted to go face in this spot. He doesn't have the damage potential to actually make a push here. Flame Waker and Arcade Missiles are the two draws. That's probably going to spell a massive advantage. I'm not probably. It's spelling a massive advantage for Chalky at this point. And even has option to clear the Ragnaros if he wanted.
That is tough. You push 7 damage or clear the Rag. Okay, he's going for the safe line.
Ragnaros just represents way too much value here, and the Barnes probably protects the Flame Waker in this spot. Nope, it just goes face. Yeah, I think the face actually better here, because now the onus is on Dakota to actually answer the board position. So if he's investing Water Elemental into killing Flame Waker, Chalky's out of spells to begin with. This just unlocks 3 more damage in the long run.
He's going to go ahead and Arcane Missiles first. I don't know if this... I guess Arcane Missile first. He wants to kill the Flame Waker 100%. So if he doesn't hit with these Arcane Missiles, then this means he could still play Aster Drake after the trade. And get the kill.
That's exactly where it's headed. Fearing the potential for that card. And for Chalky, this could spell Yogg-Saron, but Acolyte of Pain is awfully tempting.
He's still got 15 cards in his deck, which means he's played, what, 8 spells?
Ooh. Here we go. It's Yogg.
Let's go! Ancestral Spirit.
Decent. Okay.
Doom! Well, it summons back the Barnes.
And he gets 3 cards.
That's huge. He's drawing burn through his deck. He's got 2 Forgotten Torches in a deck. Oh! Mind Blast.
It's 2 more damage.
I mean, he might just kill him right now.
My God, that is the biggest Barnes I've ever seen in my entire life.
All right.
No, Barnes, why? Yogg, you are terrible at sequencing.
Doesn't matter, though. That Yogg was enough. Chalky will secure this game. Fireball is going to be enough. That's the best Yogg we've seen all week.
Indeed. But Barnes is growing still. He's trying. He's got that competitive spirit.
He's back to a 2-5. Oh my goodness.
That definitely a very favorable Yogg in that spot, and I think smart to trade as well to limit the amount of targets on the board. Try to isolate something and get some value from it. So strong matchup there for Chalky. Just recognizing early on any semblance of weakness from Dakota, and it started with the Mana Worm. When the Mana Worm was frostbolted early on, that is a major tool where Chalky can try to suddenly expand his board position. And when turn after turn Dakota kind of struggled to answer things, that was when Chalky sensed weakness and actually just expended removal spells for the Faceless Summoner, and very slowly but surely ended up taking control of the game.
Chalky wins the mirror match, takes a 2-1 lead. Mirror matches are pretty big in this situation, because it means that you're sort of getting that, not a free win, but you're getting that deck out of the way when your opponent still has to win with it. It's the more crucial when the matchups are similar, because if you have the same strategies, you taking a win in the mirror matchup means that you take the wins in the other matchup more favorably.
Look at all those golden legendaries. Chalky's bringing the...
He's just showing off.
Yeah, for real.
It's all that pro gamer money.
That dirty DreamHack Austin money.
Yeah, that's what it is. What Chalky didn't say in his interview with DreamHack Austin when he said he wanted to win a tournament so badly was so he could buy a bunch of golden legendaries.
Guilty as charged, personally. I own a ton of golden legendaries. I can't stop buying them.
I have like 4. And it's at the expense of all my normal legendaries.
I have like 74.
Is there even that many legendaries?
Oh yeah, there's a lot. I have a lot of golden legendaries. There's some of them I have duplicates of, I think, still. I just don't disenchant them. I just like them.
It's not even fair. You're hogging them.
Open as many packs as I do, you'll get some golden legendaries. I like craft all the ones for the adventures and stuff too. Like I can't help it. I'm like, yeah, I got it for free basically, but I just want a golden Nefarian.
I crafted Thorsan because I knew that he'd be using a lot of decks.
That guy's just insane.
Yeah.
Well,
right,
turn
well,
one Fandral, and it is unanswered at the moment.
He can kill it. It's very unlikely.
I think you have to take that chance, honestly.
Okay, so if all 3 missiles have to hit,
12.5%.
I think you have to just do it just to make your mana worm stronger. Let's see. Wait, did he get it?
2.
No
Wow!
way! No way!
Honestly, look, here's the deal. That is definitely lucky. Dakota recognized this needed to be dealt with, though. And it really did. If he did not answer that fan drill, this game would have snowballed. That 12.5% chance was almost certainly necessary to having a chance at this one. He would have lost if he didn't kill that.
Yeah, I suppose so. Gotta take that risk. Jackie, though, still got a pretty decent hand. Got Raven Handles to find the answers that he needs. Got some removal spells to get closer to the Malagos or get closer to whatever big stuff is in his deck, the Arcane Giants.
Yeah, this is a tough spot.
But this is when Chalky gets into ultra focus mode. Is when he's on the bad end of some variance. Chalky's like, I gotta buckle up. He said, I gotta play better to make up for that. And so you're gonna see him take his time and really focus to get through this one.
Man, as much as Innervate is really good, Bite is actually pretty good in this matchup.
Can take out Flamewakers pretty easily.
It can kill everything in the build so far except for Faceless Summoner and Ragnaros, and obviously is weak to Mirror Image. But these are real options. It's very rare that you see this many. I mean, Innervate's so powerful that it's really hard to forego. But it's not out of the question, I think, to take Bite there. And just continue to extend his life. Drawing a card there, typically as a guideline. Oh, Water Elemental. Forgot about that one, too. That actually means Innervate. Wrath is a guideline. In the matchups that are very slow, you want to dig with it. Draw the extra cards. In matchups where your opponent has potential to kill you, you need to take care of damage and try to extend into natural draws.
Yep. Well, this is tough. Maybe he's just going to try and get Malagos out as quick as possible and just kill the whole board.
That's what I'm guessing. I mean, it's really hard for Mage to actually answer it. The thing about it that's interesting is if that Babbling Book card sits in Dakota's hand for long enough, does Chalky ever anticipate Polymorph? Because there's Polymorph Boar and there's Polymorph.
There's a lot of bad Mage spells that you just never use.
Which I'm trying to figure. I mean, like Pyroblast would obviously sit in hand.
Like
he would
Shatter.
play it. He'd play a Secret if he had the availability to it. Well, yeah, Shatter.
Dragon's Breath. Flame Lance.
Probably just play those. Just deal damage.
Yeah.
Flame Lance is actually 8 onto the Malagos too.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I do like Malagos against Mage simply because, again, it's just difficult for them to deal with, but there is potential for it to die to some of the cards from Babbling Book.
Yeah, but with Malagos double Moonfire, Chalky's is going to be able to, like, on turn 7 with the Innervate, just, like, clear the board.
And that's exactly what he's looking forward to here. The Water Elemental is... It's kind of a beating right now. But it's otherwise fairly slow from Dakota.
Is there any reason to hold on to the second Sorcerer's Apprentice here?
Blood Mage swipe?
You just saw a swipe.
I'm very aware of that, but look, I'm playing the Sorcerer's
That swipe
Apprentice.
was fun to Raven Idol.
Giddy up. I'm playing the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Let's go.
I played the Sorcerer's Apprentice last turn automatically.
Jockey's
You
gonna
saw
go.
the Raven Idol spell?
Yep.
For armor?
And Chalky's kind of hoping he sees another Water Elemental here, actually, so he can Moonfire both of them. What he doesn't want to see is Arcane Intellect from Dakota.
He doesn't want to... Sorcerer's Apprentice would have, last turn, would have allowed him to play the face of Summoner too. I don't know. He's got a lot less power than he should have right now.
Well, Chalky knows his win condition.
Go, Malagos, go! And
Go get your
Dakota
Moonfire.
just can't kill it.
I
He's
honestly
not going to be able to kill it for a long time.
I'm curious if the Moonfire on the Sorcerer's Apprentice is worth it here. We've seen Chalky really use resources aggressively when he can take a lead. But that Moonfire would have looked so good this turn. That's the one where you target it against Divine Shield.
Okay.
When it's the target of a friendly spell, gains Divine Shield.
Ah, Chalky draws Nourish, great pickup, and picks up the Living Root so he can protect it even more.
Yeah, that's a big deal right now.
Just force Dakota to keep using removal spells for this Malygos. Eventually, you're just going to win with the other strong minions that you have in your deck, and Dakota still can't kill it.
Yogg Saron is looking like it's quickly becoming the win condition for Dakota in this game.
Well, he can kill it now, but it's going to take his whole hand, almost. He can Blizzard, Arcane Blast, and then trade in his 3/4.
I mean, how many more spells can Chalky realistically have? That's what I'm wondering about this Malygos.
He's going to kill it.
I don't think it's wrong, but there's a certain point where I go, dude, you got to be out of spells. I'm just attacking. It says build into the Yogg as well. I mean, given that he's already going into Yogg as a win condition, you can actually cut that win condition from Chalky right now and hope to rebuild with the Yogg at some point.
Well, there was a spell, so... Now let's see what he's going to pick up. And a Wrath! Well, he would... that's kind of funny. He's going to clear the board here. Draw a card as well. Still haven't found the Arcane Giants yet, and they're going to be for free at this point.
And Gadgetzan Auctioneer is about to draw 4 cards from Wild Growths. Firelands Portal will delay the Yogg Saron for another turn here.
Leroy Jenkins! I was waiting for him all week. Firelands Portal deal 11 damage effectively. Swipe's going to help him out. Ooh. Yeah, I think you're going with Wild Growth
here. With card draws here. I mean, again, Dakota's got 1 card. Like, what are you really fearing the burst potential?
I think he's fearing Yogg Saron, and if he draws the Arcane Giants, I don't even know if he's going to play him, to be honest.
He's also digging for that Feral Rage. That's 8 extra life. This is smart for him to dig, I think. And if you think Chalky's not playing Arcane Giant here, I think you're wrong.
Okay.
And I'm very willing to wager on that.
I'll play. Draws Innervate as well. That's so many cards. He can even Innervate again if he wants to draw cards, but not really any 2-mana stuff to play. He could play Blood Mage.
Good enough. I mean, Innervate in your hand is not as good as a random card in your deck at this point, I don't think.
Sure. Glad I didn't bet on that one. That Arcane Giant hit the board fast.
Indeed.
All right.
I think there's 1 game play. I mean, he could justify a Fireball first.
I don't know about that. He's drawn his whole deck. He's drawn his whole deck already.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, let's see if he can get it done.
Forest.
Oh!
Our word glory, wrong target.
Oh! Still gets the 2/2s though. Just kidding. Oh my god. Shadow Step as well after everything's gone. That was only like a 6-spell Yogg.
That was beautiful.
That wasn't even that good. Oh my goodness. That should...
That was beautiful, TJ. I've never seen that before in my life.
Great sequencing, Yogg. Great sequencing.
Yeah, Chalky will climb out of range here of the burn from Dakota.
2 cards left in Chalky's deck. 13 left in Dakota's deck. One of those is an Arcane Giant in those bottom 2.
Yeah, honestly, that's a really good point you just made, is that Chalky's running out of things.
Yeah, but one of those things is a free 8/8. Dakota's drawing 1 card a turn. He's still got 2 swipes left in his hand. Yeah. It's not like he's even running out of stuff. You just Emperor swipe here and say...
You swipe? Yeah, swipe's the weakest card in your hand by far.
Swipe here and say, get out of my swamp.
Yeah. Flame Waker. And that is the worst draw in the deck. That's been happening a lot today.
100%. There he is, last card in the deck. Probably one of the best cards in the deck.
The land serves me.
Arcane Giant is so good.
The land
It really is. Every deck that plays an above average amount of spells should be playing Arcane Giant.
Is he not playing it? Yogg.
He's seen Yogg.
Oh, he did? Oh, you're right. You just saw Yogg. In my head, I'm only thinking of double twisting there.
The second Yogg.
Yeah, I literally forgot. I'm dumb. Ignore me.
All right, I forgive you. It's been a long day. That's Jackie taking a 3-1 lead now, so he's going on match point to come out of Group B in the winners match.
Yeah, this matchup. And honestly, the knowledge to just innervate out the Malagos and just power out the Moonfires as removal spells bought Chalky a lot of extra resources. My only curiosity is if it's right to Moonfire the Sorcerer's Apprentice there. If he doesn't Moonfire it, it means it dies to Fireball and Frostbolt, and then suddenly you're stuck with a Moonfire in your hand. So I think it's probably better, but I'm not really sure. I think I'm going to go for more value. I'm a greedy player that way, though. I always take big risks like that.
The other side of that coin is also a big risk.
Go on.
Just slamming Yogg.
You're right.
It's risky. All right, well, moving into potential match point here for the Chalk. Dakota's got to fight his way back from a 3-1 deficit, and Zoo Warlock is the deck that struggled the most for him. Chalky's got a great curve.
Yeah, this is... Oh, my gosh. I'm telling you, TJ, they travel in PAX. It is a murder of Doom Guards. A parliament of Doom Guards.
A gaggle.
Of Doom Guards.
Doom Guards.
What other weird words are there for groups in animals? Do you know owls? This is the one that got me the most. A group of owls is called a parliament of owls. Who determined that? Like, who got to decide that? I want to decide stuff like that. Guess you got to be a scientist.
Well, there's actually quite a few weird names for packs of animals. A parliament of owls is one of them. A stand of flamingos, a streak of tigers, a tower of giraffes, a sloth of bears.
Now I know for a fact that doesn't make any sense.
A wisp of snipe. I don't even know what a snipe is.
It's when you're across the map and you pick them off.
Okay, thanks. Oh, it's a hunter secret.
Yeah.
A group of hunter secrets snipe is called a wisp. Weird, but I'll believe it. A romp of otters.
I find it ironic that the group of snipes is countered by the very thing that it's called.
Wisp. Whoa, that's crazy. Next level. My favorite one, though, an ostentation of peacocks. That's enough of that.
So this turn from Chalky's really interesting. If he chooses to Lightning Bolt here, he protects his Totem Golem. And I swear I see him do this more than just about anyone I've ever seen. He'll just do anything to protect stuff. It's so weird.
It's pretty weird.
Do you Flame Tongue here?
And just run it over?
That's a scary minion. If that thing gets to attack the Totem Golem here, Chalky might lose. Suddenly you're facing a 2-1, a 1-1, and what your opponent gets to play. This is also pretty smart. So I think if he does this, he's also playing Tunnel Trog and trying to build board tension.
The light protects me.
Wow. I'm scared.
Yeah.
I'm actually afraid right now.
If Dakota draws anything of consequence, well, that's a bad draw.
Yeah, that's really bad.
It's off curve. I mean, it's okay, but imagine if he picked up something where he could be proactive onto the board.
He's not killing the Tunnel Trog here either.
Can.
Wow. I don't know if that's that good now that I think about that one.
I don't know. It's pretty good. You can lava burst and make good trades into what's on the board.
I don't know how Chalky got into this position, but I'm glad it's not me in his seat right now. That is a tough spot.
This is too hard. I'd concede.
I've watched you do it in less difficult spots.
I'm like, this is way too hard.
You and I might have the highest concede rate prior to turn 5 of any Hearthstone players in the world.
So you'll just concede when you know you've lost, or when there's a good chance that you've lost. Above a 50% chance of you losing that game, you're just like, yeah.
Have you watched me stream ladder? I will just quit turn 2 sometimes. Like if my opponent fire War Axe or something, I'm like, yeah, let's just go to the next one. I know how this ends.
If I have a big board and a lot of cards and my opponent plays a Sylvanas, I'm not going to be bothered to do that math. We're just moving on to the next game.
That's a great totem roll for Chalky. That taunt totem, that will buy him some board state here. Some board real estate. Some boardwalk. Some park place. The kind of board I don't want to have in Minions is the Mediterranean and Baltic Avenue.
Definitely don't want jail either.
Let's go directly. Yo, real talk. I hate when people won't use the free parking rule. When people won't put money on free parking and they reference the rule book and say, you just get nothing here. I'm like, this game is going to take 9 hours if we do that.
That's why it was invented by whoever invented it in the first place.
Barrel Spirits is a great draw here, I think. But this is a wide board and it's a pair of Doom Guards.
A pair now? I think it's an ostentation of Doom Guards.
Agreed. Pure agreement. Hero Power, Thing from Below, Lightning Bolt also available. I don't know which one of these is stronger. They all seem bad.
I like the Hero Power, Thing from Below, and Lightning Bolt.
I think I do. I'm not even sure.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that was Maelstrom Portal right now?
Yeah, and I think you're getting rid of that Imp King boss. I don't know.
I'm just trying to isolate it, actually.
Yeah, I think you're isolating it, yeah. Because he... Well, that's tough. Whoa.
That's cray.
Super cray.
I mean, honestly, when I look at it, it's right. Because I don't think that just trading really does anything here. And now you just got Dakota to trade to protect the Doom Guard.
Suddenly, now when you get into this position, it's bad news for the Aggro Shaman, because Warlock's drawing 2 cards a turn, you're drawing 1 card a turn.
This is where Doomhammer is necessary. This is why Lightning Storm has been teched into builds. This is why you see Maelstrom Portal being in here, so that way you have the potential to roll a Spell Power Totem and get back into the game. In this position, it's almost impossible for Chalky to recover. The one benefit he has is that Dakota's at 19, and he could potentially just draw tons of burn spells to end. That's about it.
Tons of them. He doesn't even have that many left.
He needs a parliament of burn spells.
He does. He really does.
This fight's strong on the board, but there's so many draws in Dakota's deck that get to pick this apart. Darkshire Councilman is just continuing to build massive board tension. I can't play both of those, and neither of those buff the board. So this is some breathing room for Chalky here.
Is it breathing room, or is it...
Yeah, I mean, look at the way these trades have to be set up here. He's at 30 still. Doomhammer is still a great draw at this point.
Tuskar Totemic, not the best. He's overloaded too, so he can't even totem up. Maybe if he gets a Mana Tide, it'll dig him deeper into his deck. If he can try and protect the Tuskar Totemic, if he gets like a Taunt Totem. If he gets Tuskar Totemic, that's always good. Or sorry, Totem Golem. Taunt Totem is okay.
Tuskar Totemic into Tuskar Totemic, and it just chains.
just chains together. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's a closer. What? He's not playing the Sea Giant.
That's an 8/8.
No, that is not correct. Well, no, I take it back. It is correct. Lava Burst. He'd be able to trade the Tusker Totemic and the Sea Giant. There's a reason to not play Sea Giant here. Good play, Dakota.
But there's no way that he thought of that quickly.
Maybe
he tapped it, instantly played the Dark Peddler.
That card's been in Chalky's hand almost the entire game. Oh my gosh.
Spell Power Totem?
Oh my gosh, Chalky has a
Totem ends the
25% chance to win.
Oh my goodness.
Well, he shuts off the life tap here at the very least. He's
But
going to go
did
for
he
the
go
Spell
for
Power
that?
Totem. No, he's going to go for Spell Power Totems.
Yes, he is. He's at 30 still. He's got chances.
Wait a
He
minute.
can draw a Rock Biter weapon.
Dakota might life tap here.
Dakota,
I don't know why he wouldn't play the 8/8 last turn. Now that I'm looking at not having the 8/8 in play, I mean, suddenly it's like Chalky has time.
Dakota is a tap-happy player as well. He just life taps. He just loves to life tap. He life
That's
tap.
it. That's game.
That's it.
Chalky
30.
wins the set.
Wow. He's a tap-happy fellow.
I don't blame him here. I mean, he has to get something rolling. And if you're going to be tapping this low, you do have to look at last turn and go, even if the Sea Giant gets Lava Bursted, that's 5 less damage Chalky has in his hand.
And it's a 3/2 that's off the board.
I'm going back. Sea Giant was right.
Sea Giant was right. Hashtag Sea Giant was right.
Hashtag Geico Gaming. Hashtag Sea Giant was right. Hashtag TJ has half of a mohawk. And hashtag Chalky is going to win this set 4-1 over Dakota. I can't believe that Chalky won this game.
It was tough. I mean, you looked at that board earlier on and you're like, how does he come back from that? But he did. Chalky moves on as the second place seed from Group B. Dakota is going to move down as the third seed. He'll be seeding the lower brackets. And now we have our playoff bracket set.
I can't believe Chalky won that game still. Like, honestly, it's kind of unlucky when you look at it because Dakota, any buff would have kept him in a better board state. Anything where he could play 2 minions on the board would have allowed him to continue to restrict the board presence more and to start to push damage. He didn't have any of that, and that Tusker Totemic getting in the extra 3 damage it did was paramount to Chalky closing the game on the turn that he did.
Yeah.
So Dakota just drawing dead that turn was a major difference in that one. He might have lost anyway because Chalky still draws a Lava Burst, and then any damage after that will follow up. But the fact that turn was such a heavy impact is really unfortunate.
Yeah. But that's going to be Shoop in first seed from Group B, Chalky in second seed. So they're going to go on to the winner's bracket automatically in the playoff bracket. And third seed was Dakota, and fourth seed was Dart. So Dakota and Dart will go down to the lower bracket of the playoff stage. It is double elimination moving forward for the playoff bracket. So even the players that got third and fourth in their group still have a chance. They just only get 1 loss. And there on your screen, you can take a look at the final bracket. That's going to be what we're going to be seeing over the next 2 days. Eversection versus Chalky, Shoot versus Frozen, Dog versus Dart, and Dakota versus Phone Tap. I feel like the groups played out in a fashion that I would have expected coming in. But the decks that players brought were a lot different than what I thought they'd bring.
Yeah, by far. I mean, there were a couple players in here I think that were standouts to have unique choices, and the 2 that really come to mind for me are Eversection and Dart. I think that was kind of shown in their lineups as well. Eversection did play a little bit more standard, but did have the Reno Warlock towards the end, did have Moonglade Portal in his Druid build, so some interesting choices there. Dart, of course, the Warlock build was very interesting to see, but for the most part, standard outside of that. Some new cards being in the mix. Malchezaar Zimp, I think, has shown how powerful that card can be at times. That has carried games. I think to Dart in his series where the Malchezaar Zimps drew him 4 extra cards, and that found him a timely Doomguard to make that big push. So the draws being a significant difference there. Zoo is going through a transitional phase right now, and I'm going to be really excited to see which of the Warlock builds are actually putting up the best performance this weekend and where that build goes in the next couple of weeks.
For sure. But one thing's for sure, it's going to be a great set of Hearthstone matches over the course of the next 2 days. But that's going to do it from us here today. Keep in mind, tomorrow we will return at 1 p.m. Pacific. On Monday, we have changed the time. due to longer matches being played on Monday. We'll be starting at 11 a.m. Pacific. So if you're planning on either coming to watch or watching online, we will start 2 hours earlier than our normal start time. So make sure you guys tune in. We do want to make sure we give special thanks to GEICO Gaming, of course. We're here at the GEICO Gaming booth at PAX. They've allowed us to put on a great show here as well, and they've been the title sponsor for the entire 2016 circuit going all the way back to May. If you guys want to check it out, you can go over to the website geico.onog.gg and get a GEICO quote right on that page, as well as get all the information about the circuit and about the event here. You can save yourself some money on your insurance. Also, big shout out to Frozen for jumping into the camera there. Big shout out to Cyberpower PC, Video Game Voters Network, as well as Aces Republic of Gamers for hopping on board and sponsoring the event. That's going to do it. Albert, do you have any final words that you'd like to give before we close out the stream? Set everybody free.
No, I think we're totally good. Just last big hat around as Frozen shows up there at the end. So hashtag Frozen, stay out of the camera. I know it's a bit long of a hashtag, but also hashtag it's a bit long of a hashtag as well. And I'm probably saying hashtag too much, so hashtag Adder will stop saying hashtag. But thank you all for joining us. It's been a blast this weekend. We had some amazing sets today, and we did get the blowout at the end, 4-1. Yeah. As I felt really looking forward to tomorrow, though. These guys got to turn up the heat and try to win their share of that $25,000. All
right, well, that's going to do it for myself, from That's Admirable, and everybody here that brought you the ONOG 2016 circuit. We'll return at 1 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. Make sure you guys tune in. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.